Zhou Han killed all the ancient souls present with lightning methods. It was unbelievably fast. The geniuses of the various large factions who were watching the show were extremely shocked. All of them were dumbfounded, regardless of whether they believed what was happening. Insta-killed. Is he really the prodigy of the firmament imperial city, Zhou Han? Why is he even more terrifying than an old monster who is cultivated for tens of thousands of years? Damn, we're both prodigies. Why is the difference so great? Damn it, this is too f-king awesome. Even a Saint Lord can't withstand his sword or a bombardment. This strength is so terrifying. Those with slow reactions were still sighing. Those with faster reactions had already slipped away. After all, they had ill intentions just now and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to obtain some benefits. Now that they saw Zhou Han so domineering, they immediately felt a little guilty. If they stayed here, if Zhou Han was unhappy and insta-killed them, they would not even have a place to cry. Why? Do you want to leave without greeting me? Zhou Han's lazy voice sounded. However, when they heard it in the ears of the prodigies, it was indeed like a thunderclap, scaring them so much that they staggered. Their bodies trembled, and they were extremely panicked. Zhou Han was even at the Saint Lord level. To them, he was like a super expert they could look up to. If he wanted to kill them, there was no chance of escaping. Therefore, when they heard Zhou Han's voice, they struggled a little, but they still tactfully stayed where they were and did not choose to increase their speed to escape. After all, they definitely could not escape. If they forcefully escaped, they would have a chance to anger Zhou Han. In that case, they would really be dead. If they behaved now, there might be a chance of survival. They begged the other party's killing intent not to be so strong. Brother Han, don't kill me. Immediately, someone could not take such a threat and hurriedly wailed. When the other prodigies heard this, they were stunned. This was too shameless. However, without hesitation, more pleading sounded. Spare me, Master Han. I'll agree to any condition. Please let me off. With your super strength, treat us like farts. Let us go. I have a 1,000-year-old mother and a 100-year-old child. You can't kill me. I'm so miserable. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of kneeling rose and fell, facing the threat of death, even if they were the top prodigies of their respective factions. They had no choice but to lower their arrogant heads and beg Zhou Han for forgiveness. Therefore, the scene became a scene of mourning, making Zhou Han very speechless. All right, you're quite honest. Hand over all the demon bloodstones and get lost, Zhou Han said impatiently. His pitiful voice was really annoying. Although these people wanted to take advantage of the chaos, they did not deserve to die. Zhou Han was not a cold-blooded executioner, so there was no need to be ruthless. Therefore, he only plundered the demon bloodstones. In that case, it saved him the time to continue searching for the demon bloodstones. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Their lives were saved. Compared to life, what was this demon bloodstone? All right, Master Han. These are my demon bloodstones. All the stock is here. Please accept it. Master Han, this is my share. Keep it well. Immediately, everyone contributed the demon bloodstone without hesitation with fawning smiles. Why are there only 5? Are you hiding something? Are you trying to fool me? After Zhou Han took it, his eyes narrowed and his expression was a little unfriendly. I'm innocent. Master Han, that's really all. This is all I have. You don't know, but it's not easy to obtain this demon bloodstone. There are powerful ancient souls nearby. You have to fight intensely to obtain it. When the prodigy who handed over the demon bloodstone heard Zhou Han's doubts, he was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down and shouted that he was innocent. Zhou Han looked at the demon bloodstones in the hands of the other prodigies. There were indeed not many of them. Some only had 1, and the most were about 10. After all, we're not as strong and resourceful as you. Therefore, the battle with the ancient soul is very difficult. Master Han, this is really all we have. The heavens are the witness, and the sun and moon are the witnesses. There's definitely no deception. From the looks of it, they did not look like they were pretending. That was really all there was. In that case, even if Zhou Han did not plunder their demon bloodstones, he still had more than 100 demon bloodstones on hand. It was enough to obtain first place. These prodigies were even worse than he had imagined. All right, get lost. After harvesting more than 200 demon bloodstones, Zhou Han waved his hand impatiently. Relieved, everyone scrambled away. Next, It's time to learn the beginningless sovereign scripture. After putting the demon budstone into his spatial inventory, Zhou Han smiled excitedly. He grabbed at the void and grabbed the fused beginningless sovereign seal. The moment it entered his hand, an ancient and powerful force suddenly poured over, carrying endless vicissitudes and profundity. At this moment, the beginningless sovereign seal had really activated its superpower and was completely displayed. System prompt. The beginningless sovereign seal has been fused. After wearing it, the special effect of the sovereign grade amplification will be triggered. The power of the sovereign golden rune you release will be increased by 10 times. Sovereign grade cultivation technique. Beginningless scripture has been successfully activated. Do you want to learn it immediately? With the system notification, Zhou Han felt the power in his body constantly surge. The 25 sovereign golden runes flickered with a dazzling light. Under the effect of the sovereign grade amplification, the sovereign golden runes became even more condensed, and the color changed from an ordinary gold to a purple gold color. Although the number did not change, Zhou Han could clearly sense that the strength of the transformed sovereign golden rune was on a completely different level from before. Is this the tenfold enhancement effect? Zhou Han muttered to himself. He was also very shocked. He had equipment previously that could increase attack power and all attributes, and the multiplier was very exaggerated. However, these effects were not as powerful as the tenfold enhancement of the sovereign golden rune. This might be the uniqueness of the beginningless sovereign seal. After feeling the joy of his soaring strength and calming down the surging energy in his body, Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly chanted in his heart, "How many enhancement points do I need to enhance the beginningless scripture?" System prompt. The beginningless scripture will be enhanced at least 10 times per attempt. It requires 10 million enhancement points. I didn't expect the consumption to be so shocking. Even though he was prepared, Zhou Han was still a little surprised when he heard the system's answer. Looks like the beginningless scripture is indeed extraordinary. I should learn it first. I'll slowly accumulate supreme enhancement points in the future. Zhou Han sighed and chose to learn it directly. After all, the cultivation technique after learning it was different from consuming pills and using one-time items. It could continue to be enhanced in the future. Now that Zhou Han did not have enough supreme enhancement points, he could only make such a choice. System prompt. Your request has been accepted. Learning. Please wait. Soon, inexplicable energy gathered in Zhou Han's body. As expected, Zhou Han originally thought that the energy would be very violent. Unexpectedly, this pure and vast energy was as gentle as water. Although it was powerful, it was not fast. It was slowly nourishing Zhou Han's body. Perhaps the cultivation technique data was too big and lasted for a long time. However, Zhou Han did not feel that it was boring. Instead, he enjoyed this process very much. This joy of constantly becoming stronger. As expected, what powerful strength. As the #1 person in the ancient chaos era, you really live up to your reputation. The more progress he made in comprehending the cultivation technique, the more Zhou Han could feel the power of the beginningless sovereign. It was as vast as the starry sky and as ancient as time. It made Zhou Han feel that the current him was still very remote. There was a huge difference between him and such a super existence. However, Zhou Han was not dejected because of this. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. How domineering would it be to become the strongest person at the peak of the starry sky? This was also the ultimate power Zhou Han was pursuing. After an unknown period of time, the prompt sounded again. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully controlling the first part of the beginningless scripture, eternal emptiness. You have successfully obtained 10 sovereign golden runes and have automatically fused into your body. Cultivation technique-related attributes data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. At the same time, Zhou Han suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp aura overflowed from his body. What was different from before was that his aura had a trace of ethereal Tao runes, but it was very weak. Even Zhou Han did not notice such a change. 10 sovereign golden runes. Very good. It actually fused into my body. With the help of the beginningless scripture, my body can actually fuse with the sovereign golden rune. Zhou Han's expression was ecstatic and filled with great shock. One had to know that other than sovereign artifacts, there were only some very special equipment or items that could fuse with the sovereign golden rune. they could become carriers. He had never heard of anyone who could fuse with the sovereign golden rune with their body before advancing to the sovereign grade. Even the Saint Emperor who had advanced to the sovereign grade could not do it. In that case, his body could become a carrier that was comparable to a sovereign artifact. This was unbelievable. Is the beginningless scripture that strong? Zhou Han muttered to himself. He had not regained his composure for a long time. After all, be it a sovereign artifact or other items, they were definitely not as good as his body. His strength was the true strength. This was also why Zhou Han was so excited. He had done something that even a Saint Emperor could not do. Let's take a look at the specific attribute description first. Zhou Han took a deep breath and looked at the virtual interface. What greeted his eyes was the introduction of the beginningless scripture that Rho Alpha D Alpha in New Wom. P Alpha D Alpha No 1 O beginningless scripture. Grade, peak sovereign grade. Type, comprehensive cultivation technique. Description, created by the number 1 expert of the ancient chaos era, beginningless sovereign. He observed the profundity of the sky and comprehended the changes of time. He gathered the vastness of the world and created a complete cultivation technique after 10,000 years. It is divided into a total of 9 chapters that are all-encompassing and contain the truth of the Great Tao. It is the top cultivation technique in the world of the God-Fiend continent. Special effect, shocking the ages. After cultivating it, you can obtain 10 sovereign golden runes. Moreover, your body can be modified into a perfect carrier of the sovereign golden rune. After fusing the power inside, you can unleash the power comparable to a sovereign artifact. Chapter 1. Eternal Emptiness. Click to open to check the details. Chapter 2. Locked for the time being. It can only be opened after fusing 50 sovereign golden runes, which is the level of a Saint King. I see. Shocking the Ages is a very domineering name. The effect it unleashes is worthy. After reading it, Zhou Han understood that it was precisely because of the special effect of shocking the ages. Therefore, not only did he obtain 10 sovereign golden runes, but his body also became a perfect carrier. His combat strength instantly soared. He was already at the strength of 35 sovereign golden runes. Coupled with the sovereign grade amplification, Zhou Han did not know how strong he was. Let's see how effective eternal emptiness is first. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened the detailed description. Then, a detailed description slowly appeared. It was obvious. Eternal emptiness. Grade, peak sovereign grade. Type, damage skill. Origin, beginningless scripture. Description, as the first chapter of the beginningless scripture, this skill is abnormally strong and contains the power of time. In battle, it can unleash an incomparably profound effect. It can reverse time. All laws are useless in front of you. Effect, after using it, use the power of time to reverse the skill used by the target to its initial state. Damn, is this the power of time? Zhou Han was shocked. He did not expect eternal emptiness to have such a domineering effect. Although he was already prepared and knew that eternal emptiness would definitely be very awesome, when Zhou Han finished reading all the descriptions, he was still shocked. Rewind to the initial state. The description was short, but the information reflected was not simple. A few short words of description revealed the domineering and terrifying aspect of this skill. Only the power of time could have such a magical effect. Just think about it. If you fought an expert who had refined the divine technique to the top, after using eternal emptiness, his divine technique immediately became its initial level, and his combat strength was immediately reduced by more than half. Strong, really too strong. The quality of a peak sovereign grade is so terrifying. Looks like the reason why the beginningless sovereign is so strong is that he has grasped the law of time. While Zhou Han was pleasantly surprised, he sighed in his heart. In the face of time power, even the mysterious spatial power was inferior. This was only the first chapter of the beginningless scripture. Through the introduction, Zhou Han knew that the beginningless scripture had a total of 9 chapters. The second chapter had to reach the level of a Saint King to be unlocked. The later the skills, the stronger the power they could unleash. There was no doubt about it. Congratulations, Master. This cultivation technique is not simple. I can feel the rhythm of the Great Tao in it. The person who created this cultivation technique must be a peerless expert. When Zhou Han was cultivating the beginningless scripture just now, Little Lotus was also quietly observing from the side. As a chaotic fire lotus, She came from a world outside the God-fiend continent, although she did not have many memories. However, her Tao rune instinct allowed her to instantly sense the extraordinariness of the beginningless scripture. That was why they congratulated him so much. After being subdued, she naturally liked that Zhou Han could become stronger. She was also very happy about this. Tao runes. This is something mysterious. I have to take this opportunity to comprehend my Tao. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows. Tao was ethereal. It could not be seen or touched, and he had no clue. To become a peerless expert, he had to comprehend his own Tao, because everyone had their own path to take. Of course, this was still too far away for the current Zhou Han. There was not much time left before he left the mystic realm. There was no need for Zhou Han to continue staying. Because of the beginningless scripture, all the ancient souls in the mystic realm were attracted over and were captured by Zhou Han. Moreover, most of the geniuses who had entered the mystic realm had also been robbed of the demon bud stone by Zhou Han. Therefore, there was nothing in the mystic realm for Zhou Han to obtain benefits. After packing, Zhou Han stood on the primordial golden rock and flew towards the teleportation array in the center of the mystic realm. The teleportation array shone brightly, and the prodigies teleported out one after another. In the hall of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, the flying serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun, also arrived. Sitting on the throne, he waited calmly because he had enough confidence. After all, his combat strength was like a crane among chickens. These prodigies were not his match at all. I wonder if Zhou Han has obtained such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Ao Tianyun said faintly. He was looking forward to it and felt a huge regret. After all, the beginningless scripture could only be cultivated by humans. As a member of the flying serpent race, he could not cultivate such a powerful cultivation technique. One could imagine how painful it was. However, if Zhou Han could obtain the beginningless scripture, he would still feel comforted. After all, Zhou Han was destined to become his son-in-law and was considered family. It was better to keep the benefits to himself than for others to obtain them. Your Majesty, that's impossible. I've also entered the mystic realm of the ancient ruins. The ancient souls inside are all extremely powerful. Even the Dark Soul King and the Netherworld King that Zhou Han killed previously only have the strength of 30 sovereign golden runes. They can only be considered average in the mystic realm. Zhou Han used all his strength to kill it. Be it the number or strength of the ancient souls he will face, they are incomparable. Therefore, he will definitely not be able to obtain that cultivation technique. An old man beside Ao Tianyun said mercilessly. He knew that the flying serpent Saint Emperor only had such thoughts to make up for the regret in his heart. After all, he could not cultivate, so he hoped that his son-in-law could. However, the truth was that Zhou Han's strength was still not enough in his opinion. Given enough time, he might be able to do it, but not in a day. Sigh? Yes, I shouldn't have expected such a thing. Forget it. When the time comes, I'll go to the mystic realm again and give this cultivation technique to Zhou Han. Treat it as generous dowry. Ao Tianyun was not angry at the old man's words. Instead, he sighed. He also knew that this was the truth. It was still too difficult for the current Zhou Han. Then, the flying serpent Saint Emperor retracted his gaze and turned to the prodigies of the various factions. They had all come out, but their faces were filled with gloom. Young Master Wang is out. It shouldn't be a problem to obtain first place this time. A middle-aged expert won and said excitedly. He was from a faction of the Totem Kingdom and was in charge of guarding the prodigies of the Totem Kingdom. In front of him, Wang Lin, who was asking, was the #1 prodigy of the Totem Kingdom. He was extremely talented and had the sovereign appearance. This time, he naturally had high hopes. Hearing the question, Wang Lin's expression froze. He awkwardly took out a demon bud stone. What? Just one. What's going on? After waiting for half a day, the middle-aged expert was filled with confusion when he saw that Wang Lin didn't continue. Sigh? After this experience, I finally know that there's always someone better. Compared to Zhou Han of the Firmament Imperial City, I'm nothing. In the mystic realm. Then, Wang Lin sighed and told her everything that had happened in the mystic realm, including Zhou Han's shocking performance. Zhou Han has actually reached such a realm. This is simply too terrifying. After hearing the description, the expression of the powerhouse of the Totem Kingdom changed drastically. This combat strength was probably not lower than the Saint King level, much stronger than theirs. I have to go back and report to the king. I have to establish diplomatic relations with the firmament imperial city. It's only a matter of time before this child becomes a sovereign. The same situation happened to the experts of the various large factions. They were all experts. Through the description, they naturally acutely sensed the powerful strength contained in it. After all, an expert who had fused more than 30 sovereign golden runes was instantly killed by Zhou Han. How powerful was such strength? Even an ordinary Saint King would probably find it difficult to do this. Then Zhou Han's terror could be imagined. Everyone present was filled with shock. This shock was also extremely envious. Why didn't such a genius appear in their faction? I didn't expect a young junior to be stronger than us, the older generation. It's really sighing. The firmament imperial city is taking off this time. With Zhou Han's existence, it will definitely soar. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Not only the firmament imperial city, but the Cloud Void Sacred Palace has also made a killing. Think about it. How can Zhou Han's relationship be ordinary after becoming the son-in-law of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor? This is a win-win situation. Many experts discuss there. Experts should be admired, let alone a young super expert like Zhou Han. His future achievements were limitless. I didn't expect Zhou Han to hide his strength. The surprise he gave me is really getting bigger and bigger. Ao Tianyun stroked his beard and laughed. Seeing the shock and envy in everyone's eyes, he felt very happy and proud. After all, such a stunning talent would become his son-in-law. It would be discussed and become a legend. At this moment, the teleportation array in the hall shone brightly and erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. A domineering figure slowly walked out of the light. His aura was sharp. He was really peerless. It was the handsome Zhou Han who had teleported out of the mystic realm. He's handsome and unrestrained. How handsome. This aura, this heavy pressure. Why do I feel like I'm facing a Saint King? He's too strong. Zhou Han's appearance instantly became the focus of the entire venue. Many gazes looked over in unison and exclaimed. Whether it was looks or aura, no one present was inferior. Zhou Han did not care at all. As an outstanding person, he had felt such admiring gazes too many times and was already used to it. That inexplicable energy on him, could it be? He really did it? The old man standing beside Ao Tianyun was shocked. He was powerful and naturally saw Dao runes that other experts could not. There was also the mysterious aura of the beginningless scripture that kept lingering around Zhou Han's body, affecting space a lot. Pialpha Dialpha, no one, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun, also widened his eyes. He had also sensed that Dao rune. Moreover, after coming into contact with the beginningless scripture, he was very familiar with the power inside. At this moment, with such an aura on Zhou Han, he had most likely obtained that cultivation technique. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor laughed smugly. Seeing the old man's defeated expression, he felt very comfortable. This was because every time he said that he had confidence in Zhou Han, the old man would always go against him. Most importantly, Ao Tianyun could not refute. After all, on the surface, Zhou Han did not have a chance at all. However, Zhou Han had done it now. Not only had he suppressed many geniuses, but he had also obtained that sovereign-grade cultivation technique. His performance was simply too perfect. Then, the guards counted the demon budstones handed over by the participating geniuses. Zhou Han naturally obtained first place with hundreds of demon budstones. Ao Tianyun was in a good mood and took the initiative to announce the outcome. Very good. After a day of competition, you've all performed well in the mystic realm. Thank you for your efforts. I have a good gift for all the participating members. Lastly, at this point, Ao Tianyun deliberately paused and looked in Zhou Han's direction. Congratulations, Zhou Han of the Firmament Imperial City, for suppressing the crowd and taking the lead. A top-grade pill is specially given. Zhou Han's eyes lit up. He did not expect there to be an unexpected reward. His cheap father-in-law was indeed not bad. Thank you, Saint Emperor. After Zhou Han took the pill, he hurriedly thanked him. Now, there was no time to take a closer look. After investigating slightly, it was actually a 9-star supreme-grade pill. Among pills, this quality was already very high. He immediately felt comfortable. Zhou Han, you did well. I hope to see you reach a higher peak in the future. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor said gently the satisfaction in his eyes growing stronger. As soon as these words were spoken, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Zhou Han would definitely become the son-in-law of the Saint Emperor. Such a Zhou Han was both handsome and powerful. Most importantly, the Saint Emperor was so satisfied. They were even fighting for it with their heads. It's over. The Saint Emperor is already so satisfied. We have no chance at all. Looking at the Saint Emperor's expression, he's as satisfied as he can be. Sigh, I'm convinced that I lost to Zhou Han. I have no choice. How can I win against such a pervert? The prodigies had no temper at all. Not only did they encounter an expert like Zhou Han, but they could only admit that they were unlucky. All of them left dejectedly. Those who obtain the top 10 will meet with the princess. Everyone, please follow me. Then, a guard said. Although everyone knew the final outcome, they still had to go through the process. After all, a faction as large as the Cloud Void Sacred Palace definitely could not go back on its word. I can finally see Zhou. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile. At the thought of that pure and moving woman, everything about them instantly echoed in Zhou Han's heart, and a gentle expression subconsciously appeared on his face. Then, the top 10 prodigies were led by the guard to a gorgeous palace. Your Highness, these people have. The guard was still reporting with his head lowered, but before he could finish, a figure flew out with a whoosh. In the next second, he saw the princess eagerly seek refuge in Zhou Han's arms. What? Your Highness, is there something wrong with this process? The guard reminded her softly. Didn't he say that she had to choose? She was throwing herself at him. It was unbelievable. Not only were the guards stunned, but the other 9 candidates were also dumbfounded. They only heard the broken voice of their hearts. Their last hope was shattered. The beautiful and moving princess with a devastatingly beautiful face had drifted further and further away from them. They would not interact again. They looked at Ao Zhen leaning into Zhou Han's arms. Such a beauty had an incomparably noble status. Unfortunately, it was not something he could have. Don't you understand what I mean? Hurry up and announce the result. Ao Zhen snorted as if she could not wait. Yes, Your Highness. I'll report it to the Saint Emperor now and announce it to the world. The guard hurriedly said. He was naturally happy to see such a situation. After all, the flying serpent Saint Emperor's satisfaction for Zhou Han was written all over his face. Such a perfect match was simply a match made in heaven. Feeling the soft body in his arms and that fresh and elegant familiar fragrance, Zhou Han took a few breaths. Zhou, it's my fault. I only found out about you now. I won't allow such a thing to happen in the future. Zhou Han hugged Ao Zhen tightly and said apologetically. Previously, because he was not strong enough, he was now strong enough to protect the safety of his loved ones. I missed you so much. That day, my father came to Blue Thunder City and wanted to pick him up quietly. He didn't even say goodbye. I've been suffering from longing for you for a while. My nights have been lonely without yours. The nights have been long and cold as water. I toss and turn, your image echoing in my mind. The mark you left on me is so deep that it's difficult to erase. You're finally here. Fortunately, I haven't given up. Ao Zhen said passionately, her eyes flickering with blazing love. She spoke her heart, and tears flowed down her face, filled with joy and excitement. Sensing Ao Zhen's feelings, he had to kiss her passionately to comfort the beauty in his arms. Zhou Han did not hesitate and bit Ao Zhen's fragrant lips, constantly seizing the sweetness. In the next few days, the flying serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun, announced to the world that Zhou Han and Ao Zhen's wedding was completed as scheduled. The commotion outside gradually calmed down. In the bridal room, Ao Zhen, who was wearing a red veil, was shy and nervous, although it had developed a little quickly. However, this was what she was looking forward to. Zhou, you're so beautiful. Zhou Han lifted his red veil and sighed gently when he saw Ao Zhen's perfect and peerless beauty. Darling Zhou, you're also very handsome, the most handsome man in the world. It's Zhou's fortune to be able to marry you. Ao Zhen smiled, her eyes watery. She was not arrogant because she was a princess. The man opposite her was the man she loved deeply, so she did not hide her love. She was such an innocent person. As before, she had not changed. This was also what Zhou Han liked. The pure Ao Zhen made him love her even more. Such a woman was destined to be protected by him for the rest of his life. Zhou, I won't let you down. When the prosperity is over, I'll promise you a lifetime of beauty. Zhou Han pulled Ao Zhen into his arms and promised. Yes, yes. Darling Zhou, I believe you. Ao Zhen's face was filled with a sweet smile. She was destined to be the happiest tonight. Although she knew that Zhou Han had other female confidants, the current Zhou Han only belonged to her, and that was enough. They held each other like this, feeling each other's hearts beat. It was so beautiful. Darling Zhou, let's consummate our marriage, Ao Zhen said shyly. Her jade-like hand also drew circles on Zhou Han's waist. The burning love was constantly rising, making the temperature of the bridal room seem to be very high. The more he looked at the beauty under the lamp, the more excited he became, especially Ao Zhen today. She was dressed in red makeup and was soul-stirringly beautiful. He could not be bothered to drink the cross-cupped wine anymore. Zhou Han could not help but touch it with his bad hand. Then, the red candles swayed and the shadows danced. The beautiful scenery of the bridal chamber was beautiful. A beautiful pillow leaned against spring, and one could not help but pity a peerless woman. Her new clothes shed their lust, and hardness and softness combined to become true. One fell asleep, and the other could not fall asleep. The joy of it was not something outsiders could understand. For the next period of time, Zhou Han spent his time in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. After all, they were newlyweds, so he had to accompany Ao Zhen well. No matter how busy he was, he had to stop. This was the first time he was getting married. Although he still had to get married in the future, Zhou Han still took it very seriously. He had to give Ao Zhen the best company. Therefore, a month passed in love. Darling Zhou, you've lost weight, Ao Zhen said with some heartache. She brought over all the nourishing ingredients, wanting to replenish Zhou Han. Zhou Han was speechless. Of course, this reason was still that he had consumed the 9-star supreme grade pill that Ao Tianyun had rewarded him that day. It was called the potential pill. It could stimulate the potential of the body, but before stimulating it, it required a large amount of energy in the body to cause this to happen. Therefore, when he first consumed it, Zhou Han had already become skin and bones. Through a large number of resources in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he quickly recovered. The people from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace did not know the exact reason and thought that Ao Zhen was too powerful. That was why Ao Zhen teased him now. Thank you, wife. Zhou Han took the soup bowl with one hand and pulled Ao Zhen into his arms with the other, giving her a passionate kiss. After consuming the nourishing ingredients, he quickly absorbed the energy inside. A powerful aura surged out of Zhou Han's body, and an invisible fluctuation swept in all directions. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed all the effects of the potential pill. The functions of your body have greatly increased. Detected that your recent attribute data has changed greatly. Your personal attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. A notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind. He could also clearly sense the powerful energy slowly waking up in his body. The potential pill was indeed worthy of being a 9-star supreme grade pill. The effect was indeed extraordinary. The huge increase made Zhou Han feel very comfortable. He turned his gaze to the virtual interface. All kinds of data were clearly visible. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Health, 30 billion. Attack, 1.13 billion. Defense, 980 million. Soul Power, 350 million. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Soul Artifact, 9 Flame Qilin Saber, Pseudo-Sovereign Artifact. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Profound Mystic Set, 4-star Supreme. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Dimensional Walker, 1-star Supreme. Dharma Treasures, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Supreme Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. attack power increased by 10 million. Fashion, space-time illusion, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, indestructible Sword Heart, open and see the details. Sword Bone, glazed Sword Bone, open and see the details. It didn't disappoint. My HP has exceeded 30 billion. The effect is really too awesome. Seeing the basic data, Zhou Han muttered to himself and smiled in satisfaction. He knew that it would increase, but he did not expect it to increase by nearly 3 billion HP at once. Then there was attack power, exceeding 1.1 billion. His defense was about to reach a billion. His soul power was also more than 300 million. It could be said that the various data had greatly increased. After their potential was activated, although the other hidden attributes were invisible, Zhou Han could feel that they had also received the corresponding increase. This month has not been too wasteful. The data has increased so much. It's not bad. Zhou Han smiled and thought to himself. He was quite satisfied with this. However, in order to enhance the 9-star Supreme Grade Potential Pill, Zhou Han's current Supreme Enhancement points had already been exhausted. Earning Supreme Enhancement points was imminent. After all, talent, infinite enhancement was Zhou Han's greatest reliance at the moment. Without the Supreme Enhancement points, it was useless. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the hidden mission, Win the Princess. In view of the fact that you completed this mission outstandingly and brought a huge shock, you are specially rewarded with 2 million Supreme Enhancement points, 3 million Soul Crystals, and a random top-grade item. As if sensing Zhou Han's thoughts, a notification sounded in time. You're really late. It's been more than a month. I've almost forgotten about the mission. Zhou Han complained with a smile. However, he was quite happy to obtain 2 million Supreme Enhancement points. Although it was not a lot, he had some spares. In that case, he could deal with unexpected situations at any time. After all, if he had the Supreme Enhancement points on hand, he could enhance them at any time. Many times, it could turn the tables. This was something Zhou Han had experienced several times. However, 2 million Supreme Enhancement points seemed to be a lot, but in Zhou Han's opinion, it was still not enough. After all, each enhancement of the beginningless scripture required 10 million Supreme Enhancement points. Therefore, he still had to continue working hard. After putting the 3 million soul crystals rewarded into his spatial inventory, at the same time, there was also a random item for the mission reward. Since it was top grade, Zhou Han was naturally a little interested. He immediately activated the appraisal and checked. Super Upgrade Card Guild. Type, Upgrade Item. Description, a card containing mysterious power that has an extremely special effect on the upgrade of the guild. A very rare item. It is a rare top-grade card to form a faction. Effect. After activation, the guild you are in will increase by 5 to 8 levels. Description, a one-time item that will be automatically destroyed after use. Oh, it can upgrade the guild. Zhou Han's eyes lit up. The effect of this card was indeed very powerful. I wonder how the guild battle is going. Soon, Zhou Han could not help but think of the guild battle. Actually, a few days after they got married, Zhou Han received a notification of the guild battle, but he was too tired at that time. The two of them were intimate. Zhou Han only signed up and left the rest to Han Qinxue and the others. Moreover, Zhou Han was confident that his god-slaying haul could crush everyone and obtain first place. Therefore, he felt that there was no need to appear personally. These members of the guild could settle it. After all, many members had obtained supreme-grade equipment now. Their combat strength was extraordinary. There's also an unused guild upgrade card for the night parade of 100 ghosts. Let's enhance it together now and increase the level of the guild. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. At the same time, he activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. System prompt. Your 2 guild upgrade cards have been enhanced. New attributes have appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to them. Zhou Han took a look. The enhanced effect was indeed impressive. The 2 upgrade cards were directly used, and the God-Slaying Hall soared to level 45. It was really too awesome. At the prompt, the guild panel automatically appeared. Guild, God-Slaying Hall. Guild level, 45. President, Zhou Han. Vice President, Mei Aoxue, Han Qinxue. Elders, Go Tuo, Jia Feiqiu. O Huang, Xiao Yin, Xie Sun, Lu Benwei. Guardian, Lin Dong, Mu Chun, Wang Defa, Wang Shui, Lin Fan, Kai Kuan, Jiang Xiaobai. Limit, 100,000. Total guild contribution, 19 million. 100 million contribution points required to advance to the next level. Contribution ranking. Click to open. Guild Guardian Beast. Immortal Bird. 5-star Supreme Grade. Click to check the details. Guild Mission. 1. Material Collection. 2. Material Donation. 3. Killing Demonic Beasts. 4. Feed the Guardian Beasts. Guild Dungeon. Grundy. Bloodline. Meteor Bone Mountain Range. Lava Land. Wailing Cave. Cold Moon Valley. Rock Mausoleum. Lost Temple. And so on. Guild Buff. Ordinary members increase 10 million HP and 700,000 attack. Elite members increase 23 million HP and 150,000 attack. Guardians increase 60 million HP and 3 million attack. Elder increases 100 million HP and 5 million attack. Vice Presidents 200 million HP and 9 million attack. The guild that had reached level 45 welcomed an earth-shattering change. First, the upper limit of its members had increased to 100,000. Then, he opened some more mysterious dungeons. Members could obtain abundant materials through the dungeons, especially Grandy's dungeon. It had become a holy land for moving bricks. Thanks to the extremely high drop rate inside, members were showing their benefits in the group every day. Therefore, even without Zhou Han's support, these new members could develop faster. Moreover, Zhou Han had taken a closer look at the newly activated storm route map just now. This was even more powerful. Divine-grade equipment and even supreme-grade equipment could drop inside. This was simply a heaven-defying benefit for the group members. As expected, this change was instantly sensed by the members of the God-Slaying Hall group. Oh Huang. Damn, why did the God-Slaying Hall suddenly soar to level 45? What happened? I feel my strength increase drastically. Go Tua, that's true. This guild's buff is too fierce. I directly increased 100 million HP. You have to know that my total HP is only slightly more than 100 million. This buff effect is too F-King exaggerated. Boss must have leveled up. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a heaven-defying effect. Zhenggoxing, I'm taking off. Although I'm only an ordinary member, I increased my HP by 10 million. This is simply too awesome. Thank you, God-Slaying Hall, and thank you, President. Lu Binwei. Needless to say, boss is cheating again. This is all basic. With this 100 million HP bonus, I can fight even a supreme grade expert. Without saying anything, boss is awesome. Kai Kuan. Han, you're too handsome. Xie Sun. Boss is mighty. The God-Slaying Hall is taking off. Jiang Xiaobai. There's no need to explain a fierce life. Boss, rise. As expected, the God-Slaying Hall group was immediately in a frenzy. The members were extremely excited and in high spirits. This improvement was simply too powerful, and the shock it brought was also very extraordinary. After all, even the most ordinary member could increase 10 million HP and instantly reach a top Emperor-grade expert. If his equipment was better, his combat strength could even resist a divine-grade expert. The God-Slaying Hall's guild had already exploded. All the members felt the joy of the powerful buff bringing about a specific increase in strength. They all began to tag Zhou Han. Although they did not know what caused this huge change, it was obvious that Zhou Han had done it. After all, as the president, Zhou Han was already like a god among the members. Therefore, after the initial shock, everyone quickly adapted. Zhou Han was such a man who kept creating miracles. Jia Feiqiu. After this guild battle ends, we'll form a team and farm the Storm Route dungeon. This is a map that can drop supreme-grade equipment. Jiang Xiaobai, that's right. This dungeon is simply too awesome. Only our guild has this dungeon. After all, our guild is already level 45, leaving the second-ranked guild far behind. Go Tua, that's for sure. The Freedom Alliance in second place is only a level 10 guild. They're not on the same level at all, okay? Oh Huang. Brothers, let's directly crush them and obtain first place this time. Wang Defa, what a crushing scene. The finals are tomorrow. Zhou Han, Brother Han, do you want to come over and watch the battle? Zhang Deshui, boss, the reward for ranking first in the guild this time is still very generous. Come and take a look. We haven't seen you recently. We miss you quite a lot. After watching for a while, Everyone hoped that Zhou Han would come over and see how to destroy the opponent's guild. After all, it was a group event. Seeing how enthusiastic the group members were, Zhou Han agreed. Anyway, it was just the finals and would not delay long. He could just treat it as going out for a walk. After all, he had been staying in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace during this period of time and was a little bored. As a man who was determined to reach the peak, Zhou Han's journey was naturally like the sea of stars. Therefore, he would definitely not settle down. In that case, there would be no greater challenge and no more crisis. How could he grow up? It was just like a flower in a greenhouse, wearing away his sharpness. Therefore, it was very necessary to step out of the comfort circle. Zhou Han could naturally rest easy under the protection of the flying serpent Saint Emperor, but this was not what he wanted. Darling Zhou, do you have something on your mind? As if seeing Zhou Han's abnormality, Ao Zhen asked with concern. She had some guesses in her heart, and her beautiful eyes dimmed. Actually, Ao Zhen was already very happy after being with him for more than a month. This period of time would be the best and most memorable day in her life. Everything was so beautiful. Ao Zhen felt extremely sweet to be able to have Zhou Han for so long. She also knew that Zhou Han had many female confidants, but she had occupied Zhou Han for such a long time herself. She was also much ahead of the other female confidants. Presumably, she was still a little smug. Zhener, I have something to deal with and might have to leave you for a while, Zhou Han said apologetically. The guild battle was just a formality. Zhou Han's top priority was still to earn more supreme enhancement points because this concerned his foundation to become stronger. Therefore, after leaving this time, Zhou Han was going to start entering the ancient abyss to challenge stronger existences. Darling Zhou, you don't have to be sorry. I know you have the ambition of a swan, so I won't be a stumbling block on your path to success. On the contrary, I'll support any decision you make. When you become the strongest in the world, we can be together forever. Ao Zhen held Zhou Han's hand and smiled gently. After all, they had been together for a long time. Ao Zhen still knew Zhou Han very well and knew his lofty ideals. Although she was very reluctant to part, she was still very willing to see Zhou Han fight in all directions and become famous. As Zhou Han's woman, she definitely had to support him in doing this. Zhener, you're the best. With a wife like this, what else can I ask for? Zhou Han was touched when he heard Ao Zhen's words. Indeed, such a woman was very smart and considerate. It made the love in Zhou Han's heart intensify. He was still very lucky. Not only were the women he met beautiful, but they also seemed to be very sensible. Zhou Han did not know why this happened. Perhaps his charisma was too strong, causing him to attract the most outstanding group of women in the world. Feeling the warmth of Zhou Han's arms, Ao Zhen felt even sweeter. As expected, only support and understanding could occupy a more important position in a man's heart. Darling Zhou, it's already late. In order to give birth to a child, we still have to work hard. Then, the two of them were intimate, and the temperature rose a little. Ao Zhen took this opportunity to smile charmingly. Her beautiful eyes darted around as she whispered gently into Zhou Han's ear. Since Zhener is so anxious, I'll obey. Zhou Han smiled evilly and reached into his clothes. Soon, a different atmosphere ignited in the boudoir. Only the two of them knew the exact joy. You're here this time to leave the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, right? In the hall, Ao Tianyan sat on the throne and said calmly. No change in his expression could be seen. Lord Father-in-law, you're still wise. I have the same intention, so I'm specially here to bid farewell. Zhou Han cupped his hands and said with a smile. During this period of time, he also knew that Ao Tianyan had changed the mystic realm, ancient ruins at the last minute. It was also because of this that Zhou Han obtained the powerful beginningless scripture. Therefore, he was still very grateful to Ao Tianyan. After all, with such an arrangement, Ao Tianyan clearly treated Zhou Han as a family. Zhou Han had such a personality. He was a person who took revenge and repaid kindness. Therefore, he also treated the Cloud Void Sacred Palace as his other home. I was right about how I look at people. That's good too. Going out and experiencing more challenges will help you grow faster. Your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. The future of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace will depend on you. Ao Tianyan also supported Zhou Han very much. He knew that to an expert, a stable and crisis-free life would wear down their will. In that case, their strength would not advance, but decrease instead. I'm looking forward to the day you become a sovereign. In that case, how glorious will my cloud void sacred palace be? Ao Tianyun said with a smile, his eyes filled with emotions. He knew that his hope of becoming a sovereign was very slim. As he continued to grow, this feeling became stronger. Therefore, Zhou Han had such huge potential and carried the hope of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace rising. Your Majesty, outside the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, there are 2 Saint King experts from the 9 Sacred City eyeing us covetously. If the Prince Consort goes, I'm afraid. Seeing Zhou Han's departing figure, the old man reminded Ao Tianyun softly, his eyes filled with worry. The grudge between Zhou Han and the 9 Sacred City had already caused an uproar. Therefore, the Cloud Void Sacred Palace naturally detected the commotion in the 9 Sacred City. They knew that 2 Saint King grade experts were already prepared to attack and kill Zhou Han. Although he knew that Zhou Han was powerful and had learned the beginningless scripture, he had only cultivated for a short period of time, and he was facing 2 famous Saint King grade experts. His foundation was very abundant. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that it would be very dangerous to resist. He would probably die this time. Haha, you're the same. Wasn't it enough to be slapped in the mystic realm previously? Do you still want to experience the feeling of being slapped now? Ao Tianyun smiled calmly and attacked mercilessly. As long as the Prince Consort is fine, even if I'm slapped in the face, it's nothing. I'm afraid. The old man did not feel awkward. Instead, he felt used to it. Zhou Han has already become my son-in-law. Although my Cloud Void Sacred Palace has always been neutral, we're not to be trifled with. Before the 9 Sacred City makes a move, we have to think twice. Moreover, even if the 2 Saint Kings really don't know what's good for them and want to attack Zhou Han, I believe that with Zhou Han's methods, even if he can't defeat them, it won't be difficult for him to escape. Take 10,000 steps back. If Zhou Han really dies in the battle, it's because he's inferior. I'll avenge him. Ao Tianyun's face flickered with a powerful might. He originally looked very amiable, and his aura was extremely fierce. After all, he was the master of a powerful faction. Without iron-blooded methods, he naturally could not intimidate his subordinates. Seeing that Ao Tianyun had already said so, the old man shut up at the right time. During this period of time, he was very satisfied with Zhou Han. After all, such a person was filled with charm, be it in terms of strength or character. The old man naturally did not want anything to happen to Zhou Han. That was why he reminded Ao Tianyun like this, hoping that Ao Tianyun would secretly help. However, Ao Tianyun expressed his rejection. The protection of the strong was not beneficial to Zhou Han's growth at all. With a flash, Zhou Han appeared outside the range of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace token in his hand was given to him by the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor. It represented supreme power. As long as they were from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, they had to obey this token. Moreover, there was a teleportation effect that allowed one to travel freely to and from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Ordinary teleportation could only be teleported to the periphery of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Teleportation was forbidden in the city. Therefore, the effect of this token was very convenient. In the future, he could come and go as he pleased. I wonder if there are any other effects after enhancement. Out of habit, Zhou Han thought to himself. After thinking for 2 seconds, he chose to enhance it first. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your item, Sacred Palace token, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. New attributes data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. A notification sounded. Zhou Han looked over, and the data on the interface slowly appeared. Sacred Palace token plus 10. Type, special item. Description, an exclusive item of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace that represents absolute authority. Anyone from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace must listen to orders. You can freely enter and exit the Cloud Void Sacred Palace without restrictions. Special effect. It can consume a certain number of soul crystals to teleport at will. The number of soul crystals consumed will be affected by distance. This special effect looks good. You can teleport after using soul crystals. Coincidentally, all the teleportation talismans have been consumed. This can come in handy. Zhou Han was delighted and smiled in satisfaction. The enhanced teleportation effect would not be restricted at all. As long as you had enough soul crystals, you could teleport at will, making it even more convenient. Because the drop rate of teleportation talismans was not very high, Zhou Han had only obtained a few teleportation talismans during this period of time. Now that such a special effect had appeared, it resolved the problem of teleportation in the future. He just had to earn enough soul crystals. Currently, Zhou Han had more than 10 million soul crystals on hand. From the looks of it, he could still use them for a long time, and he would continue to earn them. This was because he had just asked the system. The price of teleportation was a straight-line distance per 1,000 meters, which consumed 1 soul crystal. This more than 10 million soul crystals meant that the total distance he could teleport was 10 billion meters. It was completely enough. Moreover, Zhou Han still had the primordial golden rock as his mount. It had extreme speed. He could reach a distance of 50,000 kilometers in less than a minute. Of course, other than this token, there were also some natural treasures like pills that had been obtained from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Although the quality was not bad, it could also increase many attributes of the now powerful Zhou Han. After tidying up the pills, Zhou Han began to appraise them. At this moment, a wave of energy fluctuations came from a strange space in the sky. Lord Saint King, Zhou Han has already left the Cloud Void's Sacred Palace. A black-robed man in the space reported respectfully. Has he left? Good. I thought he would hide in the Cloud Void's Sacred Palace for the rest of his life. He really dares to come out. If I don't take revenge for killing my son, I won't be a father. Although Pei Ming was smiling, his eyes were cold and filled with endless killing intent. His voice was extremely hoarse, and he was a little crazy. The wait of more than a month felt incomparably long. Instead of reducing the hatred in his heart, it intensified. The feeling of hatred was unforgettable. He was tortured by hatred and was about to go crazy. There were a few times when he wanted to rush into the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and kill Zhou Han. Fortunately, Du Tianjie stopped him from successfully courting death. Kill him. Zhou Han must die. I can't wait a moment longer. Pei Ming roared angrily, his eyes red as he flew out of the space. Pialpha Dialpha, no one, oh brother Pei, don't be excited. We've waited for more than a month. A day or two won't make a difference. Moreover, don't forget Zhou Han's current identity. He's Ao Tianyun's son-in-law. Before you attack, you have to think carefully about the consequences. Du Tianjie hurriedly dissuaded from the side. His son, Du Fei, had also been killed, and the hatred in his heart was not any less than Pei Ming's. However, his rationality still took over, and he was not as impulsive as Pei Ming. Brother Du, stop talking. At most, after killing Zhou Han, I'll hide in the outer realm mystic realm. Even if that Ao Tianyun is a Saint Emperor expert, it won't be easy to find my traces. Pei Ming's eyes flickered with determination. Hearing Pei Ming's stupid words, Du Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. Of course, he knew that the other party was blinded by hatred. That was why he said such things without thinking. You're relaxed. Have you thought about it? You represent the 9 sacred city. Ao Tianyun has lost so much face. Will he let our 9 sacred city go? You're carefree alone. If he can't find you, he'll naturally pour all his anger on our 9 sacred city and let us bear your impulsiveness? Du Tianjie said angrily. Then what should we do? Are we going to let our hatred go just like that? Pei Ming was stunned and said unwillingly. How is that possible? The grudge of killing my son is irreconcilable. Zhou Han will definitely die. However, we have to plan carefully. At least we can't show it on the surface that we killed him. Do you understand what I mean? Du Tianjie said. Seeing that Pei Ming had finally calmed down, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Pei Ming really wanted to forcefully kill Zhou Han, it would not be easy for him to stop him. In that case, it might cause a huge disaster. What's the plan? Tell me quickly, Pei Ming asked. If the method was good, he definitely did not want to live a life of being chased all day. Look at this. Du Tianjie took out an ancient bronze mirror with an inexplicable light flowing on it and smiled sinisterly. As the mirror appeared, invisible magical fluctuations rippled in all directions. An incomparably mysterious aura flowed with a dazzling light. 7-colored light kept flickering. It meant that the ancient bronze mirror in Du Tianjie's hand was very extraordinary. This is... Pei Ming's eyes narrowed, and his expression was bewildered. After all, he was a Saint King grade expert. He naturally sensed the profundity of it. It was extraordinary. This was the first time he had sensed such power. It went without saying that it was one of the top powers. This ancient bronze mirror is called the Hexagon Heavenly Secrets Mirror. It's a very mysterious and powerful Dharma treasure. It contains the power of heavenly secrets, the mysterious power you sensed, Du Tianjie explained. What? Power of heavenly secrets? Hiss. He's too strong, Pei Ming said in shock. His guess was indeed right. The Hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror really contained the top power. Moreover, it was the power of heavenly secrets known for its mystery and strangeness. Therefore, as a Saint King grade expert, Pei Ming still acted so shocked because the power of heavenly secrets was very rare, and it was ethereal. It was not an existence that figures at their level could master. That's right. This Hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror was lent to us by the great city lord. Moreover, he lent it to us after hearing that Zhou Han had become the prince consort of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. The intention is already very obvious, Du Tianjie continued. Looks like the great city lord is paying close attention to this matter and secretly supporting our revenge, Pei Ming said with some emotion. The so-called great city lord was the boss of the 9 Saint Kings. He was also the strongest among the 9. No one knew his true strength. Some said that the great city lord was already close to the Saint Emperor level, while others said that he had reached the Saint Emperor level hundreds of years ago. Anyway, there were many opinions. No one had seen him attack. My impulsiveness almost brought a huge crisis to the 9 sacred city, Pei Ming said with lingering fear in his eyes. He had also understood that this was no longer a personal grudge, but a competition between large factions. The 9 sacred city was already at odds with the Firmament Imperial City. If they provoked the Cloud Void Sacred Palace again, it would be very normal for the 2 factions to reach a cooperation because of Zhou Han. At that time, the consequences of joining forces to deal with the 9 sacred city would be very terrifying. I'm glad you know. Therefore, this Hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror can help us erase the aura and traces of our attack without leaving any evidence, Du Tianjie said. Oh, this Dharma treasure is so powerful. The power of heavenly secrets is really terrifying, Pei Ming exclaimed, his eyes filled with joy. In that case, the problem he was most worried about would be resolved. This was because as long as he attacked, he would definitely leave traces. The top experts had all kinds of methods to infer the culprit from these traces. Therefore, the effect of this Hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror was very powerful. Of course, not only that, but we can also monitor Zhou Han's aura at any time through the Hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror and deduce the approximate range of his location. That's good. Then what are we waiting for? Sensing Zhou Han's location now, it's time for us to take revenge. Pei Ming's breathing was a little rapid. However, Du Tianjie did not respond. Instead, he looked at Pei Ming as if he was a fool. Although it could erase traces, Zhou Han was killed as soon as he came out of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Even if Ao Tianyun was not very smart, he could guess that it was the 9 sacred city who attacked. All right, I was too anxious. Let him live a few more days. Sensing Du Tianjie's gaze, Pei Ming said awkwardly. Therefore, don't be anxious. We can sense Zhou Han's approximate location at any time. At that time, we can attack in a dangerous place or in the territory of other large factions. In that case, we can clear our relationship and even frame him. Letting the Cloud Void Sacred Palace fight to the death with the other factions is completely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Du Tianjie smiled sinisterly, his smile suppressing surging killing intent. At this moment, Zhou Han had finished tidying up all kinds of pills and natural treasures and directly consumed them. The improvement effect was not bad. When I become stronger in the future, I must repay the Cloud Void Sacred Palace well. Zhou Han thought to himself. Although he knew Ao Tianyun, he still expressed so much goodwill because of his huge potential. However, the result was that Zhou Han had indeed obtained many benefits. Therefore, their relationship was even closer now. This kind of repayment was only right. After all, this was also very suitable for Zhou Han's personality. System prompt. You have consumed a 2-star supreme grade pill, barrier breaking pill. All your attributes have increased by 2%. You consumed a 1-star supreme grade natural treasure, flower smelling grass. Your soul power has increased by 30 million points. You consumed. After choosing the useful natural treasures, Zhou Han directly consumed them after enhancing them. After all, no one could refuse the desire to increase their strength, including Zhou Han. The news of the improvement kept spamming on the virtual interface. After all the energy was absorbed, Zhou Han opened his personal data and took a look. The increase in data was indeed not bad. He immediately felt happy. Strange. Why haven't the people from the 9 Sacred City attacked yet? Could it be that they're afraid of the power of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and don't dare to take revenge on me? After Zhou Han left the range of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he directly released his aura to the maximum, afraid that others would not sense it. This action was naturally because he wanted the people from the 9 Sacred City to settle scores with him. In that case, another wave of resources would come knocking on his door. Unfortunately, after walking around, Zhou Han did not encounter an aura filled with killing intent approaching him. On the other hand, the aura he emitted made the passers-by feel uneasy and extremely terrified. Sigh, forget it. Looks like the 9 Sacred City is indeed afraid. After waiting for a while, no one attacked. Zhou Han shook his head with disinterest, and his figure flashed and disappeared. After entering the relevant coordinates, in the next moment, he appeared outside the venue of the guild battle. In front of him was a door of light. The white light inside was circulating clockwise. Looking closely, there were a few illusory words on it. Guild War. This should be the entrance to the guild battle. Zhou Han muttered to himself. Although this was his first time here, the other dungeons had this kind of door of light. Therefore, he could tell at a glance. Then, Zhou Han entered the door of light. A light flashed. The venue in front of him was very wide. In the middle was a huge arena. The arena was enveloped by an array and emitted strange light spots. It looked very firm and heavy. Then there were 4 aisles around, and then all the stands. Because it was the finals of the guild battle, many players came. After all, this event was exclusive to players, so basically all players who joined the guild would participate. Moreover, Zhou Han had just looked at the relevant information of the competition. A very generous reward would be distributed according to the ranking of the guild battle. Every member of the top 500 to 1,000 guilds would be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins and a king-grade equipment. The president and vice president of their guild would obtain an additional king-grade weapon. Every member of the guild in the top 100 to 500 meters would be rewarded with 1,000,000 gold coins and an emperor-grade equipment. The president and vice president of the guild would obtain an additional emperor-grade weapon. Then, the first guild member would be rewarded with a 9-star divine-grade equipment, a gold coin gift bag, and a soul crystal gift bag. The president and vice president of the guild would obtain an additional supreme-grade equipment. The guild guardian beast would obtain 3 divine beast pills and an evolution material gift bag. Finally, the first-ranked guild would obtain the exclusive guild title Unparalleled in the World, bringing an extremely strong buff effect to the members. Although Zhou Han had long ignored supreme-grade equipment, let alone other low-level equipment, the other players could not compare to Zhou Han. To them, king-grade was simply of very high-level quality. Therefore, when Zhou Han arrived at the scene was very hot. Everyone was filled with excitement. That's great. Our Sand City is ranked 133rd. We're about to obtain the reward for Emperor-grade equipment. How wonderful. Are you envious, brothers? A mage player, Li Daoran, smiled proudly, his face filled with excitement. One had to know that this was a full-service event. More than 100,000 guilds participated. To enter the top 1,000, one had to experience intense battles. Without powerful strength, it was impossible to enter. Therefore, the difficulty of this was very great. He had only obtained such results after experiencing many PKs. Moreover, this achievement reached 133. It was not far from the top 100. Therefore, it was only right for Li Daoran to be so proud. The people around him did not think he was showing off. Instead, they all looked at him enviously. That's too awesome. King-grade equipment. Brother, you're taking off this time. Awesome. Which zone are you from? Big shot. Add us as friends. Take care of us in the future. Appa, you're so handsome. I want to discuss life with you. Oh my god, Emperor-grade equipment is really enviable. I don't even have king-grade equipment. Are you a peerless expert of the Dragon Kingdom? Boss, is your guild still accepting people? I, Park Cookman, request to join your guild. Yo, Lord Daoran, add me. I want to cozy up to you too. As expected, Li Daren's words caused a huge commotion around him. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and envy. After all, everyone had been in the God-fiend continent for so long, so they naturally knew the importance of strength. This was a world where the strong were respected. Therefore, players from all over the world leaned over, wanting to cozy up to him. In that case, there would be more places to stand in this chaotic world. After all, it was a guild ranked 133rd. Be it strength or resources, it was definitely very powerful. If he could join, he would naturally develop better. Therefore, everyone shouted, "Please join," and "Please accept," their eyes filled with flattery. Li Daren's eyes revealed an incomparably smug expression. His vanity was greatly satisfied. This was also why he had set his guild in public to show off. He was only a guardian in the guild and had no right to be appointed or dismissed. However, after enjoying everyone's bragging and flattery, he felt smug. This was the first time he had enjoyed such admiration. Li Daren could not help but look over. The girls from the Kimchi Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom were a little excited just now. After all, they had all taken the initiative to throw themselves at him. Although they might have been stabbed and shot, they were still quite lively. Li Daren did not care about this and was about to attack. At this moment, Zhou Han had just passed by and naturally knew what had happened here. However, he could not be bothered. After all, these players were too weak, like ants. Shaking his head, Zhou Han walked through it and prepared to meet up with the members of the God-slaying hall. However, everyone was flattering Li Daren, but Zhou Han passed by like nothing had happened. This comparison seemed very abrupt. It was impossible not to attract attention. As expected, Li Daren frowned. This was completely not giving him face. He originally felt that he had reached the peak of his life, but Zhou Han actually ignored him, making him extremely unhappy. Then, Li Daren looked unhappy and questioned sternly, Kid, which guild are you from? You're quite awesome. How dare you ignore me like this? Don't you know that I'm the guardian of the guild ranked 133rd? I'm from the God-slaying hall. Why do you have a problem with that? Zhou Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he said calmly. However, under this calmness, there was still a huge aura pressure, making Li Daren take a few steps back. His expression was a little uncertain. Could the other party be an expert? However, a delicate shout came from beside him. You're quite handsome, but you can brag. The members of the God-slaying hall are all preparing for the finals in the central arena. How can they have the time to stroll around here? You're really bold. You even dare to fool Appa. The female player from the Kimchi Kingdom hurriedly stood up to express her loyalty and berated Zhou Han. She naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. As long as Li Daren was satisfied, she would join the other party's guild and obtain better resources. You're right. The members of the God-slaying hall are all preparing for battle. It's impossible for them to appear here. Good Lord, the aura that this kid spoke just now really fooled me. How dare you make fun of our big boss, Daren? You're really tired of living. The surrounding players began to condemn Zhou Han. Of course, they mainly wanted to show their loyalty to Li Daren. In that case, they might have a chance to join his guild. Therefore, all of them naturally jumped out and mocked Zhou Han. Kid, you're quite capable. You even dare to fool me, Li Daren. Which guild are you from? I asked you to come back and see me. Hearing everyone's bragging, Li Daren was greatly satisfied and directly ignored the situation where he was forced by Zhou Han's aura just now. Therefore, he said extremely domineeringly at this moment, his eyes filled with a faint smile. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a clown. If this was not a peaceful zone, how could Li Daren have the chance to jump around like this? This venue could not fight outside the central arena. Zhou Han smiled calmly. He would directly deal with such a small fry after leaving. Yo, brother Han. It's really Brother Han. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded, filled with endless admiration and shock. The moment Long Ao saw Zhou Han, his heart was in turmoil. He was already close to the divine grade, but Zhou Han was like a towering mountain in front of him, bringing endless vastness and heaviness. His powerful aura was terrifying. Even a supreme grade expert did not have such an aura. Could Brother Han have broken through to a higher level again? Brother Han was indeed Brother Han. He had always been outstanding. Vice President, why are you here? Li Daren's eyes lit up when he saw Long Ao. He hurriedly nodded and jogged over, flattering him. Li Daoran knew that Long Ao was one of the 4 giants of the guild and had very powerful combat strength, so he immediately came over to curry favor. Get lost. Li Daoran blocked his gaze. Long Ao roared and roughly pushed him aside. Yes, yes, yes. I was wrong. Li Daoran's expression changed for a while. He was in a bad mood, but he still smiled and said, Vice President, is that the person you're looking at? Although he looks quite imposing, he's actually a liar. He claims to be a member of the God-Slaying Hall. Seeing Long Ao's gaze, Li Daoran hurriedly said, the God-Slaying Hall was like the sun in the sky. Who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with them? Therefore, many liars appeared and pretended to be members of the God-Slaying Hall. Slap. A loud slap echoed in this space. Li Daoran was dumbfounded by Long Ao. Long Ao was usually a very gentle person. Why was he suddenly so angry? Vice President, what did I do wrong? Li Daoran said aggrievedly. You still don't know what you did wrong. That person is not only a member of the God-Slaying Hall, but also the president of the God-Slaying Hall. Long Ao gritted his teeth. Although he did not see Li Daoran provoking Zhou Han just now, from Li Daoran's disdainful expression, it could be seen that he had definitely done something similar. Long Ao knew very well what kind of people his guild members were. Of all people, he had offended Zhou Han. Long Ao instantly felt very furious and wanted to kill Li Daoran. This good for nothing. What? The president of the God-Slaying Hall. Oh my God! What kind of sin did I commit? Li Daoran's face turned pale, and he fainted from fear. An existence at this level could blow him to death in one breath. He had actually offended them recklessly. He was finished. This was the price he had paid for his usual pretentiousness. The members of the other guilds were also shocked. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. Although they had never seen Zhou Han in person, his name was very famous. Coupled with the God-Slaying Hall's domineering rise in the guild battle, therefore, as the president of the God-Slaying Hall, Zhou Han's name was even more widely known. Oh my God, I didn't expect him to be Zhou Han. I was wondering who had such an aura and was so handsome. He's simply tragically handsome. Woo, you're so handsome. Zhou Han is shocked. You're a dragon among men. The Dragon Kingdom is still so strong. Appa Zhou Han, I've never been touched before. Let me join the guild. I'll serve you well. Is this the legendary Zhou Han? He has the aura of a king. He's too domineering. Other than some players who were dumbfounded, many people present changed the topic and began to kneel brainlessly. After all, such a peerless expert should be worshipped by everyone. Whether it was their external appearance or powerful combat strength, they were all top-notch. Brother Han, is the God-Slaying Hall still accepting people? Go in, okay. Brother Han, count me in. Please, I'm willing to do anything. Soon, perhaps because the commotion was too loud, more and more players surrounded him, wanting to cozy up to someone like Zhou Han. After all, as long as he carried such a peerless expert, it was difficult not to take off. Boss, this can't go on. If Zhou Han poaches people, we'll lose all the elites of our guild. One of the vice presidents said. If only he really poached people. That way, I'll have a chance to join. The president of the Myriad Shadow Tower said excitedly. The vice president. He did not expect the president to say that. It simply subverted his worldview. After all, there was a saying that it was better to be the boss than the tail of a phoenix. It would definitely be better to be the boss than to be someone else's lackey. Huh, you're still too shallow. Do you know how awesome the God-Slaying Hall buff is? Ordinary members can increase 10 million HP now, let alone elite members, guardians, and so on. The president of the Myriad Shadow Tower said disapprovingly, his expression extremely envious. He mainly learned this news because he had a distant relative on the blue planet who was lucky enough to join the God-Slaying Hall. Therefore, with this 10 million HP buff, he could completely take off. Who would still want to be the president of this small guild? Moreover, with his management experience points, it was not impossible for him to become a guardian. That would really be considered to have reached the peak of his life. Damn, boss, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I would have gone over to cozy up to him just now, the vice president said resentfully. There were many such scenes. After Zhou Han's identity was exposed, the commotion was simply extraordinary. What's going on? Why are there so few people watching the battle? Logically speaking, today is the finals. This shouldn't have happened. What is more attractive than the finals? Even the few phantom judges in the arena were a little dumbfounded. This was because in the stands, only a few people were sitting there preparing to watch the next competition. He had no choice. A person's fate was like a tree's shadow. This was Zhou Han's appeal. It was like a legend, filled with legends. The weak wanted to cozy up to Zhou Han and admire his peerless charm. Those experts were naturally unconvinced and also wanted to spar with Zhou Han. They were naturally a little unhappy that Zhou Han had attracted such attention. We're all the same batch of players who entered the Godfiend continent. Why did you steal the limelight? They also had SS rank talent. Top-notch talents all had the intention of becoming the boss of the entire zone. Brother Han, I'm sorry. This is my lackey. He didn't discipline you well and offended you. Please forgive him. At this moment, Long Ao jogged to Zhou Han's side and lowered his head as he said nervously. Previously, the four of them still dared to joke with Zhou Han. However, as Zhou Han became stronger, the domineering aura on his body. Even though Long Ao was quite familiar with Zhou Han previously, he did not dare to be rash and said nervously, "So this guy is your lackey. Your guild really accepts everyone." Zhou Han's expression did not change, but his calm words made Long Ao feel a huge pressure. "Brother Han, don't worry. I'll kick such a black sheep out of the guild immediately. Doesn't he have a cheap mouth? Then I'll slap him 30 times. What do you think?" Long Ao said softly. On the contrary, he only had to satisfy Zhou Han. Otherwise, if he was in a bad mood, his guild would be destroyed by him with one hand. "Yes, do as you see fit," Zhou Han said calmly, not taking a small character like Li Daoran to heart. He believed that Long Ao and the others had made the right decision. Because they were all smart people and knew how to weigh the pros and cons, Zhou Han did not have to worry about these things at all. What? Kicked out of the guild? And slapped? Li Daoran, who had fainted from fear just now, slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he heard that he was going to be kicked out of the guild and beaten up. This was definitely biting someone to death. If they really fought, would he have a way to survive? In order to appease Zhou Han, he would definitely be beaten to death by these 30 slaps. Li Daoran's face instantly lost color, and cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. "Ah no, I was wrong. Brother Han, Master Han, I was blind. A grown-up like you won't take offense. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." Li Daoran let out a shrill wail. He regretted and despaired. Why was his mouth so cheap? Why did he have to show off? Today, he had finally paid a painful price for this. "Huh, you think too highly of yourself. You're not even a fart." Long Ao sneered, a terrifying ferocity appearing on his face. "Someone, control Li Daoran and bring him out of this dungeon. I want to clean up the sect today." Zhou Han only watched all of this calmly. He knew that Long Ao was doing this to appease the anger in his heart. He did not say anything about this. Li Daoran was indeed provoking him first. Moreover, this was also an internal matter of Long Ao's guild. It was also very convenient for him to deal with it himself. Zhou Han would not pay attention to this. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. How arrogant. You even dare to provoke Master Han. You really deserve to die. Look, our Master Han is such a gentle and handsome man. This is the charm of a peerless expert. I love it, I love it. It's too King domineering." The bragging around him rose and fell, and there were all kinds of requests to take him in and join the guild. Anyway, there were people who would do anything and try all kinds of methods. However, they only watched from afar. After all, no one dared to approach Zhou Han easily. They could not withstand Zhou Han's anger. "I understand your request. The God-slaying hall does need to expand. After this guild battle ends, we'll absorb a group of members. If anyone wants to join, prepare yourself." Seeing that there were so many people in front of him, 1,000 regions, and a large number of players, Zhou Han still said a few words. After all, under his improvement, the God-slaying hall had already reached level 45, and the upper limit of its membership had reached 100,000. Therefore, he definitely needed to continue recruiting new people. In that case, with the buff of the guild, the combat strength displayed by the 100,000 members would be a very terrifying power. Oh yeah, what exciting news. I have to prepare for the next few days. I must join the God-slaying hall. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as I seize it, I can take off. Yo, are you really recruiting people? I wonder if my Sakura Kingdom players have a chance. You fool, go away. You don't know that Brother Han destroyed Zone 47 previously. There are many Sakura Kingdom players there. You should be glad that he didn't kill you. Do you still want to enter the God-slaying hall? Dream on. Zhou Han's speech received a huge cheer from all the players present. Everyone rubbed their palms together and prepared to attack. They were extremely excited. Every member of the God-slaying hall could enjoy an extremely powerful buff effect. Many people knew about it. Previously, everyone was only envious, but after Zhou Han greatly increased the level of the God-slaying hall yesterday, the buff effect was even more exaggerated. This naturally aroused everyone's fanatical emotions. After all, ordinary members had a buff effect of 10 million HP. It was equivalent to becoming a peak Emperor-grade expert while lying down. This leap and improvement were simply too crazy for them. Of course, the God-slaying hall only accepted players from the Dragon Kingdom. Don't even think about foreign players. This was Zhou Han's bottom line. Even if Catherine wanted to join, Zhou Han would refuse. Although they had a good relationship, this rule could not be broken. Otherwise, as the president, how could Zhou Han convince the crowd? After all, the guild would continue to grow in the future. The rules that should be followed had to be strictly adhered to and standardized. Thinking of this, Zhou Han glanced around and indeed found Catherine's beautiful and tall figure slowly walking toward him. Ever since the night parade of 100 ghosts ended, the two of them had not had much contact. It was mainly because Zhou Han was too tired and the time was always very tight. Other than chatting occasionally online, today was the first time Zhou Han had met Catherine. Han, here. I'm here. Catherine was originally watching the battle from the stands. When she heard Zhou Han's news, she rushed over immediately and saw Zhou Han's majestic and domineering figure. Her eyes bloomed with surprise and excitement. Through the many players, she jumped up excitedly and kept waving, afraid that Zhou Han did not see her. Catherine was still so energetic. Perhaps because he had not seen her for a long time, Zhou Han felt that she had become even more beautiful. At this moment, Catherine was wearing a pure white robe. Although it was loose, it still displayed her curvaceous and proud figure. Her beautiful face and special temperament immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, anyone would want to take a second look at such a peerless beauty. Of course, he could only watch. Catherine jogged over and ran into Zhou Han's arms. Such beauty only belonged to Zhou Han. I really didn't expect you to be willing to come over today. You're really leaving everything to others. Catherine smiled softly, feeling the warmth of Zhou Han's arms. Her face was filled with a sweet smile. She had been coming over every day for the guild battle these few days, hoping to see Zhou Han. However, Zhou Han had not appeared all this time. He did not expect him to really come over during the finals today. This naturally made Catherine overjoyed. She could no longer hide the longing in her heart. She hugged Zhou Han and refused to let go. Tisk, tsk, tsk. As expected of the president of the God-slaying hall. Even such a peerless stunner took the initiative to throw herself at him. I'm really envious. With such powerful strength and domineering and handsome looks, if I were a woman, I would probably love her to death. Huh. A man like me is convinced by his charm, let alone a woman. Many players present looked extremely envious, but unfortunately, not only were their strengths inferior to Zhou Han, but even their looks were not on the same level. They really did not have any advantage. It was not scary to have strong people. The key was that they were stronger and more handsome than you. That was heartbreaking. Han, I missed you so much. You heartless thing, you never came to me. Catherine said resentfully, wheedling in her arms. She naturally thought of looking for Zhou Han, but she could not capture his whereabouts at all, so she could only give up. Some of the things she had experienced in the night parade of 100 ghosts lingered in Catherine's mind and echoed from time to time. Especially that erotic scene of Zhou Han detoxifying her. Every time it was late at night, it subconsciously circled in her memory. Every time she thought of it, it made her extremely shy, and the love in her heart intensified. Therefore, Catherine's heart already belonged to Zhou Han alone. However, ever since she came out, Zhou Han had not contacted her, making her naturally extremely disappointed. It was equivalent to teasing her, but she did not take any further actions, which made Catherine very uncomfortable. Why? You can't wait to become my real woman. Looks like you're very anxious. Looks like my charm is still so great. Zhou Han pinched Catherine's soft chin and smiled evilly. Annoying, at first, Catherine was a little shy, but soon she said seriously. However, I do want to be your woman. Only then will our relationship become intimate. I understand that. However, let's restrain ourselves in public, Zhou Han said with a smile and pulled Catherine's soft waist into his arms. Yes, yes. I'll listen to you. Isn't your guild holding the finals today? The guild you're fighting is the Freedom Alliance, a guild formed by players from the Freedom Kingdom. Are you going to fight personally? Catherine then changed the topic and talked about the guild battle. I didn't want to fight. After all, I don't care about these small fights at all. However, after hearing that they are players of the Freedom Kingdom, I'm immediately interested. Zhou Han smiled calmly, his expression tempted. He naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to fight the foreigners. Then you have to be careful. This Freedom Alliance is not that simple. They have 4 experts who have all obtained extremely powerful inheritances. Their combat strength has all reached the supreme grade. As for their star levels, I don't know. In any case, it's a power that can't be underestimated. No one has seen them use their true strength. Therefore, it's still unknown how many trump cards there are. Catherine hurriedly reminded him, looking worried. She knew some rumors that the inheritance obtained by these 4 experts was related to a powerful god fiend. Zhou Han smiled. After all, Catherine's understanding of his strength was still at the night parade of 100 ghosts. At that time, the combat strength Zhou Han displayed was indeed only at the supreme grade. Little did she know that at this moment, he already had the combat strength of a Saint King. A mere supreme grade expert was like an ant in his eyes. He could destroy them with a breath. It was simply too easy. Therefore, Catherine's worries were completely unnecessary. You don't believe in your man's strength. Zhou Han stroked Kate's golden curly hair and said unhappily, No, don't be angry. I'm worried about your safety, Catherine explained with a smile. Then watch carefully. Watch how I destroy them. They're just a bunch of useless people. Zhou Han said indifferently. Huge confidence and dominance appeared. It made Catherine's eyes light up. Such dominance made her heart pound even more. If she could be conquered by such dominance, it would definitely be very wonderful. The thought made her moist. While Catherine was in a daze, Zhou Han had already walked into the central arena. There were still 3 minutes until the competition began. As Zhou Han arrived, the members of the God-slaying hall erupted in loud cheers. Their morale soared, and everyone was very happy. All the members were gathered here. Many members had only chatted with Zhou Han in the God-slaying hall group chat. This was the first time they had met offline. Is this the president? He's so handsome. Wow, he's so handsome. Oh no, it's the feeling of being tempted. I can't hide my eyes. The elegance of a peerless expert is really admirable. After seeing Zhou Han's main body, the group members were even more excited. Cheers rose and fell. After all, it was precisely because of a powerful president like him that guild members like them could improve rapidly. No matter how crazy they were, this gratitude and excitement did not seem exaggerated. However, while everyone was excited, a discordant voice came from the Freedom Alliance opposite. Yo, so this is the president of your guild. You're quite pretentious. You didn't participate previously, but you came to the finals today. Do you think you can defeat our Freedom Alliance like this? No way. A Freedom Kingdom player with short blonde hair stood up, his eyes wild. He wagged his index finger there and mocked contemptuously. What? What the hell did you say? How dare you speak to our brother Han like that? Are you tired of living? Very good. You'll definitely die rhythmically later. Hearing such provocative words, the members of the God-slaying hall were immediately furious. The crowd was agitated, and their eyes erupted with anger. He could scold himself, but scolding the president, Zhou Han, was definitely not allowed. After all, everything they had now was brought about by Zhou Han's strength. Therefore, they felt even more uncomfortable when Zhou Han was humiliated. Ha ha ha. Sigh, I knew it. So what? Come and hit me, Luke said smugly, raising his middle finger there arrogantly. After all, as one of the 4 experts of the Freedom Alliance, after obtaining Yeshu's inheritance, his current combat strength had already reached the 3-star supreme grade. This was also why he dared to provoke and be so arrogant. After all, this combat strength was indeed very powerful among the players. As long as they reached the supreme grade, they would be top experts. Of course, it was still a little inferior to some of the elders in the God-slaying hall. Seeing Luke jumping around like a clown, Zhou Han sneered. The competition had not begun yet, so he could not attack. He would let him live a little longer. At the same time, Zhou Han immediately appraised Luke's attribute data. Huh. I didn't expect to obtain Yeshu's inheritance. How interesting. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Han had already killed Yeshu when fighting for the sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword. Therefore, when Zhou Han saw Yeshu's inheritance, he wanted to laugh. Hee. What are you looking at? Are you unconvinced? I'll teach you sick men a lesson later. Luke felt very comfortable when he saw the suppressed anger of the members of the God-slaying hall, so he kept shouting there. This hatred was simply too beautiful. Although the other members of the God-slaying hall also retorted and cursed. However, Zhou Han had always been very calm. No matter how much he said, it was useless. Only by really attacking would the other party pay a heavy price. Moreover, what kind of status did he have to argue with a group of ants? Then, Zhou Han appraised all 4 experts of the Freedom Alliance. Luke had obtained the Yeshu inheritance, Klein had obtained the Sea God inheritance, and Beerus had obtained the inheritance of a Flame Demon Emperor. The last expert was called Miyamoto Musashi. He had obtained the Yamada no Orochi Snake Demon inheritance. It was also very normal for experts from the Sakura Kingdom to join the Freedom Alliance. After all, a powerful guild meant huge resources and super powerful forces. Therefore, it was reasonable for a good bird to choose a tree to nest in and attract some experts to join. Clearly, Miyamoto Musashi was like this. Although these inheritances looked quite terrifying, Zhou Han's current Saint King grade combat strength was enough for even these gods and demons to come. They could not withstand a single blow from him, let alone the inheritance they had obtained. Server announcement. The guild battle finals are about to begin. There are 10 seconds left. All guild members participating, please be prepared. 10, 9, 8. Begin. As the notification sounded in his mind, the final battle was finally about to happen. The audience in the stands also began to shout excitedly. Let's kill them. They're a group of weak chickens. My Freedom Kingdom is the strongest. My Freedom Kingdom is invincible. A mere god-slaying hall is nothing. Of course, can't you see that the 4 experts of the Freedom Alliance are already rubbing their palms together? They relied on their powerful inheritance power to directly advance to the supreme grade. Their combat strength is terrifying. What can the god-slaying hall use to fight? Wow. Yeshu. I finally see Yeshu's phantom. He's really too handsome. I heard that he's the son of the Heaven Lord and has incomparably powerful combat strength. Especially that ultimate skill that made him famous, Transcendent Realm, Hell's Hatred. It's even more terrifying. Rise. My Freedom Kingdom is indeed the strongest overlord. Kill them. No one can stay alive. There were many Freedom Kingdom players in the stands, clamoring crazily, their eyes filled with incomparable arrogance. This was a psychological superiority that had been brought about for a long time, making them very arrogant and confident. At the same time, the players of the Dragon Kingdom waved the flag and shouted. However, they were not as confident as the Freedom Kingdom. Their shouts were much weaker. Indeed, through this period of guild battles, they also watched many competitions. The powerful combat strength of the God-slaying hall was still deeply rooted in their hearts. However, the 4 experts of the Freedom Alliance were too popular. After all, the inheritance they had obtained was an incomparably powerful existence in the hearts of players, especially since Luke had obtained Yeshu's inheritance. Yeshu's name was very resounding. Not to mention other countries and regions, even the Dragon Kingdom was familiar with it. Therefore, it was understandable that the players of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned by this reputation. Are the 4 supreme grade experts going to attack at the same time? Damn, that Luke actually directly manifested Yeshu's phantom and attacked Zhou Han. It's over. This isn't good. The God-slaying hall must hold on. The dominance and dignity of the Dragon Kingdom still require you to protect it. On the other hand, the players from the Freedom Kingdom were laughing and chatting. The players from the Dragon Kingdom were a little worried. It happened quickly, just after the announcement of the start of the competition. The Freedom Alliance had already taken the initiative to launch a violent attack. After the 4 experts gathered, they used violent attacks and used super powerful moves. Their targets were Zhou Han. After all, as the president of the God-slaying hall, if Zhou Han could kill him first, then the morale of the God-slaying hall would plummet. Then the scales of victory would naturally lean towards the Freedom Alliance. In that case, things would be much easier later. Good chance. His team members actually didn't follow. Instead, the president stood at the front alone. Luke was overjoyed. In that case, without the other members of the God-slaying hall stopping him, such a kill would be even easier. Die. Miyamoto Musashi also revealed a cruel smile. The saber in his hand surged with an incomparably blazing light. In order to cooperate with Zhou Han and let him show off, everyone was filled with confidence in his strength. The people from the God-slaying hall would definitely automatically retreat and cooperate very well. It was precisely because the people from the God-slaying hall took the initiative to move aside and leave the stage for Zhou Han that this caused the Freedom Alliance to see the possibility of killing Zhou Han. Therefore, at this moment, the four of them joined forces and used their strongest ultimate moves, determined to kill Zhou Han in one strike. Transcendent Realm, Hell's Hatred, Pain, in the Abyss of Hatred. Empty Light / Second Heaven Immortal Technique. You will feel true cruelty. In this dazzling firelight, your life will end here. Flame Explosion, Fire Dragon Roar. An endless sea will completely bury you. Ocean Sea God Rage. As expected, they used their strongest methods as soon as they attacked. For sharp attacks enveloped the entire central arena. A huge energy fluctuation kept rumbling, powerful and trembling. It was as if it wanted to tear this space apart. Hiss! What power! As expected of the combined strength of four supreme-grade experts. Is Zhou Han going to be instantly killed by such a sharp attack? Zhou Han is muddle-headed. The members of the God-slaying hall are the same. Why is Zhou Han at the front? Isn't that courting death? Sigh, looks like my Dragon Kingdom is going to lose to the Freedom Kingdom this time. I'm really unwilling. That's right. As the president of the God-slaying hall, if Zhou Han is killed at the beginning, the morale of the God-slaying hall will fall to rock bottom, which means that they will lose half of the battle. The players of the Dragon Kingdom in the stands immediately mourned, their hearts in their throats. Although they were separated by the protective shield of the arena, the roar of energy and the continuous reeking collision knew how domineering power was. These players' standards were generally not very high. Therefore, the supreme grade was like an unattainable mountain in front of them. This was one of the reasons why they were desperate. Nice, very nice. Defeat the Dragon Kingdom. My Freedom Kingdom is #1. Good. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed weak. They really can't withstand a single blow. Soon, we'll be able to see Zhou Han being insta-killed. I'm really looking forward to it. Slurp. The Freedom Kingdom is indeed the boss. It makes sense for us to curry favor with them. Of course. How can the Dragon Kingdom compare to the Freedom Kingdom? It's slightly inferior to my Kimchi Kingdom. Oh my god, that's our god Yeshu. Look, isn't he awesome? He's enveloped by a powerful holy light and is above the gods. He's too domineering. Seeing Luke and the others attack, the Freedom Kingdom players instantly became excited. All of them roared excitedly with flushed faces. It was mainly because the opponent was a player of the Dragon Kingdom. They naturally wanted to deal with the Dragon Kingdom ruthlessly to show their powerful strength and arrogant sense of superiority. At this moment, Luke took the lead. After all, with Yeshu's inheritance power, his confidence was extremely high. As the Transcendent Realm, Hell's Hatred was released, countless sinister and terrifying auras gathered and condensed into a huge black vortex, locking onto the space where Zhou Han was. He, weakling, prepared to be judged by Yeshu. The smile on Luke's face became even more ferocious, his expression filled with disdain and mockery. The black vortex bombarded Zhou Han and drowned him. What? He was insta-killed? The surrounding players were shocked. Everything had happened too quickly. After all, their eyesight was very limited. Moreover, the speed of a supreme grade was not something they could capture. They only saw the black vortex surrounding Zhou Han, and then the space where Zhou Han was fell into darkness. Zhou Han was insta-killed just now. Can you believe it? If you don't believe me, what can we do? I'm afraid he can't withstand such a powerful move. The expressions of the Dragon Kingdom players changed drastically. They were not confident to begin with. Now that this had happened, everyone's mood fell to rock bottom. It happened so suddenly that it was difficult for them to accept. Ha ha ha, is that all? The Dragon Kingdom really can't withstand a single blow. The three of you don't have to attack. I'll kill them alone. Did you see that? Yeshu's inheritance power is the power of a true expert. Luke raised his head and stood proudly in the arena. His sharp eyes kept sweeping across the surrounding stands. He roared angrily to vent his strength. The surrounding players were all stunned by this power and sighed at Yeshu's strength. Yeshu was indeed the son of the Heaven Lord. He was indeed awesome. There were cheers like Yeshu was invincible, exclamations, and so on. Kill me alone? Who gave you the courage, Yeshu? Just as Luke was extremely smug, a lazy voice sounded, its tone filled with endless mockery. This guy really knew nothing about power. However, I'm sorry to tell you that I've already killed Yeshu. A mere inheritor like you is really ignorant and fearless. When the darkness dissipated, Zhou Han's figure also appeared. He stood there with a very calm expression, not affected at all. As for why Zhou Han did not directly insta-kill the other party, it was just a game. He would first make the other party infinitely arrogant before ruthlessly suppressing them, filling their hearts with despair. This feeling would be very wonderful. Moreover, the other party was a player from the Freedom Kingdom. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to kill him directly? He had to play it to death slowly to be satisfied. What? You're actually not dead. Luke's eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise flashed across them. Then, he quickly recovered and smiled coldly. Not bad. Looks like you have something else. You're a little stronger than I imagined. Since you're not dead, I'll kill you again, Luke said arrogantly. He had been a little worried. However, when they heard Zhou Han say that he had killed Yeshu, they naturally sneered. One had to know how strong Yeshu was. He was the spiritual symbol of the Freedom Kingdom. How could he be killed so easily? Luke did not believe that Zhou Han had such strength at all. He was naturally bragging. If Zhou Han had not said that, he would really have been more cautious. However, after hearing Zhou Han's words, Luke relaxed. Heh, then I'll play with you. Zhou Han smiled indifferently. He raised his right hand and tapped his fingertip gently. A thin and weak chaos sword aura shot out. Are you worthy? Yeshu's power, fuse with me. My power will subvert your imagination. When Luke saw the chaos sword aura sweeping over, he did not panic. Instead, he shouted, and the Yeshu phantom behind him became even more condensed. The golden flames burned even more fiercely, and a powerful aura spewed out. Its power was indeed not bad, but it was quite outstanding at the supreme grade. Unfortunately, in front of Zhou Han, who had the combat strength of a Saint King, everything was in vain. A sword light flashed, and the incomparably oppressive Yeshu phantom was instantly shattered. Next, there were miserable wails that echoed in this space. It was so fast that Luke could not react at all. Of course, even if he reacted, he could not resist. Hiss! FCK! FCK! At this moment, Luke was rolling on the ground in pain. He wailed loudly, screaming in pain. The Chaos Sword aura directly cut off Luke's legs. This was only after Zhou Han controlled its power. Otherwise, the other party would have long been a corpse. This Chaos Sword aura was naturally not something ordinary strength could compare to. It contained extremely destructive power. Luke's recovery ability was useless in front of the Chaos Sword aura and slowly destroyed his body. This pain and despair could be imagined. How can you insult my mighty Dragon Kingdom? The moment you insulted the Dragon Kingdom, your outcome was already decided. How is this punishment? You must be enjoying it, Zhou Han said with a smile. His expression was extremely cold and without pity. He remembered the insults and mockery of the Freedom Kingdom players before the competition, especially when Luke was the happiest. This punishment was the best response to them. The outcome of being arrogant was destined to be extinct. Zhou Han stood there quietly like a god, examining Luke, who was wailing in pain. With such power and Luke's miserable and despairing appearance, the remaining 3 supreme experts of the Freedom Alliance immediately stopped attacking. The battlefield suddenly fell into a strange calm. They were shocked by Zhou Han's aura and did not dare to act rashly. What? What happened? Why did the powerful Luke suddenly become so tragic? He's a powerful supreme-grade expert. A Sakura Kingdom player had been unwaveringly supporting the Freedom Alliance previously. Seeing such a reversal, they were filled with shock and disbelief. How could things have developed so suddenly? What? Didn't you have the upper hand just now? Oh my god, Yeshu's phantom was shattered just like that? How powerful must he be to be able to do this? Unbelievable. Wow. Zhou Han of the Dragon Kingdom is so awesome. Oh no. Luke's legs are cut off. It looks so painful. Hiss, this is too cruel. We strongly condemn the ferocious methods of the Dragon Kingdom players. This Zhou Han is too violent. Everyone, join forces to boycott him. Cybele, what did I see? Is this Zhou Han's true strength? The Freedom Kingdom's Luke actually lost. This is impossible. Many players were filled with static waves and were extremely shocked, especially Zhou Han's attack this time. He was simply at ease as if he had not used his full strength at all. Could it be that Zhou Han's strength has already far exceeded the 4 experts of the Freedom Alliance? From the looks of it, he's always so calm. Without the support of absolute strength, it's impossible for him to be so calm. This time, the players from the Dragon Kingdom were also inexplicably shocked. Zhou Han, who was not thought highly of, did not expect him to use such powerful methods the moment he attacked. One had to know that Luke had obtained Yeshu's inheritance, but even the powerful Yeshu could not withstand Zhou Han's light attack. One could imagine how terrifying the shock this brought was. His friends were all stunned. Damn, is he that fierce? Looks like we're too worried. Zhou Han's strength has already exceeded our imagination. What garbage is this? He can't even withstand a single strike from Zhou Han. My Dragon Kingdom is still awesome. What's the Freedom Kingdom? Take off. How majestic for my great Dragon Kingdom. My brother Han is domineering. All these insults to my Dragon Kingdom will be paid a painful price. Ha ha, wasn't the Freedom Kingdom extremely arrogant previously? Why don't they dare to fart now? Continue to show off. My Dragon Kingdom has brother Han alone. He can be your army. After a short shock, the players of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The crowd was excited, and their eyes flickered with an incomparably proud sense of honor. The grievance from before was swept away. They finally felt proud and looked at the Freedom Kingdom players with sneers. Zhou Han's strong performance shocked them too much. Therefore, this time, the players of the Dragon Kingdom were confrontational. The Freedom Kingdom immediately fell silent. Their aura was extremely weak. They wanted to argue, but the truth was there, and they were speechless. Damn it, what method did you use? Do you think we'll be afraid of you just like that? I don't believe you've always been so powerful. You must have used a special Dharma treasure. His expression flickered with extreme fear. Although he had said ruthless words, his trembling body still expressed his fear at this moment. Everyone, attack him together. If we work together, even if he's a 9-star supreme grade expert, he'll have to lie down. That's right. My Freedom Kingdom is invincible. We're the strongest. Then, Beerus and Miyamoto Musashi looked at each other, and their fighting spirit was reignited. Their moods were quickly adjusted. A 9-star supreme grade expert. You're really frogs in a well. As expected, this group of people was still so shallow. In their eyes, a 9-star supreme grade was already considered a super expert. However, they had clearly underestimated Zhou Han's strength. The level of contact was too low, and they knew nothing about strength. FCK, stop showing off. Go die. Take my saber. Compared to Zhou Han's calmness, the three of them did not have that temperament. They joined forces and surrounded Zhou Han from 3 directions, launching a violent attack. The saber aura was sharp, and flames filled the sky. A huge energy fluctuation poured out with a bang. The 3 of them used all their strength, determined to quickly kill Zhou Han. Too weak. I'll kill you first to liven things up. Zhou Han smiled, but this smile revealed cold, killing intent. With a flick of his finger, the chaotic power seemed to have escaped the restraints of space. A huge tremor sounded. Beerus, who was at the front, was instantly melted by the huge energy. Oh my god, no. Baka, what kind of opponent did we encounter? Could this power be a pseudo-sovereign expert? Miyamoto Musashi and Klein were dumbfounded and fell to the ground in a daze. This was impossible to defeat. In an instant, a supreme-grade expert would evaporate. This method far exceeded their understanding. A huge fear spread through their hearts. Their previous powerful confidence had been completely destroyed. The pride of the Freedom Kingdom, their arrogance, and conceit had also suffered a painful blow. How dare you look down on the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't your Freedom Kingdom quite awesome? Come on, attack me. Zhou Han mocked crazily and attacked mercilessly. However, at this moment, they were already terrified. How could they have the courage to attack? They wished they could kneel and beg for mercy. Just like that, they were stunned there. Despair kept spreading. They never expected Zhou Han's strength to be so outstanding. Why were they all players who had entered the God-Fiend continent at the same time? His development speed was so shocking. It was simply too abnormal. It was already impossible to resist after encountering such a top expert. Thinking of their clown-like mockery, just now, Miyamoto Musashi and him felt that they were so ridiculous. Huh. How boring. It's over. Seeing that the two of them were like dead dogs, neither attacking nor daring to speak, Zhou Han felt that it was meaningless. Without wasting any time, the sword light surged violently, and the two of them were instantly erased. From then on, in a short period of time, the four experts of the Freedom Alliance all died. They could not fight back at all in front of Zhou Han. Killing them was simply too easy. Damn, Brother Han is awesome. He's completely invincible. The four supreme grade experts are nothing much. If more come, they won't be enough for my brother Han to kill. You still have to look at my brother Han to count romantic figures. He's too f-king showy. He's so showy that my scalp goes numb. I really love him. Ha ha, how satisfying. The incomparably arrogant Freedom Kingdom is trampled under the Dragon Kingdom's feet just like that. That's right. Isn't your Freedom Kingdom quite awesome? Where's your arrogance previously? Wow, inspiring. Zhou Han is that eternal god. Smooth. I'm willing to call it the strongest. That's it. Suppress the Freedom Kingdom and beat them up. Beat them until they find their teeth on the ground. How satisfying and majestic. The surrounding Dragon Kingdom players were crazily venting the excitement in their hearts. They kept clamoring and mocking the Freedom Kingdom players opposite them. One had to know that these Freedom Kingdom players had been extremely smug previously. Therefore, in this situation, they naturally would not be polite to the players of the Freedom Kingdom. Having the absolute upper hand, they would definitely mock them. For a moment, the Freedom Kingdom players did not dare to fart. Many people could not withstand such mockery and fled from this dungeon. After all, there was no point in staying. With Zhou Han's existence, the Freedom Alliance was destined to fail. After all, they did not even take a Supreme Grade expert seriously. The remaining players in the Freedom Alliance were not even Supreme Grade. How could they resist Zhou Han's strong attack? Although they could not bear to see a tragic outcome, they naturally fled. Yes, you asked for it. Kill them all and leave no one alive. Zhou Han's sharp gaze swept across the remaining Freedom Alliance players. His indifferent eyes were filled with endless killing intent. This was because while Luke and the others were mocking him, the God-slaying hall directly applied for a death match. As the name suggested, one could not surrender or withdraw halfway. The competition would not end until one side was killed. At that time, Luke and the others were very confident and readily accepted the death match. That was why no one had retreated after being insta-killed just now. This was because the door had been welded shut. It was impossible to get out of the car. After being scanned by Zhou Han's murderous gaze, these Freedom Kingdom players trembled. All of them were completely in despair. It was impossible to escape. FCK, F-King Luke, why did you sign a death match? It hurt us badly. Boo-hoo. No, I don't want to die. Please let us go. Don't do that. Please. God save me. Don't come over. For a moment, sorrow filled the air and cries filled the sky. The players of the Freedom Kingdom kept kneeling and begging, hoping to be forgiven. However, rules were rules. This was the rule of a death match. Moreover, even if there were no rules in a death match, Zhou Han did not want to let them off easily because he did not like the players of the Freedom Kingdom. Boss, should we let our brothers attack? Everyone is itching. Lu Benwei leaned over and said with a smile, "These trash are too weak. They're really dirtying your hands. Let us help you." "Yes, I'll leave the rest to you." Zhou Han nodded. Indeed, these players were too weak. He was not interested in attacking at all. Seeing the eager eyes of the lackeys behind him, they also wanted to kill the foreigners. As players of the Dragon Kingdom, they were naturally looking forward to such a satisfying thing. Therefore, Zhou Han was feeling good now. As the president, he had to let his lackeys feel good too. Therefore, he handed it to them to deal with. "Thank you, boss. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill him." Lu Benwei waved his hand and led the charge, his expression extremely excited. Then, the members of the God-slaying hall swarmed up and looked at the Freedom Kingdom players like sheep. All kinds of dazzling elements, saber lights, and sword shadows poured out. It was obvious that everyone was very excited. The main reason was that before the battle, the Freedom Alliance was provoking them crazily. Moreover, there was a mockery of Zhou Han and humiliation of the Dragon Kingdom. All these factors added up to the anger in the hearts of the people from the God-slaying hall. Therefore, he did not show any mercy when killing them now. All of them displayed powerful strength. It was impossible for the Freedom Alliance to resist. I really didn't expect the president of the God-slaying hall, Zhou Han, to be so awesome. These members are also full of combat strength. This makes me even more determined to join the God-slaying hall. As long as I enter this guild, it's really difficult not to take off. I'm really envious. The worst member has Emperor-grade combat strength. It's simply F-King exaggerated. The God-slaying hall is really terrifying. It will bloom with the most dazzling light on the God-fiend continent. Didn't Zhou Han say that he wanted to recruit new people previously? Everyone, you must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the players of the Dragon Kingdom saw the battle in the arena, to be precise, it should be a one-sided beating. Their blood boiled, and everyone was in a good mood. Although he did not do it himself, as long as he was brought into the role, wouldn't the feeling come? The God-slaying hall does want to recruit new people, but how many can they recruit? I'm afraid we won't have that chance. Heh, I can tell that you're a hooligan. You don't pay much attention. The God-slaying hall is already a level 45 guild with a member limit of 100,000. What? A level 45 guild with 100,000 people? Of course, there are only 3,000 people in the God-slaying hall now, which means that there are more than 90,000 vacancies. Isn't this opportunity in front of us soon? Damn, it's too awesome. There are more than 90,000 vacancies. This opportunity is indeed very high. Of course, don't be too optimistic. Although 90,000 is a lot, you know the number of players in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, this competition is still very intense. It's not easy to enter the God-slaying hall. The battle in the arena was already coming to an end, so most of the surrounding players retracted their attention and began to chat about the God-slaying hall. After all, an ordinary member had a buff that increased 10 million HP. This alone was hugely tempting. Not to mention that after joining the God-slaying hall, there were many powerful and incomparably rare resources. This was incomparable to other guilds. All of them rubbed their palms together, their eyes flickering with interest. Because this was an opportunity to change their fate, everyone's eyes revealed unprecedented seriousness. System prompt. Congratulations, your guild, the God-slaying hall, has successfully defeated the Freedom Alliance. Detected that the other party has no living target. The deathmatch state has been removed. Zhou Han had been standing at the side and watching calmly. When he heard the notification sound in his mind, he smiled. Immediately after, the announcement sounded. Because it was a zone-wide event, it triggered a zone-wide announcement. Server announcement. After a month of competition, this guild battle has ended successfully. The strongest guild has been born. Congratulations to the God-slaying hall guild for cutting through all obstacles and riding the wind and waves. They swept through the large guilds in an invincible manner and became famous. Their might shook the world, and they successfully reached the top and obtained first place in this guild battle. In view of such an outstanding performance, you are specially rewarded with a top-grade title, unparalleled in the world. Every member will obtain a 9-star divine-grade equipment, a gold coin gift bag, and a soul crystal gift bag. The president and vice president of the God-slaying hall can each obtain a supreme-grade equipment. The president of the God-slaying hall, Zhou Han, has obtained an additional mysterious gift bag. The notification of the announcement sounded in everyone's minds, making their scalps tingle. It made the members of the other guilds envious, their eyes filled with endless desire. Of course, these honors were just empty titles. What was really useful was the rewards obtained. At this moment, be it the players watching the battle or the players in the chat area, all of them erupted in a violent discussion. Damn, 9-star divine-grade equipment. How strong is he? I only have 1 king-grade equipment on me. This huge difference is really heartbreaking. The God-slaying hall is already strong. With 9-star divine-grade equipment, it's really like adding wings to a tiger. It's even more terrifying. Selling a 9-star divine-grade equipment. Privately message me if you want it. These words caused 1,000 waves, completely exploding the chat area. Cybele, selling 9-star divine-grade equipment? This is too much. Oh, this must be a member of the God-slaying hall. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Damn, I know this person. I traded with him previously. He's Jiang Xiaobai, and is indeed a member of the God-Slaying Hall. Damn, even 9-star divine-grade equipment is for sale. Why don't you wear it yourself? Heh, that can only mean one thing. He doesn't fancy 9-star divine-grade equipment. What? You don't even fancy 9-star divine-grade equipment? That's one step closer to supreme grade. I'll stop pretending. I've long been covered in supreme grade equipment. I'll lay my cards on the table. Jiang Xiaobai posted the attributes of his equipment on the public chat and said very pretentiously, it could not be helped. Who did not like to show off? These were normal and understandable. Moreover, he was also ordered to show off, mainly because it was Zhou Han's idea. The God-Slaying Hall had already completely become famous, so there was no need to keep a low profile. Only by displaying greater strength could he attract more outstanding talents and play a positive role in the development of the God-Slaying Hall. Then, many members sold 9-star divine-grade equipment. Of course, they were all above the Guardian level. Through collecting during this period of time, they were already covered in supreme-grade items. Damn, the God-Slaying Hall was originally very strong in my eyes, but now it still exceeds my expectations. This is F-King Invincible. Full of supreme-grade equipment? Why is the difference between people so great? Please, stop showing off. I'm F-King depressed. The members are already so powerful. As the president, Zhou Han simply can't imagine. Damn, use all means to join the God-Slaying Hall. He took a look. The topic of the God-Slaying Hall in the chat area was unprecedentedly popular. This publicity effect was very good. Next, it was time to screen the members. Of course, Zhou Han did not have time to deal with such trivial matters. Qin Xue, you'll be very busy during this period of time. Zhou Han hugged Han Qin Xue and said with a smile. He had just seen that the guild application list was already full. The number of people was very terrifying. As the vice president, Han Qin Xue naturally bore such a heavy burden. It's only right to deal with these things. Sai, I haven't seen you in more than a month. I miss you so much. Unfortunately, there are so many things to deal with now. As Han Qin Xue spoke, her eyes were a little resentful. After all, she had not been nourished recently, and her heart felt empty. Without Zhou Han's comfort, the night became especially long and cold. She always tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. You've worked hard. Let's wait until we're done. I'll compensate you well, Zhou Han said with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yes. Then I want a kiss. After obtaining Zhou Han's promise, Han Qin Xue's mood finally improved. She pouted her pink lips and said coquettishly in his arms. Since the woman he loved was so proactive, Zhou Han naturally had to satisfy her. He bit her lips and reached out with his bad hand to comfort his injured heart. After the comfort of love, the resentment on Han Qin Xue's face clearly lessened, and she was filled with this blissful and sweet smile. By the way, the coordinates you gave me last time are for the headquarters of the God-Slaying Hall. After more than a month of construction, the initial framework has been completed. Some basic functions can be put into use. Han Qin Xue added with a bright smile. Yes, I know the old location of the Blood Soul Hall. I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. I've really worried you during this period of time. Zhou Han said lovingly. Although the Blood Soul Hall had some arrays and buildings that had not been destroyed, it was not easy to build them. Moreover, they had to prepare for the guild battle. Han Qin Xue had indeed invested a lot of effort. Otherwise, there would not have been such progress. Coincidentally, you're back. The God-Slaying Hall headquarters can officially be used. I believe the members are also very happy that you're at the helm, Han Qin Xue suggested. Actually, the new headquarters had been established a few days ago, but she still wanted to wait for Zhou Han to personally arrive. Only then would it be perfect. Coincidentally, Zhou Han was here today, so she suggested her idea. That's good too. You arrange it. Zhou Han nodded in agreement. After all, as the boss of the God-Slaying Hall, it would be unreasonable for him not to be present when the new headquarters was completed. Moreover, it would not take long. He could gather the members and head to the Ancient Abyss. He had always had the pass to the Ancient Abyss. Previously, because he did not have enough strength, he had not gone there. When he had the strength, there were more things to do, so he did not succeed. This time, he would take this opportunity to choose a group of core members with great potential to enter the Ancient Abyss. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. In that case, he could obtain more resources and increase his strength faster. All right, I'll gather all the members and go to the headquarters of the god-slaying hall. Hearing Zhou Han's agreement, Han Qinxue was very happy. After saying that, she announced this in the guild group. Naturally, it received a warm echo from everyone. Oh Huang. Oh, that's great. Our guild finally has its own headquarters. This marks that the guild will become more and more formal and powerful. Lin Fan. I finally feel a sense of belonging to my home. This is the first time I've felt this way in the God-Fiend continent. Jiang Xiaobai. The God-Slaying Hall will rise and take off without explanation. Wang Defa. I can't wait to see what the guild headquarters looks like. Brothers, let's go. The atmosphere in the group chat also became more lively and very happy. This sense of belonging would be even stronger. Moreover, this indicated that the guild would become stronger. Everyone supported such measures very much. Han, did you see that? Everyone is so enthusiastic. Seeing the heated messages in the group, Han Qinxue's pretty face was filled with smiles. As for why everyone was so happy, she naturally knew that it was mainly because of Zhou Han. The man she loved had such charisma and was welcomed by everyone. She was even happier than Zhou Han. Yes, I see it. I have no choice. I'm just that outstanding. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said smugly, Yes, you're right. Hearing Zhou Han's words, Han Qinxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Then, the two of them laughed for a while before teleporting out of the guild battle dungeon. Come on, prepare to go to the headquarters of the God-Slaying Hall. After coming out, Zhou Han directly summoned the primordial golden rock and said with a smile, Wow, oh my god, what an impressive mount. What's the name of this mount? It's so powerful. As the primordial golden rock appeared, Han Qinxue exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with great shock. This was the first time she had seen such a powerful mount. She could clearly sense its powerful aura. This is the primordial golden rock. It's a mount I obtained in the mystic realm. Isn't it very impressive? Come up and feel it. Seeing Han Qinxue's shocked face, Zhou Han found it a little funny. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and landed on the primordial golden rock's back. Primordial golden rock. Although I don't know what level it is, it's definitely not simple to have such a name. Han Qinxue muttered to herself, the shock in her heart still lingering. Han, what happened to you recently? What level have you reached now? It was impossible for Zhou Han to subdue the primordial golden rock with his combat strength before he left the Firmament Imperial City. Therefore, his combat strength had definitely increased a lot. Han Qinxue had a lot to do during this period of time and did not contact Zhou Han in time. They were not very clear about Zhou Han's movements. Here, sit down first. I'll tell you something about recent events. After arriving at the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Then, Han Qinxue leaned on Zhou Han's shoulder and sat comfortably on the back of the primordial golden rock, quietly listening to Zhou Han tell her what he had experienced during this period of time. Such times felt very good. Han, you're so powerful. After knowing that Zhou Han's strength had reached the level of a Saint King, Han Qinxue exclaimed involuntarily. The man she loved was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, she firmly believed that one day, this man would reach the top. This was also one of the reasons why she was willing to follow Zhou Han. Is he good? There's something more powerful. Do you want to see it? Zhou Han laughed evilly, and his expression slowly turned yellow. How could Han Qinxue, who was connected to Zhou Han, not understand what he meant? She blushed. Although they were intimate, she was still a little shy. However, she had also wanted it for a long time. It was what she had hoped for. After all, during this period of time, after Zhou Han left, every night was very lonely. At this moment, the man she had been thinking about was right in front of her. Han Qinxue no longer held back. She smiled evilly and pounced on Zhou Han. She was warm, fragrant, and soft. Then, she lingered on the primordial golden rock's tens of thousands of feet tall body and poured out the pain of longing. Fortunately, the primordial golden rock was very sensible. It flew for 2 hours in less than a minute. The primordial golden rock looked very aggrieved. It was the overlord of the sky. It was really aggrieved to fly so slowly. However, it had no choice. Now that it had become a pet, it had to have the awareness of being a pet. If it could not understand its master's meaning well, it would definitely not have a good life. Who asked it to be blind and take the initiative to provoke Zhou Han back then? The breeze blew, and the autumn air was refreshing. The huge commotion on the primordial golden rock's back gradually calmed down. Han, I'm so happy. I really hope I'm so happy every day. Han Qinxue curled up lazily in Zhou Han's arms, her face filled with infinite satisfaction and sweetness. After sex, the resentment she had accumulated for so many days was swept away. She was especially cheerful. The sun became brighter, and the wind became gentle. Anyway, in a good mood, everything felt good. After all, she was filled with great happiness. Of course, the woman I love must be happy. Rest first. Seeing the fatigue in Han Qinxue's eyes, Zhou Han rubbed her shoulder and said gently, "Little rock, fly slower." The primordial golden rock. Then, Han Qinxue obediently took a nap. Zhou Han also retracted his thoughts and began to check the rewards he had obtained this time. Other than obtaining 9-star divine-grade preparations, supreme-grade equipment, soul crystal gift bag, and gold coin gift bag, as the president of the God-Slaying Hall, he had an additional mysterious gift bag. I wonder what it will be. Zhou Han was interested. This was a gift bag that only the president had. The thing should not be bad. Let's enhance it first. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The mysterious gift bag has been successfully enhanced 10 times. Please pay attention. He gave it a try. The upper limit of this enhancement was only 10 times. Perhaps because this gift bag had no grade. Zhou Han could only give up and decisively open the gift bag. System prompt. You have opened the mysterious gift bag plus 10. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 3 million supreme enhancement points. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 10 million gold coins. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 2.5 million soul crystals. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained an Equipment Star Ascension voucher. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 1-star Supreme Grade equipment. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a Sovereign Artifact fragment. After the inventory was opened, a total of 6 messages appeared on the interface. In other words, after obtaining 6 things, Zhou Han's face flickered with great joy. She did not expect the mysterious gift bag to be so powerful. It was really beyond her expectations. Everything was very useful, especially the supreme enhancement points. He was directly rewarded with 3 million. In that case, Zhou Han now had more than 5 million supreme enhancement points on hand. It was only a matter of time before he accumulated 10 million. At that time, he could enhance the beginningless sovereign scripture and double his combat strength. Thinking of this, he felt even more comfortable. The quality of this 1-star supreme grade equipment is still too weak and useless. After appraising the rewarded equipment, Zhou Han said regretfully. However, then he looked at the remaining 2 items. The first was the Equipment Star Ascension voucher. As the name suggested, it could increase the star level of equipment. Of course, it was only limited to supreme grade equipment. Equipment above this quality could not take effect. It actually randomly increases the star level of a certain equipment on me. I can't specify equipment. This is a little useless. After looking at the attributes of the Star Ascension voucher, Zhou Han muttered to himself. Now he had 4 supreme grade equipment on him. The Black Dragon King set, the Profound Mystic set, the Dimensional Walker, and the Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter. After the old rules were enhanced, 10 white lights flashed, and the Star Ascension voucher underwent an obvious change. It was even richer than the energy emitted previously. Clearly, it had become stronger, but the exact effect would not be known until it was appraised. Zhou Han looked over, and then the relevant attributes description slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Equipment Star Ascension voucher plus 10. Type, Special Enhancement item. Description, a card with magical power. It contains a special effect that increases equipment and makes your equipment stronger. Effect, randomly increase the 3 pieces of equipment on you to a higher level. Not only will all attributes increase, but the special effects will also undergo a huge change. Restriction, equipment in effect is limited to quality below the sovereign grade. Description, a one-time item that will be automatically destroyed after use. In that case, even pseudo-sovereign grade equipment can be improved. That's really interesting. After reading all the descriptions, Zhou Han thought to himself. System prompt. Although it is only a transitional stage, pseudo-sovereign grade equipment has a detailed classification. They are divided into beginner pseudo-sovereign, intermediate pseudo-sovereign, advanced pseudo-sovereign, top pseudo-sovereign, and above that is the sovereign artifact. As if understanding Zhou Han's thoughts, the system took the initiative to explain. Good Lord, I was happy for nothing. I thought I would directly advance to a sovereign artifact. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. Previously, he did not know that there was such a division. However, on second thought, it was very normal. After all, although there was only a word difference between a sovereign grade and a pseudo-sovereign, the difference was worlds apart. Naturally, it was not so easy to cross. This is not bad. If I can advance to the pseudo-sovereign grade, I'll make a killing. After all, Zhou Han was quite satisfied to be able to randomly upgrade 3 pieces of equipment. Without wasting any time, Zhou Han chanted in his heart and directly used the Star Ascension voucher. System prompt. You have used Equipment Star Ascension voucher plus 10. You are randomly upgrading 3 pieces of equipment. Please wait. After the notification sounded, about a minute later, another notification sounded. Congratulations, you're set. Dimensional Walker has successfully increased to the 8-star Supreme grade. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. Congratulations, your auxiliary equipment, the Profound Mystic set, has successfully increased to the 8-star Supreme grade. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. Congratulations, your weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, has been upgraded to the quality of a beginner pseudo-sovereign. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. With the notification, Zhou Han clearly felt that these 3 pieces of equipment had undergone a very magical change. The powerful aura flowing on it could be clearly sensed. Of course, what made him the happiest was that the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter had also received a huge improvement under this random improvement. He was still very lucky. One had to know that because the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter was already tainted with the Sovereign Blood, the strength displayed at the Supreme grade was very exaggerated. If it advanced to the Pseudo-Sovereign grade, the combat strength he could unleash would be even more ferocious. Not only did it have the effect of the Sovereign slaying, but it also ignored the powerful characteristics of invincibility and resurrection. Now that it was enhanced, it would be like a tiger with wings, increasing Zhou Han's output to a new level. After the 3 pieces of equipment were upgraded, Zhou Han activated the appraisal to see the specific effect of the upgrade. What kind of surprise would it bring? The first thing he saw was the latest effect of the defensive set, Dimensional Walker. This equipment had been upgraded during this random upgrade. Zhou Han was also very satisfied. After all, this set was spatial. Not only could it bring more comprehension of spatial power, but he could also use a powerful spatial teleportation skill, like dimensional transition. If it was enhanced in this aspect, it would also play a huge role in the battle. As he was thinking, the data on the interface appeared on the paper. Dimensional Walker plus 10. Grade, 5-star Supreme grade. Type, defensive set. Description, there is an incomparably powerful existence in the world. They can travel freely in the dimension and feel the beauty of time and space. They have escaped the shackles of the rules and are above them. They are called the Origins. This set seems to have a trace of connection to the Origins. It contains the mysteries of space. Wearing it for a long time has many benefits in comprehending the power of space. Basic attributes. In combat, your vitality, defense, and attack power will increase by 20 times. Your speed will increase by 8 times, and all attributes resistance will increase by 6 times. 5 seconds after leaving combat, this state will automatically disappear. Special Effect 1. Top Grade Recovery. Restores 17% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is below 70%, you will recover 25% of your maximum HP per second. When your HP is below 50%, it will automatically generate a light barrier with a 15 times HP upper limit and 22% damage reduction. Special Effect 2. Negative Immunity. There is an 80% chance of being immune to all negative debuffs when targeted. Special Effect 3. Dimensional Transition. Adept control of spatial power. You can hide your body in space and teleport for a distance. This kind of teleportation in space, be it movement or movement trajectory, is very weak. Even a super expert will find it difficult to detect it. Raise the concealment of your body and aura to a new level. Description: As this set has spatial attributes, after being attacked by spatial power, the damage taken will be reduced by 50%. It's a good effect. I've improved quite a bit in all aspects. Not only has the damage base and multiplier been enhanced, but even the dimensional transition skill I value most has stepped into a higher level. Zhou Han was all smiles. After checking all the attributes of the upgraded dimensional walker, he felt even more comfortable. As for why its strength had increased so much, it was actually very easy to understand. It was mainly because of the effect of infinite enhancement. This was because the number of enhancements was still there. That meant that the 10 enhancements had all been completed at the 5-star Supreme grade. Compared to the previous 1-star Supreme grade enhancement, there was definitely a huge difference. That was why the current dimensional walker was so strong. What surprised Zhou Han even more was that the spatial power fluctuation emitted by the dimensional walker could clearly sense the profundity. Spatial power also received a considerable increase. Zhou Han also saw it through the description. The longer he wore it, the deeper his comprehension of spatial power. This was very easy to understand. If you were left in that environment and were influenced all day, you would naturally receive it faster. Therefore, the current dimensional walker had such an effect. The power of space. Very good, Zhou Han muttered to himself with a sigh. The space in front of him gradually became illusory. Countless spatial coordinates appeared in the virtual world. Those were different dimensions. They looked very close, but they were actually light years away. It seemed very far away, but it was so close and extremely mysterious. If he controlled the true essence of space, distance would not be a problem for him. With a thought, he could instantly appear in that direction. Of course, the current Zhou Han had only just entered the threshold. There was still a huge gap between him and such a profound realm. One day, I'll master this essence, Zhou Han said confidently, his eyes filled with determination. If he had not seen the profundity of spatial power, he would definitely not think in this direction. However, Zhou Han had already seen it. Not only was it the dimensional walker set, but there was also the skill invisible killing, Sky Scar. They vividly displayed the beauty of spatial power. He naturally wanted to control this mystery. Of course, there was not much point in thinking about this now. Zhou Han retracted his thoughts and activated the appraisal of the enhanced Profound Mystic Set. Profound Mystic Set plus 10. Grade: 8-star Supreme grade. Type: Support Set. Description: It looks ancient, like a metal. A dazzling light circulates on the set with a moving mist. The power of the Profound Mystic gives it tyrannical power, raising the auxiliary effect to a higher level. Basic attributes. In combat, your HP will increase by 30 times, your attack power will increase by 20 times, and your defense will increase by 15 times. Your movement speed will increase by 5 times, and your damage reduction will decrease by 50%. 5 seconds after leaving combat, this state will automatically disappear. Special Effect 1. True Damage. All damage you cause is default to true damage. Special Effect 2. Weakening Aura. All enemy units within 1,000 meters of you will have their attack power weakened by 50%. Special Effect 3. Profound Mystic Power. After activation, attack power will increase by 200 times. Life Leech Effect will increase by 70%. Cooldown: 2 hours. After the Profound Mystic Set rose to the 8-star Supreme grade, its performance was also very outstanding. As auxiliary equipment, the auxiliary effect was vividly displayed. It was even more enhanced and weakened the enemy. It was all very powerful. All the data were very powerful. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this effect. At the same time, after activating the Profound Mystic Power, he could also erupt with powerful output energy for a short period of time. Most importantly, the Life Leech effect had reached 70%. Coupled with true damage, as long as his attack power was high enough, he did not have to lose HP in battle. It was very powerful. This mysterious gift bag rewarded by the Guild War was not bad. Of course, this was exclusive to him as the president. No one else could obtain it. It was understandable that it was so special. Coupled with the effect of Zhou Han's enhancement 10 times, he only obtained so many good things. After reading the Profound Mystic Set, Zhou Han's gaze did not stay any longer. He took the Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter out of his inventory. As the Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter was completely taken out of his spatial inventory, a blazing and dazzling red light spewed out, illuminating the sky. There was naturally a rich and violent blood energy in the red light. It was constantly surging, rumbling, and bowing. An incomparably violent aura spread crazily. It displayed extreme dignity and dominance. In this bloody aura, there was even more killing. It corresponded to the will of the sovereign blood heaven splitter and proved the Tao through killing. I didn't expect the sovereign blood heaven splitter to undergo such a huge change. I really didn't expect it. I wonder how little sovereign is doing now. Zhou Han was also a little surprised by the aura emitted by the sovereign blood heaven splitter. He knew that this change was not only brought about by the upgrade of the Star Ascension voucher, also because he had devoured 10 blood demon inner cores previously. After all, each one had been enhanced 30 times. The huge blood energy and killing aura contained in them were very compatible with the attributes of the sovereign blood heaven splitter. Therefore, this change was not over yet. At this moment, the little sovereign was still sleeping. The surging killing aura made Zhou Han know that the little sovereign's current state was still very good. Therefore, Zhou Han relaxed, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Then, Zhou Han also finished looking at the attributes and was very satisfied. Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter plus 50. Grade, Beginner Pseudo-Sovereign. Type, Longsword type weapon. Description, a weapon rumored to have been stained with a trace of the sovereign's blood. It contains endless power. It is completely blood red and is filled with powerful killing intent. Use blood to stop bleeding and kill to stop killing. Only blood can stop killing. Killing one is a sin. Killing a million is a god. Killing a billion is a sovereign. Basic attributes. In combat, your attack power will increase by 600 times, your life leech effect will increase by 10 times, and your blood energy and strength will increase by 10 times. 5 seconds after leaving combat, this state will automatically disappear. Special effect. Sovereign's Pressure. When the Sovereign's blood is activated, it reveals endless dignity. The target will be shocked by the Sovereign's dignity. Attack will decrease by 70%. Health recovery effect will decrease by 90%. Unique passive. Sovereign Slaying. When the target's HP is below 30%, you can directly kill it. The target you kill has a 50% chance of being unable to use related characteristics like resurrection. Unique passive. Blood Massacre. After killing the target, you can obtain 1/10,000 of its attack power. When the target is Supreme Grade, you will obtain 100 killing points. After the killing points reach a certain value, the grade of the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter will increase. Kill to attain the Tao and become immortal. The increase in strength was also terrifying. After all, it had reached the quality of a beginner pseudo-sovereign. Coupled with the ferocity of the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Zhou Han was not surprised at all by this improvement. Especially the only passive effect, the effect of the Sovereign Slaying. Previously, there was only a 50% chance of ignoring invincibility and resurrection. Now that it had increased to 70%, although it was only 20%. However, the benefits were huge. It would be a nightmare for the enemy. I wonder what quality the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter will evolve to when Little Sovereign wakes up. It should at least be an intermediate pseudo-sovereign. Perhaps it can reach a higher level. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Han's eyes were filled with anticipation. When that time came, the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter would bloom with an even more ferocious light and definitely become famous in the world. With 50 enhancements, ordinary sovereign artifacts were no match for it. However, because he was still trying his best to absorb the violent blood energy of the Blood Fiend inner core, therefore, in order not to have any accidents, Zhou Han naturally would not use the power of the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter now. After one last check, he put the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter into his spatial inventory. At this point, Zhou Han had already finished checking the 3 upgraded pieces of equipment. The benefits obtained were very exaggerated. Zhou Han was in a good mood. His combat ability had increased by a level. Now that he thought about it, it would probably be even easier to deal with Saint King grade experts. By the way, I remember there was a fragment. I wonder what it's for. After closing the attribute panel, Zhou Han saw the fragment emitting a rainbow light in his spatial inventory and suddenly remembered that there was still this existence. It was mainly because he had been in a good mood just now and had almost forgotten. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the fragment. Because he felt that the rainbow light emitted from it was a little unusual, he took it out without hesitation. As soon as he came into contact with it, Zhou Han felt the power of the sovereign grade sweep over, surging with violent and powerful power. Unexpectedly, this fragment had the power of a sovereign grade. The smile on Zhou Han's face widened. The item in his hand was more like an irregular piece of metal than a fragment because the area was quite good, like a pot lid. Moreover, there were some mysterious mystic runes flowing with an inexplicable energy. The seven-colored light was dazzling, had a shocking aura, and a beautiful halo. System prompt: you have activated appraisal on the sovereign artifact fragment. The relevant attributes have already appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. After Zhou Han activated appraisal, a raised voice sounded. A sovereign artifact fragment. It sounds very good. Zhou Han muttered to himself. Actually, there was a sovereign artifact fragment displayed on the interface just now, but Zhou Han did not notice it at that time. Now that he heard the notification, he was naturally very excited. He looked over and saw that the description on the interface also displayed all the attribute data of the fragment. So it's a fragment of the sovereign artifact, purple lightning green frost. However, it's a little difficult to fuse 100 of the same fragments into the purple lightning green frost. After reading it, Zhou Han was a little disappointed. He did not expect this. At the moment, the collection method was very difficult. After all, Zhou Han only had one such fragment so far. Previously, he had never obtained it, let alone heard it. Moreover, the other sovereign artifact fragments he found could not do. He had to find the same fragment that belonged to the purple lightning green frost. This made it even more difficult. It's a little useless. Why don't I try the enhancement effect? Zhou Han asked himself. It was mainly because 10 enhancements required 1,000,000 supreme enhancement points. Moreover, it was only targeting a fragment. It was not that Zhou Han could not bear to part with the supreme enhancement points, but he was afraid that after enhancing it, it would not have a true effect and he would make a huge loss. After thinking about it again and again, he decided to enhance it. After all, since he had such thoughts in his heart, Zhou Han would feel uncomfortable if he did not give it a try. Activate enhancement on the sovereign artifact fragment. Although it was a loss to spend 1,000,000 supreme enhancement points, if it brought an extremely strong effect after enhancement, he would make a killing. Therefore, once he had this mentality, Zhou Han had to enhance it no matter what. Otherwise, he would always be thinking about this. It was not very difficult for Zhou Han to obtain enhancement points now, as long as he killed enough experts. It was only a matter of time before he accumulated a large number of supreme enhancement points. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The skill Sword Dominator has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. As 10 white lights quickly flashed, the 7-colored light emitted by the sovereign artifact fragment became even richer and burning. Clearly, this was a change brought about by enhancement. From the outside, it could be seen that the floating aura was not on the same level as before. However, he would only know the exact effect after appraisal. Zhou Han did not waste any time and directly saw the completed data appear on the virtual interface. Sovereign Artifact Fragment, Purple Lightning Green Frost. Type, Special Fragment Item. Description, contains sovereign grade power and is covered in a 7-colored halo. It is a part of the sovereign artifact, Purple Lightning Green Frost. However, some special change seems to have happened now. It has become a little unusual and is filled with vast power. Special Effect 1. Sovereign Artifact Fusion. As long as you gather 10 similar fragments, you can fuse them into a sovereign artifact. The type of sovereign artifact can be chosen on your own because sovereign artifacts are unique. An owner-occupied sovereign artifact cannot be chosen. Special Effect 2. Location Tracking. For fragments similar to sub-sovereign artifact fragments, you can roughly locate them, making it easier to collect them faster. You can only sense them from a distance of 10,000 kilometers. It cannot take effect beyond this distance. Description: in order to prevent killing sovereign artifacts, the fusion of sovereign artifacts is limited to 1 time. Is this the effect of enhancement? Good. You didn't disappoint me. These million supreme enhancement points are really worth it. After reading the description of the enhancement, Zhou Han was delighted. It seemed that he had made the right choice because of his confidence in infinite enhancement. The effect of the current sovereign artifact fragment was on a completely different level from before. Previously, he could only fuse it into the sovereign artifact, purple lightning green frost. Moreover, he still needed 100 fragments. This condition was very harsh and extremely difficult to collect. It could not be said to be useless. It was simply useless. Zhou Han did not have that much time to collect it. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He would definitely not do this. However, after enhancement, the two special effects that were produced now, it solved this problem perfectly. It made the collection process even simpler. Firstly, the fusion of a sovereign artifact only required 10 fragments, and only similar fragments were needed. The difficulty was greatly reduced. Then, he could also locate the other fragments of the purple lightning green frost. With the location function, it was simply twice the result with half the effort. He was filled with absolute confidence in collecting the remaining 9 fragments. The fused sovereign artifact could still choose on its own. This was a little big, but Zhou Han liked it very much. One had to know that there was a huge difference between a sovereign artifact and a sovereign artifact. The purple lightning green frost was a sovereign artifact on the same level as the dragon spring sword. It was only at the first-rate level. At this level, there were also some top-notch super-grade sovereign artifacts. For example, the Xianyuan Emperor's sword belonged to this class. If Zhou Han fused it, he would definitely choose that first-rate sovereign artifact. In that case, his combat strength would rise to another level. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. When the time comes, I'll ask Emperor Xianyuan. Let's see what sovereign artifact is first-rate. Zhou Han thought. Although he did not know which sovereign artifacts were powerful, it was fine as long as Sovereign Xianyuan knew. After understanding the situation, Zhou Han only needed to choose the most powerful sovereign artifact. Locate it first and see if there are any sovereign artifact fragments nearby. Zhou Han chanted. System prompt. The special effect of the sovereign artifact fragment has been successfully activated. Unfortunately, the existence of the sovereign artifact fragment has not been detected within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Zhou Han nodded. He was just trying his luck and giving it a try. He was not disappointed that he did not sense it. System, can it automatically activate the location special effect of the sovereign artifact fragment? Zhou Han asked in his heart. Otherwise, he could not open it at a place. This was quite troublesome. Sometimes, he would forget. If he missed the sovereign artifact fragment because of this, he would be very speechless. Of course, but you'll mainly pay 1,000,000 soul crystals for the labor. Do you agree to deduct it? Agreed. Zhou Han did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Anyway, he had just obtained many soul crystal rewards and was very rich now. He did not take them seriously at all. Deduction successful. The location special effect of the sovereign artifact fragment has been activated 24 hours a day. It will last for 3 months. After 3 months, if you still want to use the automatic location special effect, you will have to pay 500,000 soul crystals. You can continue to use it. He retracted his gaze. After settling this matter, he had also finished investigating all the guild battle rewards he had obtained this time. Overall, he had gained a lot. Zhou Han also hoped that there would be more such activities. With his powerful strength, no one could snatch first place, so all kinds of activities were to give rewards to Zhou Han. Unfortunately, there were not many such activities. The previous night parade of 100 Ghosts dungeon was triggered by Zhou Han. Otherwise, it would not have opened at all. Finally, under the slow flight of the primordial golden rock, they arrived at the headquarters of the god-slaying hall. Han, we're here, Han Xin said with a smile, her face filled with youth again. As expected, the woman's recovery speed was indeed very shocking, making Zhou Han sigh. Yes, that's really not bad. How imposing, especially that huge bronze door. It looks very impressive. Without waiting for Han Qinxue to elaborate, Zhou Han had long looked at the majestic building not far away. There were many buildings in that area, and every one of them was filled with aura. Under the envelopment of the array formation, a dense aura lingered and mist floated. It was beautiful, making the majesty reveal a trace of mystery. Qinxue, you're so capable. I didn't expect the headquarters to be designed so well, Zhou Han praised. The construction of the headquarters was much more imposing than he had imagined. Hee. Don't you know whose woman I am? If you're too lousy, how can you be worthy of the outstanding you? Han Qinxue raised her fair neck arrogantly. She was quite smug about Zhou Han's praise with a trace of arrogance on her face. It's my duty to share your burdens. Seeing Han Qinxue like this, Zhou Han found it a little funny. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also so eloquent. It was difficult not to be infatuated. After laughing, the two of them also got off the primordial golden rock's back and slowly walked towards the door of the God-slaying hall's headquarters. At this moment, on a mountain peak, a demonic-looking man was quietly meditating. His entire body was filled with a blood-colored light and bloodthirsty violence. Reporting to young sect master, the information about the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record has been confirmed. A servant came to the top of the mountain and lowered his head respectfully. Tell me now. The demonic man opened his eyes indifferently, and a violent, murderous aura surged. The servant trembled in fear, his body trembling slightly. The young sect master in front of him was filled with intense fear. Yes. Young sect master, I wonder if you have any impression of the Blood Soul Hall. The servant was a little flustered and hurriedly said, Blood Soul Hall? It's just a small faction. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Is the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record related to the Blood Soul Hall? Zhou Han asked calmly. Young sect master is wise. The Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record is the inheritance cultivation technique of the Blood Emperor. Ever since the Blood Emperor disappeared, this cultivation technique has been handed over to several successors. According to the investigation, the last successor unfortunately had his soul imprisoned by the Blood Soul Hall. Therefore, the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record is very likely within the range of the Blood Soul Hall. The servant analyzed and quickly explained the information he had obtained. I really didn't expect the descendant of the Blood Emperor to fall to such a state. He was actually imprisoned by trash like the Blood Soul Hall. The Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record can only bloom with the most dazzling light in my hands. Zhou Han's face was filled with disdain as he said domineeringly, No matter what the exact situation is, pass down my order now and directly destroy the Blood Soul Hall. Search for the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. This was the style of the Angry Blood Divine sect. They were known for their ruthlessness. As long as there was such a clue, they would definitely rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As the young sect master, Zhou Han controlled life and death and gave the order expressionlessly. In order to obtain the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record, he naturally would do anything. After all, this cultivation technique was extremely powerful and perfectly compatible with the blood energy he cultivated. Yes, young sect master. However, you might not know this. Not long ago, the Blood Soul Hall was destroyed. Now, another faction has been established on the old site of the Blood Soul Hall called the God-Slaying Hall, the servant said again. Oh, there's such a thing. He actually dares to call himself the God-Slaying Hall. How arrogant. Is there an expert presiding over this faction? Zhou Han asked. He was not rash, but he was careful to ask for specific information. Young sect master. As it's a new faction, I've gotten someone to monitor it during this period of time. Only a few supreme grade figures come and go here. I've never seen anything stronger, the servant said. He's really weak. He doesn't even have a pseudo-sovereign expert. However, for the sake of caution, I'll personally go out this time. At the same time, I'll take this territory under my Angry Blood Divine sect. Zhou Han said domineeringly. He had super strength close to the Saint King realm. This powerful strength gave him incomparable confidence. Since you're going to do it yourself, there's naturally no suspense. I'll wait for your triumphant return. The servant hurriedly knelt and licked his boots. He naturally knew how strong Zhou Han was. After all, he had the title of the #1 person in the younger generation. Many figures of the older generation had to temporarily avoid him under his powerful aura. Therefore, if he took action personally this time, it would definitely happen naturally. It was completely stable. Gather everyone and follow me over now. Zhou Han smiled smugly, and the blood on his body became even more violent. As soon as Zhou Han approached the God-Slaying Hall, he heard a whistling sound. In the sky, there were many powerful auras. They were all a little rich with blood. They flew over, all of them dragging blood-red tails. The smile on his face was fierce and ferocious. Han, they don't come with good intentions. I wonder what their goal is. Han Qinxue was a little nervous. She could feel huge pressure from these experts. This meant that these people were very powerful. Moreover, they were wearing the same clothes, indicating that they were from the same faction. One could imagine how powerful a faction was with so many experts. Therefore, Han Qinxue was subconsciously a little worried. However, she quickly remembered that Zhou Han was beside her. She held his hand and felt inexplicably at ease. Don't worry, these people can't do anything. Let's see what they want first, Zhou Han said softly, but such words were convincing. Just now, he had activated appraisal. Zhou Han had seen the combat strength of this group of people clearly, and they were not threatening at all. Therefore, all of this was under Zhou Han's control. He held Han Qinxue's hand and walked over calmly. He wanted to see the cause of the matter. As Zhou Han and Han Qinxue had been delayed on the way, all the members of the God-slaying hall had already arrived. Although he felt immense pressure when he saw the experts of the angry blood divine sect flying over, he was not afraid at all. Xiaoyan stood up and questioned loudly. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my God-slaying hall? Why don't you find out who our hall master is? If you come any closer, I'll make you bleed. Ha! What bullshit God-slaying hall? I've never heard of it. Why should my angry blood divine sect explain anything to you? A small faction dares to be so arrogant. Who gave you such courage? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, not only were the people from the angry blood divine sect not angry, but they also laughed, their faces filled with mockery. They were all elite members of the angry blood divine sect. To be able to fight alongside the young sect master, Xia Zhan, they naturally had powerful strength. Young sect master, let me teach this arrogant kid a lesson. One of the members, Zhou Han, took the initiative to volunteer. He naturally wanted to perform. If he could obtain the young sect master's reward because of this, his hopes of taking off in the future would be even higher. All right, kill them directly, Xia Zhan said coldly and agreed to Zhou Han's request. Zhou Han was overjoyed. After thanking him, he looked at Xiaoyan with playful eyes. This battle had to be clean and fatal. Only then would he not disgrace the dignity of the angry blood divine sect. Zhou Han was already a 3-star supreme grade expert. When he saw Xiaoyan, who had not even reached the supreme grade, his eyes were filled with disdain. This would definitely be a suppression of strength, and he would not be able to resist at all. Blood feast die, Zhou Han roared, and turned into a bloody man. The blood-red aura surged like an ocean, and the blood-colored waves bombarded Xiaoyan. Do you think you can bully my God-slaying hall just because your realm is higher than mine? I'll show you the true foundation of the God-slaying hall. Xiaoyan smiled calmly. Facing Zhou Han's violent attack, he was very relaxed. Although he was only at the 9-star divine grade, he was not afraid. Thanks to the powerful equipment and Dharma treasures on him, the buff of the God-slaying hall, and the power of the guardian beast, he could also use them. Green flame, burning mountains, and boiling sea. Burn, in a hell of pain and hate. As Xiaoyan shouted, green flames instantly spread around his body, rippling with an incomparably hot and terrified aura. It was the powerful fire skill that Zhou Han controlled. After the guild leveled up, he also taught this skill to the current guild guardian beast, the immortal bird. As the guild level increased greatly, the guardian beast, the undying bird, also successfully evolved to the strength of a 1-star supreme grade. After unlocking many powerful functions, the combat strength he could unleash was even more terrifying. In that case, every member could borrow the stronger power of the immortal bird. That was why Xiaoyan used a powerful skill like the green flame, burning mountains and boiling sea immediately. The powerful thing was that first, Zhou Han enhanced this skill 10 times. Then, after he obtained the fire origin of the 9-flame Qilin, all his fire attribute skills carried a trace of the fire origin. Therefore, the power released now was naturally extremely terrifying. There was a shrill cry. The rich blood energy on Zhou Han's body was instantly evaporated by the extremely intense flames. The high-speed charging him originally had an arrogant and cruel expression on his face. However, it was precisely because of this that he could not dodge the impact of the flames at all. Before he could resist, he was drowned by the green flames and burned to ashes. What? How is that possible? Damn, is this really the 9-star divine grade? I'll believe it if you say it's the 9-star supreme grade. Looks like this God-slaying hall is something. Their combat strength is so shocking. They actually managed to kill someone above their level. Fire origin. I feel the aura of the fire origin. It simply subverts my understanding. A small divine grade can actually use the power of the fire origin. Do you believe it? One of the fire cultivator's faces was filled with great shock. He cultivated fire, so he was naturally extremely clear about the fire origin. After all, that was the top pursuit of fire cultivators. That was why this person had lost his composure. Ha ha ha. With this level, you dare to behave atrociously in my god-slaying hall. Supreme grade experts really can't withstand a single blow. Xiaoyan clapped his hands, his face filled with a mocking smile. Easily killing a supreme grade expert was easy. This was the foundation of the god-slaying hall. Everyone was like a dragon, and everyone could fight above their level. Interesting. I'm even more interested in your powerful combat strength. Xiaoyan sneered. That meant that there were many secrets hidden. If he grasped them, he might be able to improve further. If you're willing to tell me the secrets, I can consider letting you off. I can even take you in as slaves. Xiaoyan voiced his intentions. You sure talk big. Are you not afraid of being slapped in the face? Lu Benwei retorted angrily. Someone actually dared to show off in the god-slaying hall like this. He could not tolerate this. This was because other than Zhou Han, no one else in the god-slaying hall was qualified to show off. A slap in the face? Your god-slaying hall is really confident. You really think you can jump around just because you have some strength. To be honest, you're just a group of slightly stronger ants in my eyes. It's easy to crush him. Xiaoyan's cold voice sounded. As he spoke, a powerful force emitted from his body. The power of the 40 sovereign golden runes was surging and violent. Its aura was sharp and unstoppable. As expected, as soon as this terrifying aura surged out, it made the expressions of the excited members of the god-slaying hall tighten, and they felt an incomparably heavy pressure. Although they were indeed very strong, they were still not enough in front of a pseudo-sovereign expert. It's actually a pseudo-sovereign expert? Moreover, he fused the power of 40 sovereign golden runes. This is going to be troublesome. Damn it, it's not easy to deal with. Now, only Brother Han can deal with it. I can only pray that Brother Han can defeat it. This is probably not easy. After all, he's an expert with 40 sovereign golden runes. The difference is a little big. That's right. Not long ago, Brother Han said that he controlled many 20 sovereign golden runes. Now, he has no chance of winning against these 40 sovereign golden runes. At this point, everyone's faces turned pale, and their hearts were gloomy. All of them felt powerless. Although they had not reached the pseudo-sovereign grade, they had more or less come into contact with some knowledge about this. They knew that the sovereign golden rune was very difficult to obtain. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying Zhou Han was, he could not increase the number of sovereign golden runes to 40 in such a short period of time. However, with every additional sovereign golden rune fused, the increase in combat strength was completely different. Therefore, with such a huge difference now, there was no chance of winning. Tisk, TSK. Now you're afraid. Wasn't your god-slaying hall very unyielding just now? Are you scared, silly? Therefore, soon, your god-slaying hall will be erased forever. How does it feel? Xiaoyan stood in the air and laughed wantonly. This thrill of controlling other people's lives was wonderful, especially when he saw the panic and despair on everyone's faces. The pleasant pain made Xiaoyan even more excited. Hee. Erase the god-slaying hall. Did you ask my permission? At this moment, Zhou Han, who was watching from the side, naturally had to stand up. Originally, he wanted to see how things were developing and what motive the angry Blood Divine sect had for coming. After all, he had no grudge against the other party. However, there must be a reason why the angry Blood Divine sect had come with such a huge commotion. Through the observation just now, Zhou Han did not obtain any useful information. Then, Xiaoyan kept showing off. Zhou Han could not stand it anymore, so he questioned loudly. Hearing Zhou Han's words, Xiaoyan frowned and glanced over. A huge aura exploded from his body and swept crazily at Zhou Han. He hated being disturbed when he was showing off, and it was a man more handsome than him who disturbed him. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, an invisible energy fluctuation rushed over, wanting to insta-kill Zhou Han. How arrogant. Feel the taste of death. Just as Xiaoyan roared, the violent energy he released had already bombarded Zhou Han. The smile on Xiaoyan's face deepened. The other party was indeed trash. He could not even dodge his simple move. The outcome was very obvious. Naturally, he could not escape the fate of being insta-killed. How boring. You're two. Before Zhou Han could finish speaking, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Zhou Han only waved his hand indifferently and easily resolved this invisible fluctuation. He was indifferent as he smiled at Zhou Han. However, in the face of this smile, Zhou Han could not help but shiver. He could see rich killing intent. Moreover, the young man in front of him seemed to be unfathomable. No, how is that possible? I must be scaring myself. I'm a man destined to become a saint king. How can I be afraid? It's an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Soon, Zhou Han quickly hinted to himself. After all, he was known as the #1 person in the younger generation. His pride did not allow him to be so uncertain. Boss, you're here. Let's go quickly. The other party is an expert who has fused 40 sovereign golden runes. He's too strong. Run away and preserve the fire seed for the god-slaying hall. With your talent, you will definitely become the former at the peak in the future. At that time, avenge us. As long as there's life, there's hope. Seeing Zhou Han's sudden appearance, not only did the members of the god-slaying hall not show any excitement, but they also revealed huge worry and fear. It would have been fine if Zhou Han had not come. In that case, the god-slaying hall could still retain its fire seed. In that case, it could still take revenge. However, now that everyone was here, it would be really tragic if they were wiped out. Therefore, the members of the god-slaying hall advised anxiously. Zhou Han was speechless. Didn't they see that I scattered Zhou Han's attack with a gentle wave of my hand just now? Zhou Han complained in his heart. However, perhaps limited by their realm, they did not feel the invisible attack triggered by Zhou Han. Therefore, they had no idea what had happened in an instant. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, so many people would not be dissuading Zhou Han from escaping, but cheering. Run away? That's not like me. Watch and learn. Zhou Han reached out to stop everyone from dissuading him and said with a smile. Zhou Han's order was still very effective. Seeing him stop them, everyone instantly fell silent. Boss, how many sovereign golden runes have you fused now? Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly asked. I fused 35. Zhou Han said. 35. This speed is too shocking. Oh, Huan Yu was shocked. But the other party has 40 sovereign golden runes. The difference of 5 is like a natural chasm. It's still difficult to match. Go Tuo said with a dark expression. Who said that 35 can't defeat 40? Watch carefully. Zhou Han did not care and smiled domineeringly. With that, he stopped listening to them and turned his gaze to Zhou Han, who was in the air. It was time to show his true power. In the future, if the god-slaying hall wanted to obtain a greater reputation, some thieves would naturally come and provoke them. Today was perfect. This angry blood divine sect had delivered itself to his door. After all, it was also a powerful faction. It could serve as a warning to others. In that case, if he wanted to provoke the god-slaying hall in the future, he had to consider his strength before attacking. Tell me the real reason why you came to the god-slaying hall this time. I can give you a quick death. Zhou Han said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, before he attacked, he still wanted to know the reason. How dare you? The world knows the reputation of my angry blood divine sect and me, Zhou Han. Why should I explain my actions to others in my life? How dare you question me? Zhou Han shouted, feeling greatly insulted. What kind of status and strength he had. The anger in his heart could be imagined. Blood sacrifice, wild breath. You can die in peace if you can force me to use my strongest ultimate move. As Zhou Han roared, countless blood pillars spewed out from all directions and converged to form a blood-colored huge claw. It was about 1,000 feet long and lay in the sky, forming a huge shadow that enveloped Zhou Han. The smell of blood wreaked havoc crazily. As if sensing a threat, he felt uneasy. That was why Zhou Han used his strongest attack without reservation. Young sect master is actually so serious about dealing with such a young man and used his strongest ultimate move. Young sect master is still too cautious. In my opinion, he can insta-kill the other party with a few moves. Yes, it's too easy. The people from the Angry Blood Divine sect looked like they were watching a good show with faint smiles. After all, they rarely saw the young sect master attack with all his might. The power he displayed now was indeed very powerful. Everyone looked at Zhou Han with pity. Is this an expert who fused 40 sovereign golden runes? What a powerful pressure. What should we do? Can boss really resist? You have to know that he's also 5 sovereign golden runes away from the other party. Believe in boss. He should be okay. The expressions of the people from the god-slaying hall changed drastically because the ultimate move used by Zhou Han was too shocking. Even from afar, they felt the suffocating pressure. Therefore, although they had some confidence in Zhou Han, they also hesitated at this moment. It was mainly because this power had long exceeded their understanding, making them feel uncertain. Clearly, their worries were too unnecessary. Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash. Zhou Han ignored the huge blood claw above his head. Clearly, he did not take it seriously at all. He only calmly spat out 5 words. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge energy fluctuation shook crazily in the space and whimpered. Boundless soul power turned into a dark sword that was filled with endless sharpness and coldness. A black light rose, and he slashed with his sword. Soul power poured down, and a sword light shook the sky. A powerful soul power spread. In his combat state, tens of thousands of times of powerful combat strength was completely displayed on Zhou Han. Before he could feel the impact head-on, the aura that blew over made Zhou Han feel a huge fear of being stared at by an ancient dire beast. He never expected Zhou Han to be so strong. He was a super expert who had fused 40 sovereign golden runes. Why was he like a chick in front of the other party, unable to resist? This caused a stormy wave in Zhou Han's heart. He was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, he was shocked for less than a second. When the sword light flashed, his life had already been permanently ended. System prompt. You have successfully killed Zhou Han of the Angry Blood Divine sect. Congratulations on obtaining 300,000 Supreme Enhancement points. You have successfully dropped an item, the Angry Blood Divine Crystal. Prepare 2 5-star Supreme Grade items, 1 1-star Supreme Grade pill, and 3 Dharma treasure fragments. The notification of the kill came at the right time, and strings of information appeared on the combat interface. After all, he was an expert fused with 40 sovereign golden runes, so a lot of things dropped. However, the sovereign golden rune that Zhou Han wanted the most did not drop. He was a little disappointed. Oh my god, the young sect master was killed. This is really too strong. I didn't expect the god-slaying hall to have such a peerless expert. This way, we've really caused big trouble. Damn, stop wasting time. Hurry up and escape. After a short shock, everyone from the Angry Blood Divine sect immediately reacted. Facing a powerful expert like Zhou Han, there was no chance of defeating him at all. Now that they had come knocking on their door, the other party definitely had no reason to let them go. If they did not escape now, when would they? With so many people, if they scattered and fled in all directions, a few lucky ones might survive. Those who offend my god-slaying hall will be killed no matter how far they are. Since you're here, stay here. Your heads will officially be used for the opening ceremony of the headquarters of my god-slaying hall. Zhou Han smiled coldly, a playful smile on his face, but his voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and subconsciously shiver. Originally, when they followed young sect master Zhou Han over, they were all prepared to show off and start a massacre. He did not expect things to develop like this. The powerful Zhou Han was also instantly killed by the other party and could not fight back at all. They were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come to join in the fun. This time, they fled even faster. All of them used their full strength. Little Rock, I'll leave it to you. Remember, leave a few alive. Zhou Han patted the primordial golden rock's wings and instructed. Yes, master. Don't worry and leave such a small matter to me. The primordial golden rock smiled confidently. These people fled quickly, but in its eyes, it was in slow motion. For it, who was good at speed, catching up was simply too easy. The huge golden wings suddenly flapped as it chased after the people from the Angry Blood Divine sect. With such a fighter, Zhou Han was happy. Damn, Brother Han, you're really too powerful. The other party was insta-killed just like that. As expected of my brother Han. He's that awesome. Wasn't that guy quite pretentious just now? He was still dead. Boss is mighty. He has actually reached such a terrifying realm. How awesome. This is no longer as simple as the sovereign appearance. He's definitely going to become the sovereign. How satisfying. A mere Angry Blood Divine sect dares to clamor. As soon as Brother Han attacked, he was instantly reduced to ashes. In the future, let's see which faction still dares to provoke my god-slaying hall. Those who are not afraid of death, come at me. The entire battle lasted less than a second. It ended too quickly. At first, the members of the god-slaying hall did not react. After being stunned for a while, they finally erupted in violent cheers, their hearts filled with excitement. Zhou Han's powerful strength shocked everyone again, as if he was an invincible existence. The difference between the 5 sovereign golden runes was not pressurizing at all. Instead, he instantly killed the other party. There was no need to explain how powerful he was. Only the people from the god-slaying hall were left behind to praise and brag endlessly. This was the powerful god-slaying hall. In such a powerful faction, everyone could feel an honor and relief. All right, these are all Brother Han's basic manipulations. Don't shout anymore. By the way, boss, we have no grudge against this angry blood divine sect and have never interacted before. Today, they suddenly mobilized a large number of people to attack my god-slaying hall. I'm afraid they have other motives. Liu Benwei said curiously, revealing all his analysis. I've thought about that too. I have no idea for the time being. However, we'll know the reasons soon, Zhou Han said with a smile. As he spoke, a violent wind swept over. The primordial golden rock had already flown back. It grabbed 3 people tightly under its huge sharp claws. Plop! After the 3 disciples of the angry blood divine sect were thrown to the ground, they bounced up nimbly like rubber balls and hurriedly knelt neatly on the ground, begging pitifully. Senior, spare us. We were blind. Spare us. We're all small fries. Don't kill us. Only the young sect master of the angry blood divine sect died. If Senior wants to attack the angry blood divine sect, I'm willing to be a pawn and provide some useful information. Senior is dignified and suave. It's obvious that you're a dragon among men. Aren't you dirtying your hands by killing us trash? It was obvious that the 3 of them were very capricious. In any case, they would do anything to survive. Dignity was nothing to them now. Zhou Han laughed in his heart. These 3 people were so sensible. Before he could threaten them, they all wished they could show their loyalty. This time, it saved him the trouble of using methods. It was very easy to know the reason why the angry blood divine sect had come to attack the god-slaying hall. Why did your young sect master attack my god-slaying hall? Tell me everything you know. Perhaps I'm in a good mood and will consider letting you off. Zhou Han said coldly, his eyes extremely indifferent. A powerful aura subconsciously emitted and enveloped the 3 of them. To Zhou Han, who had a very sharp perception, as long as they were lying, he could instantly sense it. Then, he would mercilessly erase them. Yes. I'll tell you everything I know. The cause of this matter was still because of the powerful cultivation technique, the Blood Emperor Heaven splitting record. According to the investigation, the Blood Emperor Heaven splitting record is hidden in the vicinity. This is because the young sect master, that dog Xia Zhan, has been coveting this cultivation technique. That's why he came to the god-slaying hall recklessly. He doesn't know what's good for him at all. With a powerful senior like you guarding the god-slaying hall, Xia Zhan is completely courting death. One of the furious blood god sect disciples hurriedly explained what had happened in detail, his eyes filled with endless flattery. Oh, Blood Emperor Heaven splitting record. They actually mobilized so many people to attack my god-slaying hall for a cultivation technique. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. He did not expect this to happen. Through observation, he knew that the 3 people from the angry blood divine sect were not lying. In other words, this cultivation technique was not simple. Otherwise, as the young sect master, Xia Zhan would not have personally taken action. Clearly, he valued this cultivation technique very much. This is simply a cultivation technique that came knocking on my door. I want it. Zhou Han smiled. This was a pleasant surprise. He had obtained a cultivation technique for nothing, so he naturally felt very comfortable. That's indeed the case. It's absolutely true. The Blood Emperor Heaven splitting record is a cultivation technique created by a super expert, the Blood Emperor. It can completely stimulate the blood energy in the body. After cultivating it, your combat strength will instantly increase. The 3 of them hurriedly explained, then said a lot about it. After all, it was to save their lives, so they naturally did not hold back. Zhou Han only listened quietly. He also silently activated his transcendent perception and spread out his divine sense. He wanted to feel the exact location of this cultivation technique. If he felt powerful blood energy, it should be where the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record was hidden. However, after glancing around, Zhou Han did not feel any special aura. After scanning it a few more times, he still didn't feel anything. This puzzled Zhou Han. If you can find the hiding place of that cultivation technique, then you can regain your freedom. Then, Zhou Han could only place his hopes on the 3 people from the Angry Blood Divine sect. After all, they were here to find the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record, and they also cultivated blood energy. Therefore, there might be a way. Now, Zhou Han could not sense it. If he was asked to find it, not only would it waste time, but it would also be another matter if he could find it. After all, this place was still very large. Without clues, it was very difficult to find. Really, Senior, don't worry. Although we're not completely confident, we're 50% sure. We'll do our best to complete the mission. Please give us a few more days. When the 3 of them heard Zhou Han's words, their eyes revealed hope for survival. After obtaining Zhou Han's promise, this was their only chance to survive. They were naturally filled with fighting spirit and took out their full strength. Zhou Han did not say anything. Whether they could find it depended on their luck. Then, the 3 of them began to move around and use all kinds of methods to search. With the primordial golden rock monitoring them, Zhou Han was not worried that they would escape. Han, let's go in and take a look at the construction of the God-slaying hall first. Han Qinxue said gently. All right, let's go. Zhou Han held her slender waist and walked in through the ancient bronze door. The environment inside was very quiet. Because it was built in a valley, this aura was naturally extremely refreshing. The spirit gathering array was also constantly operating. Spiritual energy spewed out, making one feel relaxed and happy. After entering the headquarters, all kinds of pavilions were scattered. They had the aura of a large faction. Is this our guild headquarters? It's too awesome. If we live here every day, our strength will slowly increase, Xie said excitedly, shocked by the scene in front of him. In the future, this will be our home. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is the villa on the top of the mountain where we live? Zhang Xiaobai looked at a mountain not far away with many houses. The decoration was very exquisite, and there were fluctuations of arrays that kept rippling. It was obvious that it was expensive to build. It was high-end and classy. If such a villa was in the firmament imperial city, the price would be very exaggerated. Although the members were rich now, they had never enjoyed such an exquisite life. That's right. These are all for guild members to live in. Regardless of whether you have a place to stay outside, we'll arrange a villa for everyone at the God-slaying hall headquarters. In the future, as there are more and more members, our God-slaying hall will constantly expand around us. Han Qinxue said at the right time. This arrangement naturally made the members feel a greater sense of belonging. In a foreign world, everyone worked together to create a powerful faction. This feeling was very satisfying just thinking about it. At the same time, it also displayed the ambition of the God-slaying hall. It would grow savagely and constantly expand. When the time came, it would annex the surrounding forces. Its territory would naturally become larger and larger. Wow, that's great. I can imagine how the God-slaying hall will become a huge faction in the future. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. If the entire continent knows the reputation of my God-slaying hall, our status will rise and we'll control powerful authority. In that case, it's ignited and filled with endless fighting spirit. Everyone looked very excited. They had an endless vision of a bright future. If they followed Zhou Han, their future would naturally be limitless. After all, his powerful combat strength was like a cheat. He created miracles again and stunned everyone. In their eyes, he was like an invincible god of war. Nothing could stop Zhou Han. System prompt. It has been detected that you have built the guild's headquarters. The various related buildings of the guild will also automatically materialize and appear in the headquarters. The effect of the physical building will triple the effect of the previous virtualization. As soon as he heard the notification, he saw a dazzling light flickering in the headquarters. Many ordinary buildings had undergone many strange changes and had magical effects. Under Zhou Han's appraisal, he saw the names of many buildings. There was a guild hall, a mission hall, a mystic realm dungeon, an alchemy pavilion, a forging pavilion, a spiritual herb garden, a cultivation technique pavilion, a divine beast valley, and other buildings. It was placed within the range of headquarters in a regular manner. It flickered with a dazzling halo and looked beautiful. Many buildings had not been opened on the virtual interface before. However, now that it had all appeared, this would play a very positive role in future development. Now that he had so many functional buildings, he finally looked like a guild in an online game. He looked very good. As members of the guild, the other members naturally received this notification. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. They naturally knew that with these physical buildings, the buff effect was 3 times that of the virtual buildings. It was difficult to take off. Ha, this alchemy pavilion is good. It can actually learn to refine pills. The effect is a little strong. Really? I think I've found a new way out. My combat talent is not good. I can go and do some support work. This forging pavilion is quite awesome. When the time comes, watch me forge a sovereign artifact. Is there a brother going to the Divine Beast Valley to catch a baby? I want to nurture a divine beast. Then, everyone entered each building and felt it. The surprise and shock on their faces intensified. There were many basic knowledge points in these buildings. As long as he spent a certain number of soul crystals and gold coins, he could learn and further his studies inside. For many players, it was simply a blessing. They found joy in it. Not everyone wanted to fight. Wouldn't it be good to plant spiritual herbs and nurture spiritual beasts? Everyone's pursuits were different. Some wanted to obtain powerful combat strength and reach the peak. Some people only wanted to live in peace and enjoy life. Anyway, they could shine in a different way. Therefore, the appearance of these special buildings gave them hope. Everyone's emotions were clearly high. Zhou Han smiled and shook his head. Everyone had their own choices. In that case, it was good. A powerful faction could not only have combat personnel. They had to have support and logistics that could increase a large number of resources. Now, there were such signs. The guild was developing in a more comprehensive direction. Then, Zhou Han also looked at these buildings. However, he was not interested in alchemy. With so many lackeys, if one of them really had the talent to refine a top-grade pill, they would have to be filial to Zhou Han. Therefore, he had so many lackeys. Zhou Han would not do it himself. Leave the guild guardian beast here. Looking at the sky above his head, where many array formations converged. As a guardian beast, it was naturally its duty to guard. Therefore, it was very reasonable to leave it here. Since the buildings had materialized, the guardian beast would naturally appear. Turn the guardian beast, the immortal bird, into a physical form. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. System prompt. A guardian beast is appearing. Please wait. A few minutes later, a blazing heat swept over. In the sky, flames spread. Shriek, shriek. Like the cry of a bell, it resounded in the air. It was loud and imposing. The monstrous flames dissipated, and the figure of the immortal bird slowly appeared. Its majestic aura burned the air until it crackled. It was obvious how exaggerated the terrifying temperature was. It floated there like a small sun, and violent heat waves kept surging. I didn't expect the immortal bird to have grown to this extent. Looks like it also obtained a 3-fold increase. Han Qinshua's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said in shock. This was because he could not feel this violent aura at all in the virtual state previously. Even if he could feel it, the shock was extremely limited. However, after materializing, it was completely different. That blazing light, the terrifying heat wave, everything felt so real. That's right. The immortal bird has indeed advanced to the 6-star supreme grade. This growth speed is really a surprise. Zhou Han also activated the appraisal, his eyes revealing a satisfied smile. Of course, the immortal bird's growth was naturally inseparable from the nurturing of Zhou Han and many guild members. Firstly, the fire attribute items Zhou Han had obtained during this period of time were all enhanced and fed to the immortal bird. Then, as the strength of the guild members soared, the quality of the items they naturally obtained became higher and higher. After accumulating, the immortal bird obtained evolution points faster and faster. After all, there was strength in numbers. Everyone could borrow the power of the immortal bird, so they were naturally very concerned and enthusiastic about feeding it. In the end, it was still because of the special nature of the immortal bird. When it reached the 1-star divine grade, it could take the initiative to absorb the fire elements in the space. Even without feeding, he could quickly increase his strength. Therefore, with all kinds of factors combined, it was reasonable for the immortal bird to have such an increase. Oh my God! 6-star supreme grade. Tisk, TSK. This growth potential is a little exaggerated. Han Qinxue exclaimed. Of course it has great potential. In my opinion, the immortal bird's growth potential will surpass the primordial golden rock in the future. Zhou Han said seriously. Clearly, he thought more highly of the immortal bird. It can surpass the primordial golden rock. No way. The primordial golden rock is a super expert who fused 55 sovereign golden runes. Han Qinxue did not believe him and felt that Zhou Han was exaggerating. One had to know that the current immortal bird was simply worlds apart from the primordial golden rock. Then I'll analyze it for you. You know that the guild guardian beast can accept the function of a guild member's cultivation imparting. How do you think my future achievements are compared to the primordial golden rock? Zhou Han did not explain in detail and asked instead, of course you'll far surpass the primordial golden rock. In my heart, you'll definitely advance to the sovereign realm. Han Qinxue smiled gently with her beautiful eyes. Then she revealed a look of enlightenment. I understand. The function of cultivation imparting is the key to the problem. As long as you teach the guardian beast a super powerful skill, it's difficult for it not to take off. Therefore, rather than calling it the potential of the guardian beast, it's more like whether there are peerless experts among the guild members who are good at the fire attribute. You, Zhou Han, are such an existence. Not to mention an immortal bird. Even a sparrow can rule the world with your help. The more Han Qinxue spoke, the more excited she became. No matter how she praised her man, it was not too much. At the same time, he completely understood what Zhou Han meant by the potential of the immortal bird surpassing the primordial golden rock. Yes, not bad. However, the sparrow you're talking about is a little too much. Zhou Han said with a smile. Hehe. It's not too much for you to have such strength. Han Qinxue smiled charmingly. By the way, I think an angry blood divine crystal dropped just now. It's of the fire attribute. I wonder what quality it is. After laughing for a while, Zhou Han remembered. If the quality was not bad, Zhou Han did not mind enhancing it and feeding it to the immortal bird. In that case, he could increase his strength again. Han, quickly appraise it. Han Qinxue urged. She naturally wanted to see the immortal bird reach a higher level. In that case, the members would be even stronger if they could borrow the power of the guardian beast. Yes. Zhou Han nodded and looked into his spatial inventory. He instantly took out the angry blood divine crystal. That's right. It's a 7-star supreme grade earth treasure. It's already considered top grade among natural treasures. After Zhou Han's appraisal, he was delighted and muttered to himself. In that case, it could bring extremely strong effects. If he fed it to the immortal bird, it would definitely be able to obtain a large number of evolution points. However, Zhou Han definitely had to enhance such a good natural treasure and unleash its ultimate effect. Enhance it 70 times. System prompt. Your enhancement request has been received. It is being enhanced. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The Angry Blood Divine Crystal has been successfully enhanced 70 times. New attributes have already appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. 70 white lights flashed, and the Angry Blood Divine Crystal in his hand underwent a huge change. If he had been holding a fireball previously, it was as hot as a sun now. The shocking temperature was extremely turbulent and powerful. This, the aura of the fire origin. Is this the huge effect of enhancing it 70 times? It's really unbelievable. Because he had the power of the 9-flame Qilin, he was naturally extremely familiar with the fire origin. Zhou Han instantly sensed it. Although it was only a faint trace, it was shocking enough. After all, the fire origin was the top state of flames. As long as he absorbed it, it would have great benefits. Shriek, shriek. The moment the Angry Blood Divine Crystal was enhanced, the immortal bird acutely sensed it. It kept chirping there, eager for the power in it. It flew over and landed on Zhou Han's shoulder. It rubbed against him intimately and kept fawning. Whether it was because of its feeding or because of its identity as the president of the God-Slaying Hall, the immortal bird was naturally the closest to Zhou Han. Moreover, the power of the 9-flame Qilin on Zhou Han made it feel very close and warm. Little guy, don't be anxious. This is prepared for you. Zhou Han stroked the immortal bird's soft feathers and said with a smile. Of course, the immortal bird's main body was not small, but it was only in a shrunken state now. Chirp, chirp. Hearing Zhou Han's words, the immortal bird danced excitedly, feeling very happy. Seeing the angry blood divine crystal, it swallowed it. Boom. A sound like muffled thunder kept resounding from its body, endless and extraordinary. Explosive flames also ignited on the immortal bird. Although one of the 7 colored flames was very dim, no one dared to ignore its existence. This was because the violent power was filled with a violent and destructive aura. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the fire origin. At this moment, the immortal bird was even happier and wandered in the sea of fire. The enhanced angry blood divine crystal's endless power was constantly being absorbed. The aura of the immortal bird also rose steadily. 7-star supreme grade, 8-star supreme grade. It was still breaking through. Hiss. Han, your angry blood divine crystal is too strong. The realm of the immortal bird is rapidly increasing. Han Qinshue's eyes were filled with surprise. This was the first time she had seen such a rapid increase, and she exclaimed. Zhou Han smiled calmly. Of course. After all, he had enhanced it 70 times, reaching the limit of what the angry blood divine crystal could enhance. How could the effect be ordinary? It was naturally very powerful. After all, the SSS rank talent, infinite enhancement, had never disappointed Zhou Han. After the power of the angry blood divine crystal was completely absorbed, the notification also echoed in Zhou Han's mind. System prompt. Congratulations, the Guild Guardian Beast, Immortal Bird, has successfully absorbed all the energy of the angry blood divine crystal plus 70 and obtained 10 billion evolution points. The Guild Guardian Beast, the Immortal Bird, has successfully evolved into a pseudo-sovereign grade 5-color Immortal Bird. The exact data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it. Very good, very powerful. You've reached the pseudo-sovereign grade. Zhou Han smiled in relief. However, because it had not fused with the sovereign golden rune, there was no realm classification for the time being. It was only collectively known as the pseudo-sovereign grade. Then, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. The attribute data of the 5-color Immortal Bird was also completely displayed and was clearly visible. 5-color Immortal Bird. Grade, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Type, Guild Guardian Beast. Description, my lifelong mission is to protect the Guild and any member of it. At this moment, the power of the Immortal Bird bloodline has been completely activated. It has the characteristic of being undying. As long as there is a wisp of fire attribute existence, it can achieve the effect of rebirth. All guild members can also use a portion of the undying characteristic. Evolution level, 10.5 billion/100 billion. Status, leisure, cheerful and arrogant. Gender, female. Bloodline, Rainbow Immortal Bird, World Extinguishing Flame Emperor. Skills, Lava Fire Rain, Heavenly Fire Meteor, 1,000 Miles of Scorched Earth, 3,000 Burning Sword, Flame Devouring the 9 Heavens, Green Flame, Burning Mountains, and Boiling Sea. Passive, Fire Taboo, control the power of the Fire Taboo. Cultivation, you can accept skills taught by any guild member, not lower than Divine Grade. Intimate, 53,211. Guardian Power, when intimacy reaches 100 points, you will obtain 20% of the Guardian Beast's combat strength. When intimacy reaches 500 points, you will obtain 30% of the Guardian Beast's combat strength. When intimacy reaches 1,000 points, you will obtain 40% of the Guardian Beast's combat strength. When intimacy reaches 10,000 points, you can use 60% of the Guardian Beast's combat strength. Immortal characteristic. All guild members have 5 chances to avoid death within a day. After advancing to the pseudo-sovereign grade, the effect is really shocking. There are 5 chances to avoid death in a day. It will greatly increase my ability to survive. After checking all the attributes of the 5-colored Immortal Bird, Zhou Han's face was filled with a smile. Looking at the previous weak Fire Sparrow that was only bronze grade, now that it had become a pseudo-sovereign grade 5-colored Immortal Bird, this joy of personally nurturing it had been greatly satisfied. Chirp, chirp. Sensing that it had become extremely powerful, the colorful Immortal Bird was very happy. It rubbed against Zhou Han's arms even more intimately. Of course, it was mainly because of Zhou Han's cultivation and the aura of the fire origin on him. It was naturally fatally attractive to the colorful, immortal bird. After teasing the immortal bird for a while, Zhou Han also taught it all the fire attribute skills he controlled. Now that the quality of the cultivation imparting had also increased, the cultivation technique taught had to not be lower than the divine grade. After all, the five-color immortal bird had already reached the pseudo-sovereign level. It would be very inappropriate to teach some low-quality skills. However, Zhou Han's cultivation technique was not lower than the divine grade now, so there was no problem at all. With these enhanced skills, coupled with the degree of control of the fire taboo, its undying characteristic instantly made the five-color immortal bird a super expert. Killing someone of a higher level was as easy as drinking water. This was the huge potential Zhou Han mentioned. It was equivalent to her obtaining Zhou Han's true teachings and could completely take off. All right, with you protecting the god-slaying hall in the future, I'll be even more at ease when I wander outside. Zhou Han stroked her soft feathers and said with a smile. He naturally did all of this to give the god-slaying hall greater strength to protect itself. Such an important responsibility was entrusted to the guardian beast, the five-colored immortal bird. In that case, he could deal with a powerful enemy attack. Even if they could not deal with it, with their powerful strength, they could stall for a while and not be instantly wiped out. Zhou Han could also quickly help. After all, with so many members of the God-Slaying Hall, as they continued to grow in the future, they were still very considerable in accumulating resources and creating value. As the president, Zhou Han had a responsibility and obligation to protect the lives of every member. This was how he did things, and it was the responsibility of a man. Chirp! The colorful immortal bird nodded excitedly and rubbed against Zhou Han's arms happily. It was very lively and cute. Its five-colored feathers emitted a moving luster that was pleasing to the eye. Then, Zhou Han also summoned the Golden Bone Dragon King and its lackeys. After all, Little Bone was only at the supreme grade. Its help to Zhou Han was already minimal. Therefore, Zhou Han placed it in a suitable location and continued to glow. That was to guard the door of the God-Slaying Hall's headquarters. It also had an undying characteristic. With its lackeys able to withstand a sea of firepower, it was a very powerful meat shield. Little Bone, the God-Slaying Hall is very important to me. I won't allow it to be damaged, so you have to guard this place well. Zhou Han said solemnly. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. If you want to destroy the God-Slaying Hall, step over my corpse. The Golden Bone Dragon King hurriedly promised. Very good. As long as you perform well, I'll let you enter the pseudo-sovereign realm. The height of your future achievements depends on your performance. Zhou Han promised some benefits. As a pet, it naturally listened to Zhou Han's orders, but it was not sure how much effort it had put in. It could use 100% of its strength, or it might only use 50%. Therefore, appropriate incentives were naturally very necessary. This was also why Zhou Han made such a promise. One had to know that the pseudo-sovereign grade had always been an extremely high level that the Golden Bone Dragon King looked forward to, but it was difficult to touch. Hearing Zhou Han's words, its eyes lit up and its heart was immediately filled with hope. The entire dragon was in high spirits. If others said that they wanted to raise it to the pseudo-sovereign grade, Little Bone would definitely not believe a word of it. However, since Zhou Han said this, it was different. During this period of time, it had constantly witnessed Zhou Han's strength. His strength soared like a rocket and was terrifying. Moreover, it had seen many of Zhou Han's methods with its own eyes. Therefore, Zhou Han said that it was very difficult for others to raise it to the pseudo-sovereign grade. However, through Zhou Han's methods, it was not very difficult. This was also the reason why Little Bone's eyes flickered with excitement. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely try my best. I won't disappoint you. Little Bone knelt there and hurriedly said gratefully, full of enthusiasm. Zhou Han smiled and nodded. As expected, after being motivated and giving Little Bone something to look forward to, its state was clearly different. He would definitely put in a lot of effort in the next period of time. After all, it concerned advancing to the pseudo-sovereign grade. He had to pay attention. Tisk, TSK. Boss, you're really awesome. With so many powerful pets, we feel especially at ease staying in the God-Slaying Hall. Wang Defa said with a smile. As expected of our boss. He can even subdue the bone dragon of the undead race, Kai Kuan said in admiration. Many large factions don't have such a powerful defense. The God-Slaying Hall rises. The future is ours. Everyone was excited and impassioned. They had more prospects for the future and firmly believed that under Zhou Han's lead, they could also make a name for themselves in this alternate world. Boss, those 3 people from the Angry Blood Divine sect request an audience. Yang Dingtian ran over and reported. Oh, looking for me. You found the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record? Zhou Han walked out of the hall in confusion. Soon, the 3 people from the Angry Blood Divine sect appeared in his vision. However, Zhou Han's eyes narrowed when he saw the pale faces of the 3 people from the Angry Blood Divine sect. They looked dispirited, their footsteps swayed, and their bodies trembled. This state was quite strange, making Zhou Han feel a little strange. What happened? Zhou Han asked in a low voice. Senior, when the 3 of us investigated, we discovered a blazing blood light spewing out of that valley. When we approached, the blood-colored energy emitted from it attacked us. I instantly lost more than half of my blood. Such a domineering and strange method should be the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. The 3 of them knelt on the ground and said with terrified expressions. When they thought of the strange blood light they had just faced, they felt a lingering fear. They used many life-saving methods. Otherwise, all their blood would have been sucked dry. Therefore, with such powerful strength and blood energy attributes, it even appeared in this realm. Then it was naturally not difficult to guess that the reason for this effect was the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. Very good, lead the way. Zhou Han was interested when he heard this. This cultivation technique was indeed unique to be able to devour blood. Therefore, they were even more expectant of the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. Zhou Han also cultivated blood energy skills, such as the Sky Dust Tyrant Blood and the Demon Prison Blood Slaying. They were all very powerful. Although these skills could no longer keep up with Zhou Han's current strength, he still liked to cultivate blood energy skills very much. It was very beneficial to be able to increase his constitution and make his body stronger. Through the introduction of the 3 people from the Angry Blood Divine sect, the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record was such a cultivation technique. He stimulated the strength of the blood energy in his body and erupted with extreme strength. In a combat state, it became extremely violent. It was similar to the berserk pill he had consumed previously. Senior, it's that valley ahead. Suddenly, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks, their eyes still filled with fear. They carefully pointed at the valley not far away. The originally dark valley was now filled with blood energy, and the space was completely dyed red. Senior, why don't you go in? We won't go. The 3 of them begged. Clearly, more than half of their blood had been sucked just now. When they saw this, their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. After all, they did not want to experience that terrifying scene a second time. All right, get lost. Zhou Han waved his hand indifferently and said indifferently. Actually, after arriving here, the transcendent perception he activated instantly locked onto the location of the source of the blood energy. It was indeed the cultivation technique of the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. However, at this moment, something seemed to have happened, causing violent blood energy to spew out automatically. Since they had found the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record, these 3 people were useless. Zhou Han also let them go according to his previous promise. After all, they were just a group of small fries and could not pose a threat to Zhou Han at all. Moreover, the main reason was that Zhou Han hoped to use the 3 of them to spread the power of the God-slaying hall. In that case, more and more people knew the reputation of the God-slaying hall. They knew that even the Angry Blood Divine sect was no match for it. In that case, if he wanted to provoke the forces of the God-slaying hall in the future, he had to weigh his weight. In that case, it would save a lot of trouble. It was also a good thing. Therefore, Zhou Han released 3 insignificant people. Thank you, Senior. Senior, you're really a good person. Then we'll take our leave. The 3 of them still did not dare to relax, and hurriedly said good things. After all, there were many people who went back on their word in such situations. Their young sect master often did such things. After scrambling away, they finally heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously felt a trace of gratitude for Zhou Han. Of course, this was only an interlude, and Zhou Han did not take it to heart. He cast his gaze deeper into the valley and flew away without hesitation. As they continued deeper into the valley, the blood in it became richer. Blood mist filled the air, and the air became very heavy. The flowers, grass, and trees in the valley were no longer emerald green and had become very withered. Their original vitality had been stolen by the blood. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It can even steal life? It's really not simple. Without a doubt, it was naturally caused by the Blood Emperor Heaven splitting record that emitted blood-colored energy. This phenomenon surprised Zhou Han very much. After all, this cultivation technique would soon be under his control. This also meant that he could do it to this extent. Approaching the deepest part of the valley, the blood mist here was as dense as water droplets, completely isolating all vision. He could not see anything clearly and could only sense it through his thoughts. Moreover, the pressure brought by the blood mist was extremely heavy. Ordinary people would have long been crushed to dust by this power. However, to Zhou Han, who had the combat strength of a Saint King, this was not a problem. Dragon tornado. Spread out. Zhou Han shouted loudly. The wind dragon roared angrily, and the wind invaded, attacking the heavy blood-colored energy. Under the violent attack, the blood-colored energy did not resist for long before it was completely blown away. Finally, the images in the depths of the valley were all presented. What greeted his eyes was a blood-colored book with 5 large words on it. Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record. The words were like flowing blood, imposing and filled with blood energy. Beside the book was a stone that flickered with a scarlet luster. The power within was actually not inferior to the Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record. Master, that's the primordial blood transformation stone. I didn't expect such natural treasures to exist here. It's really unexpected. As if sensing Zhou Han's confusion, Koizumi hurriedly explained the origin of this stone. Is there anything special about this primordial blood transformation stone? Zhou Han asked. It's a very special natural treasure with rich blood essence. It can devour blood and deprive life. A sovereign once refined a primordial blood transformation stone into a powerful Dharma treasure. As soon as it was taken out, all the vitality within 100 miles was instantly absorbed, Koizumi continued. Unfortunately, the conditions to form the primordial blood transformation stone are very harsh, and there are extremely few of them. It's really your providence to be able to find one here, Master. In that case, it seems that the blood of the 3 of them was devoured by this primordial blood transformation stone. When Zhou Han heard this, he was also very happy. His luck was indeed unparalleled. However, this primordial blood transformation stone seems to have a strange connection with that cultivation technique now and is vaguely showing signs of fusing. Master, what should we do now? Koizumi asked for Zhou Han's opinion. After all, the effect of the primordial blood transformation stone was very magical. It could also refine powerful Dharma treasures. If anything happened now, it might cause the effect of the primordial blood transformation stone to be greatly reduced. This was what Koizumi was worried about. Since I've already fused a portion, let's wait and see. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. After some thought, he said, the primordial blood transformation stone had many similarities to the Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record. Be it blood energy attributes or powerful energy, they were all on the same level. Anyway, the things were here, so Zhou Han was not worried that they would run away. Therefore, Zhou Han was looking forward to what would happen next. Phew! As if sensing Zhou Han's powerful threat, blood energy surged from the primordial blood transformation stone. In an instant, more than 100 violent blood pillars formed a blood cage that enveloped Zhou Han. This was the instinctive reaction of the primordial blood transformation stone in the face of danger. Although it did not have consciousness, most magical items had such instincts. At the same time, Zhou Han also felt the blood in his body surge. It was as if an invisible force wanted to peel his blood away. However, it was quickly suppressed by Zhou Han. Break! Zhou Han extended his right hand, and several chaos sword aura shot out, slashing at the blood-colored cage. As expected, the blood-colored cage naturally shattered. In front of the powerful Zhou Han, everything was in vain. Since the attack did not work, the primordial blood transformation stone instantly knew Zhou Han's terrifying strength. It even sped up the fusion with the Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record. It seemed to be hoping that after fusing, it would have greater power to protect itself. Seeing this happen, Zhou Han did not continue to attack. He looked at the primordial blood transformation stone and the Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record and directly activated the effect of transcendent perception. Soon, some strange changes could be seen. This was usually difficult to detect. The blood-colored energy of the 2 items converged. Due to the same attributes, there was actually no obstruction when fusing. Zhou Han seemed to know the reason. It was mainly because of the choice of the primordial blood transformation stone. The initiative was on it. As long as it wanted to fuse, it could fuse. This was also why it had not fused before. It had no choice but to fuse with the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record because of Zhou Han's threat just now. The blood-colored energy was even richer, and violent power kept sweeping over like an ocean. The smile on Zhou Han's face became even more satisfied. The entire process only lasted a minute. Suddenly, blood light shone and instantly condensed into countless blood-colored swords that bombarded Zhou Han. Do you think you're my match after fusing? Now let me take you in. It seemed that this primordial blood transformation stone was a little unconvinced. It wanted to rely on its fused strength to resist Zhou Han. However, it was obvious that it really knew nothing about power. Zhou Han waved his right hand gently, and chaotic power spewed out. It was as if hundreds of millions of mountains were pressing down. The powerful and vast power was incomparably majestic. In an instant, he suppressed the primordial blood transformation stone and the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record with lightning methods. My master has extraordinary methods. The outcome of not submitting is destruction. Koizumi berated. It naturally hoped that Zhou Han could subdue this fused item. After all, the primordial blood transformation stone was originally extremely rare, but now, it had actually fused with a divine artifact. Then the power naturally produced was much stronger than before. After subduing it, it would bring more help. As expected, the primordial blood transformation stone did not have consciousness. It was just instinct. Now that he had encountered a powerful suppression, since he could not resist, he naturally accepted it silently. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the cultivation technique, Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record, mutated. Do you want to learn it? At the same time, the notification sounded in his mind. However, Zhou Han did not learn it immediately. Instead, he wanted to see the specific effect of this cultivation technique first. As he looked over, he activated the appraisal effect. All the relevant descriptions of this cultivation technique appeared on the virtual interface. Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record, mutated. Grade, top pseudo-sovereign. Description, a cultivation technique created by the peerless expert, the Blood Emperor. With blood energy as the guide, it can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for my use. When cultivated to the extreme, it can completely activate the blood potential of the body, absorb the territory of the world, and steal the blood and spiritual energy of others. Through 3 methods of obtaining strength, it can rapidly increase one's strength and dominate the world. Skill 1. Nether Prison Blood Seal. Click to open it to check the details of the skill. Skill 2. Life Depletion. Click to open and see the details of the skill. Skill 3. Locked. Restriction. Only those with powerful blood energy can learn it. Otherwise, they will suffer a violent backlash. It actually reached the quality of a top pseudo-sovereign. It's really a powerful cultivation technique. As soon as he checked, Zhou Han laughed heartily. The quality of this top pseudo-sovereign was only a step away from the sovereign grade. Therefore, there was no need to say how strong it was. Of course, the original Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record definitely could not reach the quality of a top pseudo-sovereign. This was naturally because it had fused with the Heaven Valley Blood Transformation Stone and mutated, increasing its quality. The description also gave a simple explanation of the effect of this cultivation technique. There were 3 ways to obtain power. They were indeed very extraordinary. The first was to activate the blood potential of the body and become stronger from within. The second point was to steal other people's blood and spiritual energy. It was very domineering. Zhou Han liked it very much. The third point was to absorb spiritual energy from the world and quickly increase his strength. Of course, these 3 methods of obtaining power could be done at the same time. Therefore, this displayed the power of the top pseudo-sovereign cultivation technique. The smile on Zhou Han's face became even more satisfied. Then, he activated 2 skills to check the specific effects of the skills. First, Skill 1, Nether Prison Blood Seal, slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Zhou Han naturally enhanced the 2 skills he could learn for free 10 times according to the old rules. Nether Prison Blood Seal plus 10. Grade, top pseudo-sovereign. Type, damage skill. Description, It is the starting skill of the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. After learning it, it can lay a firm foundation for the relevant skills in the future. It is a powerful mark-type skill that condenses your blood energy and transforms it into a huge blood mark, causing a super powerful blood energy attack on the target. Effect: deals 10,000 times the blood energy damage to a single target and has a certain chance of suppressing the target. At this moment, the target will temporarily lose the ability to move. Be it the attack method or the effect form of the move, Zhou Han was quite satisfied. With 10,000 times the blood energy damage, Zhou Han would have more methods to fight. This blood energy output skill could be considered to have expanded Zhou Han's attack method. This benefit was naturally obvious. In a battle against different scenes, if he had more offensive methods, he could use them more effectively and save his energy. Next, the attributes of the second skill appeared on the virtual interface. Life depletion plus 10. Grade: top pseudo-sovereign. Type: damage skill. Description: a very domineering skill that has an obvious suppressive effect on life forms. It can temporarily strip the target's vitality and greatly reduce the target's state or even lose combat strength. Effect: the deprivation effect, success rate, and effect are determined by the target's combat strength. If the target's combat strength is lower than your target, you will succeed 100%. Tisk, TSK. This looks very good. It's a very domineering skill. It has the strength of controlling someone else's life. Zhou Han's eyes lit up as he sighed. Of course, the exact effect had to be verified during use to know the true strength. However, there were no experts here for Zhou Han to use his skills. Because no one could withstand his basic attack, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Learn skills. When he was done reading, Zhou Han immediately began to learn and chanted in his heart. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Nether Prison Blood Seal. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Life Depletion. Two inexplicable energies surged into Zhou Han's body, surging and surging. Blood energy surged out and circulated to various parts of his body. A huge force slowly woke up at the same time. In Zhou Han's memories, there were many additional comprehensions of blood energy. The potential of his blood was stimulated again and raised to a new level. This was the power of the Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record. It allowed Zhou Han's overall strength to increase greatly. Thinking of this, Zhou Han opened his personal attribute panel and looked at his attributes in front of him. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level: 120, 0%. Health: 35.6 billion. Attack: 1.26 billion. Defense: 1.03 billion. Soul power: 380 million. Talent: infinite enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title: Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon: Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon: Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Soul Artifact: 9 Flame Qilin Saber, Pseudo-Sovereign Artifact. Accessory: Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment: Profound Mystic Set, 8-star Supreme. Gem: Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment: Dimensional Walker, 8-star Supreme. Dharma Treasures: Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Supreme Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff: HP increased by 500 million. Attack power increased by 20 million. Fashion: Space-Time Illusion. Open and see the details. Bloodline: Storm Dragon King. Open and see the details. Sword Heart: Indestructible Sword Heart. Open and see the details. Sword Bone: Glazed Sword Bone. Open and see the details. All his attributes had indeed increased a lot. This was thanks to the Dimensional Walker and the Profound Mystic Set. The two sets had risen to the 8-star Supreme Grade. Coupled with the fusion of blood energy into his body, it had such an improvement effect. This feeling of powerful blood energy filling his body was very comfortable. Congratulations, Master. your strength has improved a lot again," Koizumi said excitedly. Its eyesight naturally saw that the fused Blood Emperor heaven-splitting record was even more extraordinary. "Yo, Master is awesome. He's definitely going to become a sovereign. Woo, as expected of my great master. There's no need to explain your valiant life. You're destined to ascend to the peak of the throne." Nakamoto, So, and Oda Nobu naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to flatter him. They immediately knelt on the ground and smiled obsequiously, their eyes filled with reverence. After obtaining a powerful cultivation technique, Zhou Han was in a good mood and did not reprimand them. Next, it's time to prepare to enter the ancient abyss. If I want to quickly increase my strength, I have to go to that place. After Zhou Han sorted out some things on hand, looking at the abyss pass in his hand, he made a decision. If it was an ordinary abyss pass, Zhou Han was not interested in entering an ordinary abyss. After all, although the things inside were also very good, they were completely useless to the current Zhou Han. Entering would only waste time. However, the enhanced abyss pass was different. It directly opened the ancient abyss. The ancient abyss was extremely mysterious. They were all powerful ancient existences. Therefore, this was filled with a powerful attraction to Zhou Han. Only challenging such a powerful map could stimulate his fighting spirit. "Qinshua, gather the executives of the guild. I have something important to announce," Zhou Han said. After all, one could form teams after entering the ancient abyss. In that case, he naturally would not let benefits go to outsiders. Zhou Han brought all the high-level members along. If there were more people, the benefits he would obtain would naturally be greater. Moreover, if O Huang, Go Tuo, and the others were on the team, with their good luck, they might be able to obtain unexpected gains. This was also why Zhou Han had gathered them. All right, Han Qinshua smiled and instantly guessed what Zhou Han was about to announce. She had heard Zhou Han mention it before. Soon, the higher-ups of the God-slaying hall gathered as quickly as possible. To be able to become a higher-up, powerful combat strength was necessary, and his ability to do things could not be bad. Those present were all elders and guardians. Their combat strength was also ranked in the top of the entire server. "Boss, what can I do for you? Look at how happy Boss is. He must have good news to announce." "Tisk, TSK. Are you serious? I'm a little excited." Everyone looked at Zhou Han eagerly, looking forward to what he would announce. Everyone was still very good at reading people's expressions. Zhou Han's personal attributes increased greatly, and the smile on his face had yet to disappear. Therefore, they could quickly guess that there was good news. Zhou Han smiled. These guys were all very sneaky. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "I've decided to challenge the ancient abyss. If any of you want to go, you can enter together." "What? Ancient abyss? What kind of place is this? I've never heard of it." Jiang Xiaobai looked puzzled. Indeed, at his current level, it was normal for him not to come into contact with such secrets. "I don't care what kind of place the ancient abyss is. I only know that there are definitely huge benefits waiting for us by following Brother Han," Lu Benwei hurriedly said with a smile. He didn't know and didn't ask. All he had to do was make the right choice. When everyone heard this, good lord, Lu Benwei's awareness was indeed much higher than theirs. Then, without asking, they quickly agreed. "That's right. We have to go. Brother Han specially gathered us, which means that this place is definitely not simple. If we don't go, we'll definitely regret it. Brother Han, I'm already prepared. There's a future in following Brother Han." Soon, everyone present agreed without hesitation. Hearing about the ancient abyss, just the word ancient knew that it was not simple. Therefore, no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. "Very good. It's decided. Hand over everything that needs to be handed over. Meet in the guild hall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Zhou Han waved his hand and made the decision. Everyone's response was as Zhou Han had expected. He was just going through the motions by announcing this. Then, everyone dispersed. As soon as they finished dinner, Han Qinshua's delicate body had already leaned over. Her eyes were watery and incomparably gentle, and love surged in her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that she was anxious. After all, it had been more than a month without love, so it was naturally a little unbearable. In the dead of night, he always felt that lonely. Now, this man she loved and dreamed of was right in front of her. "Han, I want." Han Qinshua let out a delicate cry, and her dress slid down. She was infinitely charming. Absence made the heart grow fonder. There was not much verbal communication. Everything they did was indescribable. The light of youth died easily. The wonderful night was always so short. The taste was not something outsiders could understand. The next day, after a short rest, the higher-ups of the God-slaying hall had already gathered in the guild hall at 8 o'clock. They were naturally filled with endless anticipation for the ancient abyss. After receiving this news yesterday, they went back to collect some relevant information. As they learned more about the ancient abyss, they were even more shocked. They knew that that was an incomparably dangerous place. It was ruled by the 9 lords, each of whom was an incomparably powerful existence. Therefore, this trip was filled with unknown dangers. However, as Zhou Han slowly walked over, everyone's eyes were filled with determination. They did not retreat because of this. It was precisely because of Zhou Han's existence that they were so confident. They believed that it would be very safe under Zhou Han's protection. At the same time, danger and opportunity coexisted. There were countless top-grade treasures, high-quality natural treasures, powerful equipment, various pills, and other items in the ancient abyss. They could all be explored and obtained inside, and there was a tenfold drop rate. This also meant that after killing the target inside, the probability of items dropping increased by 10 times. Therefore, as long as his luck was not too bad, it would definitely be a huge harvest. Most coveted was the inheritance of the 9 lords of the abyss. As long as one had providence, one might be able to obtain a powerful inheritance. All these factors combined made everyone eager and excited. Some members were so excited that they could not sleep the entire night after returning and learning the relevant information. After all, this trip to the ancient abyss could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was the beginning of taking off. Of course, logically speaking, many people should have entered such a treasure land like the ancient abyss. Actually, that was not the case. It was extremely dangerous. The weak did not dare to barge in without permission. There were very few ways to enter the ancient abyss. Usually, without special methods, it was impossible to enter. Zhou Han had also accidentally obtained the ancient version of the abyssal invitation through enhancement and fusion. Otherwise, there was no way to enter. Boss is here. Boss, let's enter now. I can't wait. Seeing Zhou Han slowly walking over, everyone's eyes lit up and they all shouted excitedly. Everyone looked very excited. After all, they were going to the ancient abyss. Ordinary people had no right to enter at all. They were also lucky enough to enter because of Zhou Han. Looks like you're all in a hurry. All right, let's set off now. Zhou Han did not waste any time and gave the order. He launched an application to invite the members present to form a team. There were a total of 20 people. This was because Zhou Han only had one ancient version of the abyssal invitation. It corresponded to a team that could enter. After doing this, Zhou Han took out the abyssal invitation from his spatial inventory. This was because the ancient abyss was not displayed on the map. It was a world of its own. He could not enter directly from the entrance. Therefore, according to the usage notification, after Zhou Han activated his strength and injected it into the abyssal invitation, something magical happened. Clang! The invitation in his hand immediately emitted a strong heat, and dark lights kept surging out. These black lights did not dissipate immediately. After they were stimulated, they circled in the sky and kept combining in a mysterious way. At the same time, the entire space instantly darkened, as if night had descended. 9 huge phantoms slowly appeared in the sky. Although their phantoms were very faint, the power emitted from them was extremely shocking. The vast energy fluctuation made everyone present feel as if tens of thousands of mountains were falling down. It was incomparably heavy. Under the pressure of the aura, it was extremely difficult to move. Is this the 9 lords of the ancient abyss? He's indeed very strong. From this aura, they should be at the Saint Emperor realm. It's not impossible for them to even reach the sovereign realm. Zhou Han was also a little surprised and muttered to himself. It was not good for him to use his skill to appraise the attributes of the 9 lords. After all, this was equivalent to provoking them. Although it was a phantom, it might have consciousness. Zhou Han naturally would not establish a powerful enemy for his curiosity. While he could not use appraisal to check the accurate data, Zhou Han's knowledge was not ordinary. He had seen the Firmament Saint Emperor, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, and Emperor Xianyuan. Therefore, Zhou Han quickly made a preliminary judgment through the aura emitted by the other party. Fortunately, this powerful pressure was not deliberately targeted at others. It came and dissipated quickly. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief, their hearts in turmoil. Oh my God! It actually triggered such a shocking scene. The 9 lords appeared at the same time. How impressive! Tisk, TSK. I'm looking forward to the exploration of the ancient abyss even more. Boss is the best. He can even obtain such an item. Just as everyone was sighing, a phantom in the middle of the 9 figures said slowly, "You're not bad. Congratulations on opening the ancient abyss. For the next 5 minutes, you can lead your team into the abyss gate." As the phantom pointed its finger, a dark, huge door appeared from the void. There was inexplicable energy flowing on it. It was the passageway to the ancient abyss. In the ancient abyss, you can trigger various challenges and opportunities. At the same time, you can face unknown dangers. I look forward to your surprise performance. The phantom said slowly, its voice ancient and ethereal. Although it was talking to everyone, its gaze was fixed on Zhou Han. He naturally could tell at a glance that Zhou Han was extraordinary. What a talented young man. I'm looking forward to it. After the phantom finished instructing, it whispered. Then, the 9 phantoms disappeared into the sky, and the entire space instantly regained clarity. Just as the abyssal invitation described, it was jointly issued by the 9 lords. Therefore, it was not surprising that they had appeared together. Zhou Han looked at the abyss gate and waved his hand, leading the way into the ancient abyss. The rest of the team followed, filing in. On a mountain peak, the hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror in Du Tianjia's hand erupted with extreme light. As he activated the spiritual power in his body, a few scenes appeared in the mirror. They were all related to Zhou Han. Under the perception of the power of Heavenly Secrets, it instantly locked onto Zhou Han's current location. Brother Du, how is it? Where is that little bastard Zhou Han now? Seeing that the light had dissipated, Pei Ming knew that he had finished investigating and hurriedly asked. This was because he had used the hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror a few times in the past few days. Pei Ming knew this process very well. Every time he sensed with the power of Heavenly Secrets, he asked urgently. It could be seen how much he hated Zhou Han. However, due to the might of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, they did not dare to attack directly. Instead, they waited for an opportunity. This thief, Zhou Han, will definitely die this time. After Du Tianjia put away the hexagon Heavenly Secrets mirror, he stroked his beard and laughed, looking very happy. Oh, what's going on, Brother Du? Tell me quickly. Pei Ming's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked. I've checked. Zhou Han has just entered the ancient abyss. This is really beyond my expectations. Du Tianjia laughed. He's courting death. Looks like he won't live long without us doing it ourselves. Is that true? This little beast really overestimates itself. He actually dares to challenge the ancient abyss. When Pei Ming heard this, he was delighted. They had reached the level of Saint Kings, so they naturally knew more about the ancient abyss. The more he knew, the more afraid and eager he became of the ancient abyss. However, this little beast is extraordinarily lucky to have opened the passageway to the ancient abyss. Brother Du, what do you think? To be safe, why don't we enter the ancient abyss too? In order to prevent anything from happening, I'll only be at ease if I kill that little beast with my own hands. Then, Pei Ming suggested. Of course, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. After all, it was a lie that he did not have any desire to enter the ancient abyss. Unfortunately, even if he was a Saint King expert, there was no way to enter the ancient abyss. You're saying that with the cover of the power of Heavenly Secrets, we can also enter the ancient abyss? That's right. With the strength of us Saint Kings, there's definitely no problem surviving in it. Firstly, we can personally kill Zhou Han. Secondly, we might be able to obtain a powerful inheritance and increase our strength. Pei Ming suggested. After all, the ancient abyss was so dangerous. It was normal for Zhou Han to die in it. Even if the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor suspected something, without enough evidence, it could only be left unsettled. In that case, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry over and see if the power of Heavenly Secrets is effective. Du Tianjia's expression changed slightly. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the powerful inheritance. Then, the two of them flew towards the opening of the abyss gate. System prompt. The place you are currently in is an ancient abyss. All foreign units will be suppressed by the aura of the abyss. All your current attributes have decreased by 10%. The damage you will suffer from the attacks of abyssal creatures has doubled. When he entered the ancient abyss, Zhou Han could feel that this world was a little different from the outside world. This place was clearly heavier than the outside world. It was the pressure of the abyssal aura that the system had prompted. However, Zhou Han's adaptability was better. In a few seconds, he adapted to this environment. After decreasing all his attributes by 10%, it was completely within his tolerance. As for the damage he would suffer doubling, it was not important to him. In many cases, he could directly insta-kill the other party. There was no need to withstand damage at all. Damn, I'm so heavy that it's difficult to walk. The gravity here is so strong. It feels more than 10 times stronger than the God-Fiend continent. The ancient abyss lives up to its reputation. We just entered, and it gave us a warning. The danger here is beyond imagination. The powerful Zhou Han naturally did not affect it much, but the other members did not have such strength. It would still take them a while to fully adapt to the heavy pressure. However, the benefits were obvious. Once the heavy environment was perfectly fused, when they left the ancient abyss and returned to the God-Fiend continent, their overall strength would definitely increase greatly. Therefore, this was equivalent to training. Zhou Han did not take the initiative to help them. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve the effect of training. Zhou Han also gave them a few minutes to rest. Otherwise, with their progress, the exploration progress would be too slow. At the same time, Zhou Han began to size up the current environment. The environment in the abyss was very dark. There was no sun or moon. As a result, visibility was very low. Fortunately, from time to time, some of the things that could glow were stones. The glowing plants were not completely dark. Han, this should be the periphery of the ancient abyss. Which direction are we going to start exploring? After resting for a while, Han Qinxue adapted well and asked. They could walk in all directions from where they were now. However, everyone was still very vigilant against this darkness, so Zhou Han naturally made the decision. Zhou Han was prepared to choose a random direction. Anyway, he did not care much about this. System prompt. You have successfully sensed the sovereign artifact fragment. The location special effect has automatically been located. Do you want to check? However, just as Zhou Han was about to say it, a notification echoed in his mind. There's news of a sovereign artifact fragment so soon. I didn't expect to be given a surprise as soon as I entered. Zhou Han was delighted and said emotionally. Previously, because the location special effect of the sovereign artifact fragment was activated 24 hours a day after paying the soul crystal, once there were sovereign artifact fragments within 100,000 kilometers, they would quickly be located. I'll choose the east. Zhou Han checked the location of the sovereign artifact fragment and immediately made a choice. After obtaining the 10 sovereign artifact fragments, he could obtain a sovereign artifact of his choice. Zhou Han naturally would not miss such a good thing. After receiving Zhou Han's order, everyone followed closely. Although they did not move quickly, they were much better than when they first entered. Zhou Han was not in a hurry to hurry. The sovereign artifact fragment showed a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers. Coincidentally, as he pushed his way over, he could deal with some abyssal creatures he encountered along the way. It was not easy to enter, so he naturally had to maximize the benefits. The abyss was black and cleared some scattered abyssal creatures along the way. After walking for 2 kilometers, a purple nest appeared in front of them. Purple aura kept spewing out. Boss, this is a gathering place of abyssal creatures. There are many poisonous centipedes living inside, Lu Benwei said after investigating. We've finally encountered a huge abyssal creature. This is a purple flame centipede, Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly. Along the way, they encountered abyssal creatures, but they were all scattered. They were very small and appeared in groups of 3 to 5. Therefore, the gains were not great. However, this nest was the base camp of the purple flame centipedes. There were no less than 10,000 of them. After killing it, the benefits were naturally very considerable. Before entering the ancient abyss, I checked the relevant information. Although these abyssal creatures are not strong in combat, the purple flames on their bodies are quite useful. As long as there are enough of them, they can fuse into a magical heavenly flame. Purple lotus karma fire. This kind of heavenly flame is very useful to fire attribute cultivators. Their combat strength will soar. Xiao Yin revealed an excited smile and said anxiously, he was a fire attribute cultivator. It could even be said that because of the guardian beast, the five-color immortal bird, the entire God-slaying Hall's guild members could control the fire attribute. Therefore, everyone could fuse with this heavenly flame and greatly increase their strength. Really? Brother Yin has done a lot of homework. You even know this. Impressive. The heavenly flame, purple lotus karma fire sounds very awesome. Kai Kuen's eyes lit up as he praised. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. This kind of heavenly flame was simply a blessing for fire attribute cultivators. In that case, they all had a chance to obtain the purple lotus karma fire. After all, there were so many purple flame centipedes. There were a total of 20 of them, more than enough. Zhou Han also nodded with a gratified expression. It seemed that everyone had made the corresponding preparations. They were very concerned about obtaining greater gains in the ancient abyss. To be honest, Zhou Han had not understood these abyssal creatures before entering. This was because Zhou Han did not need to understand these very weak abyssal creatures. His target was naturally the 9 abyss lords. Therefore, Zhou Han was still very satisfied that a member of the guild had taken the initiative to do such a job without any instructions. As Zhou Han's gaze landed on the nest, the purple aura kept surging in that space. In an instant, a large number of purple flame centipedes rushed out. Their bodies flickered with purple light, and there was a layer of flames slowly burning on their bodies. Clearly sensing the arrival of the members of the God-slaying Hall, especially when feeling the pressure on Zhou Han, they directly came out of the nest. This is our territory. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The leader of the purple flame centipedes said fiercely. Clearly, he was bluffing, hoping to scare Zhou Han and the others away. Ha, you sure talk big. Boss, leave these to us. Lin Dong hurriedly said. Clearly, these purple flame centipedes' combat strength could not pose a threat. They definitely did not want to trouble Zhou Han with problems that they could deal with themselves. Yes, let's end this quickly. Zhou Han agreed. He had also appraised just now that these purple flame centipedes only had a 2-star supreme grade combat strength. They were considered the lowest existence in the ancient abyss. Everyone present was an elder and guardian of the God-slaying Hall. They were the elites of the elites, and all had 9-star supreme grade, or even stronger combat strength. Therefore, although there were many purple flame centipedes, it was useless. Brothers, charge. We'll be able to obtain the heavenly flame soon. I'm so excited. Kill them. I wonder if some special items can drop from the abyssal creatures. Watch my mighty heavenly dragon. 5 lightning whips die. Then, the 19 people rushed into the group of purple flame centipedes and killed them like wolves entering a flock of sheep. The 2-star supreme grade purple flame centipede had no strength to resist at all. The information about the kill kept scrolling on the combat interface. Zhou Han quietly looked at the battlefield. The growth potential of these members was very shocking. This was also why they could stand out in the God-slaying Hall. They were still very worth nurturing in the future. It was only a matter of time before he became a peerless expert. System prompt. Your teammate, Wang Defa, used the Lightning 5 whip to kill a large number of purple flame centipedes and obtained 90 million experience points for the team. You have obtained an additional 590,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. Your teammate, CS Sun, used the mighty heavenly dragon to kill a large number of purple flame centipedes and obtained 130 million experience points for the team. You have obtained an additional 970,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. Your teammate, Kai Kuen, used the divine chicken technique to kill a large number of purple flame centipedes and obtained 120 million experience points for the team. You obtained an additional 910,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. I can still obtain supreme enhancement points. This is a little comfortable. Seeing the rolling battle notification, Zhou Han was delighted and a little surprised. This was simply a pleasant surprise. He had obtained supreme enhancement points while lying down. How wonderful. As the abyssal invitation belongs to you, you have an additional reward as the holder. That's reasonable, right? Yes, very reasonable. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhou Han smiled. This was simply too f-king reasonable. Soon, the intense battle ended. Zhou Han counted the supreme enhancement points he currently had. There were more than 12 million in total. The increase in value made Zhou Han very satisfied. System, will there be a limit to the supreme enhancement points I obtained in the ancient abyss this time? Zhou Han probed in his heart. After all, he already had experience points. There had been a limit to what he could obtain in many dungeons and mystic realms previously. Therefore, this time, he asked in advance about the upper limit of his gains. In that case, he was also prepared. Of course, there will be an upper limit to obtain it. Please don't take any chances. However, the upper limit of the supreme enhancement points you obtained in the ancient abyss this time is 50 million. After exceeding this upper limit, the supreme enhancement points obtained are ineffective. Please understand. Even though he was prepared, Zhou Han was still a little disappointed when he heard the system's words. However, taking 10,000 steps back, it was still very good that the upper limit had increased to 50 million this time. One had to know that 50 million supreme enhancement points could do many things. For example, enhancing the beginningless sovereign scripture and the sovereign artifact, Dragon Spring Sword could enhance all high-quality items. At that time, the improvement was naturally very terrifying. Boss, take a look. This is the purple flames on the purple flame centipede. It's the key to fusing the purple lotus karma fire. With everyone's efforts, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. In Xiaoyan's palm, there was a purple flame like a purple gem. It was crystal clear and faint energy emitted from it. Although this energy was very weak, it could fuse into powerful heavenly flames. It was very magical. Boss, take a look too. Xiaoyan handed over the purple flames in his hand and said fawningly. Yes. Zhou Han nodded. After taking it, he activated the appraisal. Soon, some simple information appeared on the virtual interface. Purple flame. Type, fire item. Description, it is a flame unique to the abyssal creature, the purple flame centipede. It is crystal clear and is suffused with purple light. It looks very magical, but the exact effect is ordinary. Of course, if you abandon it because of this, you will definitely regret it. This is because although a single purple flame is very ordinary, after a certain number of purple flames fuse, they will combine and call it a strange flame and undergo a huge change. Basic attributes. Increases fire attribute attacks by 30%. Special effect. 100 purple flames will fuse into the heavenly flame. Purple lotus karma fire. Description. Only fire attribute cultivators can fuse. Other attributes will not be compatible. After Zhou Han finished reading, the special effect of the purple flames was indeed as Xiaoyan had said. It could fuse into a heavenly flame and was very unique. I didn't expect this flame to have such an effect. As expected, everything in the world has a value to exist. The key is to find the right way. Soon, the purple lotus karma fire successfully fused. Little Lotus also took the initiative to fly out of the chaotic fire lotus and said emotionally, perhaps it was all because of the lotus. This purple lotus karma fire immediately attracted her attention. That's right. No matter what happens, you can't underestimate it. The power of this purple lotus karma fire also surprises me, Zhou Han said. Clearly, he could clearly sense the violent aura of the fire taboo. The fused purple lotus karma fire slowly flickered with this blazing purple flame in Zhou Han's hand. It looked calm, but there was destructive violence in it. Once all its power was stimulated, the power it would cause was unimaginable. Oh my God, is this a heavenly flame? It's really too beautiful. The destructive power emitted makes one happy. Xiaoyan also looked at the purple lotus karma fire in a daze and praised. As long as he controlled this heavenly flame, he was confident that he could win even against some low-level pseudo-sovereign-grade experts. He only needed 100 purple flames to fuse into a purple lotus karma fire. The total number of purple flame centipedes killed exceeded 10,000. In other words, everyone present could obtain a portion of the purple lotus karma fire. This immediately excited them. After all, they could easily sense the fire taboo power contained in it. The enhancement power would be very terrifying. Let's fuse now. I'm looking forward to the powerful strength after controlling the heavenly flame. These people wanted to fuse their doubts, but they were stopped by Zhou Han. Since the effect of the heavenly flame was so powerful, he definitely had to enhance it. In that case, the effect would be even more shocking. Anyway, the first 10 enhancements were free. It would be a waste not to use them. What? Brother Han, are you going to enhance it for us? That's great. We're really taking off now. As expected of boss, he's simply too good to us lackeys. Ooh, I'm so touched. I'm simply too lucky to be following such a boss. When Zhou Han said that he wanted to enhance the heavenly flame for them, the joy in everyone's eyes could no longer be hidden. They were overjoyed and excited. It was no longer a secret in the guild that Zhou Han had the enhanced ability. They had all seen Zhou Han's powerful enhancement ability more than once. There was a super powerful effect of turning decay into wonder. Moreover, this heavenly flame was already a very extraordinary item. If it was enhanced, it would be even more unbelievable. Therefore, this was also why everyone was shouting excitedly. They naturally wanted Zhou Han to enhance it, but in fear of Zhou Han's dignity, they did not care about troubling him. However, now that Zhou Han had taken the initiative to suggest it, this naturally made them extremely excited and touched. Zhou Han smiled and reached out to stop everyone from bragging. It was convenient for others and convenient for themselves. When they became stronger, the effect of working would be even higher. Anyway, in the ancient abyss, Zhou Han could also obtain supreme enhancement points when his teammates killed abyssal creatures. Then he would enhance their ability to work. Zhou Han could also leave everything to others. He chanted enhancement in his heart and activated the one-click enhancement function. White light kept shining. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The heavenly flame, Purple Lotus Karma Fire, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The exact attribute description has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check in time. You're overestimating your talent. With constant notification, white light bloomed in this space. All the heavenly flames had been enhanced. When Zhou Han looked over, the attribute data was also obvious and appeared incomparably clearly. Purple Lotus Karma Fire plus 10. Grade: 9-star Supreme. Type: Heavenly Flame. Description: a blazing flame that burns fiercely like a blooming lotus flower, blooming with a beautiful and dazzling purple light. At the same time, it stimulates the power of the Karma Fire, raising the fire attribute attack to a new level. Basic effect: the fire attribute damage caused to the target will increase by 5,000 times, and it will recover 30% of the fire attribute attack damage's HP. Exclusive skill: Karma Fire Burning the Heavens. Activate the power of the Karma Fire and cause the fire taboo's destruction strike to all enemy targets within 1,000 meters. Refinement: wrap your fire elemental power around the heavenly flame and you can refine it. The exact refining time depends on your control of the flames. Description: those who are not fire attribute cultivators cannot refine it. Otherwise, they will attract fire and burn themselves. The consequences are very serious. As Zhou Han had expected, the enhanced Purple Lotus Karma Fire did not disappoint him. Be it the basic effect or the exclusive skill, they were all very powerful. This way, he had an additional trump card in fire attack methods. Boss, show us the effect of the enhancement. Xiaoyan could not help but be excited and hurriedly said. Even if they did not come into contact, the terrifying power emitted by the enhanced Purple Lotus Karma Fire was extraordinary. Therefore, it aroused everyone's desire to visit. Yes, you can experience the exact effect yourselves. Zhou Han's expression was calm as he distributed the enhanced heavenly flames to everyone present. Thank you, boss. Tisk, TSK. The enhanced effect is too heaven-defying. Soon, everyone who received the heavenly flame naturally could not wait to activate appraisal. This time, he instantly saw all the attributes of the Purple Lotus Karma Fire clearly. The next scene was naturally filled with gratitude and surprise. Damn, it's too awesome. The damage of the flames has directly increased by 5,000 times. What a terrifying value. It has completely surpassed the previous level and reached a brand new level. Boss is still the most resourceful. As long as I completely fuse this heavenly flame, killing someone above my level is as easy as drinking water. It's simply too satisfying. What are we waiting for? I can refine this heavenly flame now. The sooner I refine it, the sooner I can enjoy the powerful power inside. Soon, other than being happy, everyone began to refine the heavenly flame. This was because the purple lotus karma fire had a description. The length of refinement depended on one's control of flames. Therefore, it would definitely not be refined immediately. In that case, it would take a lot of time. Everyone did not waste any time and prepared to test their control. All of them were filled with confidence. But soon, many people frowned. He did not expect this heavenly flame to be abnormally tenacious, especially after enhancement. The refinement progress was very slow. It took a lot of time to refine only 1% of the progress. This seems to be a little difficult. I wonder how long it will take to refine 100%. That's right. I didn't expect the heavenly flame to really have something. Fortunately, even though the refinement speed is relatively low, we can still temporarily use the power inside. Therefore, if I want to permanently possess the power of the heavenly flame, I have to completely refine it. After everyone tried enthusiastically and confidently and began to refine, soon, they felt difficulty. Clearly, they had still overestimated their control of flames. After all, it was a heavenly flame that exceeded their scope. Interesting. I wonder how long it will take me to refine it. Seeing everyone sigh, Zhou Han could not help but reveal an interested expression. After all, he was such a person. He liked to challenge difficult things. Clearly, the refinement of the heavenly flame had stumped them. Therefore, refining the heavenly flame must be very challenging. This was also why Zhou Han was interested. It was only satisfying to challenge something difficult. Begin refining the heavenly flame. Looking at the purple flame in his palm, it was the purple lotus karma fire. Although it was small, it contained destructive power. No one dared to underestimate the violent power. As Zhou Han finished speaking, a pure fire element surged out of his body. It was the fire origin of the nine-flame qilin that quickly enveloped the purple flame. System prompt. Refining the purple lotus karma fire is beginning. Please wait patiently. Look, boss is refining the heavenly flame. I wonder how long it will take him to completely refine the heavenly flame. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he guessed. After all, Zhou Han had always been so outstanding. He would probably bring enough shock this time. In my opinion, he's our boss after all. He'll definitely be able to successfully refine it in less than 3 days. He definitely has such strength, Jiang Xiaobai said. Heh, 3 days? You underestimate Brother Han. I think a day is enough. Xie Sun retorted. Clearly, he was very confident in Zhou Han. This is too short. You've refined a heavenly flame before. Don't tell me you don't know the difficulty of refining it. Kai Kuan clearly did not agree with this opinion. He could empathize with the difficulty of refining. No matter how powerful Zhou Han was, it was impossible for him to refine it in a day. Because refining had little to do with strength, he felt that 3 days was a little exaggerated. However, he was the boss of the guild after all. He had to give him some face. That's right. I also think what you said is too short. How can a heavenly flame be so easy to refine? Even Brother Han can't do this in a day. Then, most people felt that a day was too long and gave their opinions. However, it was obvious that they had been slapped hard in the face. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully refining the heavenly flame, purple lotus karma fire. That's fast. It's only been 5 seconds. When the notification echoed in his mind, Zhou Han was shocked and quite surprised. He never expected him to refine it so quickly. This was what they meant by very difficult. Was that all? It was not challenging at all. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled. It was probably because of the fire origin power of the 9-flame qilin that he refined it so quickly. As he refined all the purple lotus karma fire, Zhou Han's entire body was filled with a purple halo, making him look even more extraordinary. It was the purple lotus karma fire that triggered all its power. A blazing and violent aura instantly filled this space. It was very powerful. Why is boss in a completely different state from us after refining it? What happened? I feel the violent power of fire. Is this the true power of the purple lotus karma fire? Seeing the change in Zhou Han, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. They had never appeared or experienced such a state. They could all clearly sense that the power of the purple lotus karma fire on Zhou Han was 100 times stronger than theirs. Could it be that boss has completely refined the purple lotus karma fire? Suddenly, Lu Benwei guessed boldly. Although he knew that this guess was a little ridiculous, This was the only explanation that could confirm the phenomenon in front of him. What? How is that possible? It's too fast. It was completely refined in less than a minute? Really? Boss, you've completely refined it? Everyone was shocked and asked tentatively. Heh, experience it yourself. Zhou Han's expression was very calm. His right hand moved slightly, and a purple flame darted up. First, it was the size of a palm, although it kept absorbing the free fire elements and expanding. In just a few seconds, the purple flames expanded rapidly. 10 feet, 10 feet. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw the purple fireball that was 1,000 feet in diameter, their eyes filled with shock. This was the true power of the purple lotus karma fire. It was too strong. The blazing and explosive power that surged out knew how terrifying the destructive power of this fireball would be when it hit a person. Therefore, seeing this, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that Zhou Han had really completely refined it. In less than a minute, or even a few seconds, this speed was simply exaggerated. The shock it brought made everyone even more impressed. Boss is the best. In a few seconds? This is something we don't dare to think about at all. That's right. This is the difference. We only have 1% of the refinement progress. There's no way to compare. As expected of our boss. He's just that outstanding. What a joke. We guessed that he would finish refining in a day just now, but we were actually questioned. That's a harsh slap in the face, but this kind of slap is good. I hope it's more. In everyone's shock, there was more admiration. This was the president of the God-slaying hall, Zhou Han, a powerful man who kept creating miracles. All right, let's not talk too much about bragging. Continue to kill abyssal creatures. There are treasures everywhere. You have to seize this good opportunity to increase your strength. Hearing that the team members were getting more and more ridiculous, Zhou Han hurriedly stopped them and said, "All right, we'll definitely work harder and become experts as soon as possible. We can't embarrass the God-slaying hall, right? After all, with a powerful boss like you, as a lackey, it's embarrassing for you." Lu Benwei hurriedly echoed. "Yes, this ancient abyss is a good place. We've just started and we've already obtained the heavenly flame. Such an opportunity is something I don't even dare to think about in the outside world." After that, everyone was filled with a high fighting spirit. In the subsequent battles, they worked even harder. With the enhancement of the heavenly flame, although they had not completely refined it, the combat strength of the team members still increased by a few levels. Along the way, they encountered many abyssal creatures that were easily dealt with. Their battle was even more efficient, making Zhou Han even more satisfied. This way, it was easier to obtain supreme enhancement points. It was only a matter of time before he obtained the upper limit of 50 million. System prompt. Your team member, Oh Huang, has used the skill Fire Devouring the 9 Heavens and successfully killed a large number of 7-star supreme-grade Scarlet Demon Wolves. You have obtained 190 million experience points for the team. You have obtained an additional 1,190,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. Your team member, Go Tua, used the skill Purple Lightning Thunder and successfully killed a large number of 6-star supreme-grade lightning devouring beasts. He obtained 170 million experience points for the team. You obtained an additional 1,220,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. Your team member, Jia Feiqiu, used the skill Storm 9 consecutive shots and successfully killed a large number of 6-star supreme-grade lava fire leopards. He obtained 160 million experience points for the team. You obtained an additional 1,030,000 supreme enhancement points and dropped items. Looking at the constantly scrolling information on the combat interface, Zhou Han felt very comfortable. These workers, no, the team members, had all obtained something, bringing great benefits to Zhou Han. According to this efficiency, the upper limit of 50 million supreme enhancement points was only a matter of time. Previously, Zhou Han was still worried, but now it seemed that these worries were unnecessary. Boss, this is the item I dropped. Take a look and see if there's anything good. This pearl is big and round. Boss, check it. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This pill that dropped can increase explosive power and endurance. Boss, do you think it's useful? After the team members finished counting the spoils of war, they brought them to Zhou Han to take credit. As for why he did this, he definitely hoped that there would be something useful to Zhou Han. then they would definitely receive higher quality rewards. That was why everyone was so enthusiastic. Zhou Han glanced around, looking uninterested. Clearly, the quality of these items was not worthy of his attention. After all, what was his current identity and strength? Ordinary things were of little use to him. Zhou Han watched casually, but his gaze was instantly attracted by the lightning in Gotuo's hand. What's? His eyes narrowed as he felt the strong aura of lightning inside. It was very powerful. The explosive lightning in O Huang's hand surged out from an ancient stone. The entire stone was only the size of a palm, but from its appearance, it could be seen how extraordinary this thing was. This was because the small stone was engraved with countless patterns. A mysterious aura was constantly flowing with a dense luster. Lightning arcs swam and flew on it, sizzling. After controlling the power of lightning, Zhou Han instantly sensed the power of lightning inside. Its strength had already exceeded the lightning domain. In other words, this stone might contain the domineering power of the lightning taboo. Zhou Han had the Storm Dragon King bloodline, but the concentration of his bloodline was very thin, and it had not reached 100% fusion yet. Therefore, his control of lightning was still at the level of the lightning domain. This was the first time he had come into contact with the lightning taboo. Very good. From the looks of it, my lightning attributes are about to enter a stronger realm again. Zhou Han muttered to himself, a happy smile on his face. So far, among Zhou Han's various attributes, lightning was no longer the strongest. With the strong recovery of the 9-flame Qilin, the fire elements had already dominated the many elements controlled by Zhou Han. After all, with the power of the fire origin, the power displayed by this origin power could not be shaken. Even Sword Aura had to dodge for the time being. Now, if his lightning attributes also increased, it would naturally be satisfying. This was also why Zhou Han was very happy. Boss, what did you see about this stone? Go Tuan naturally noticed Zhou Han's gaze and immediately suppressed his excitement and asked. Go Tuan naturally had appraisal, but unfortunately, his appraisal had not been enhanced. Naturally, it could not compare to Zhou Han's. As long as the quality of many items was high, they could not be appraised. This was also why everyone handed the counted spoils of war to Zhou Han. It was mainly because their appraisal was too backward that this happened. Yes, the power of this lightning is very good. I still have to investigate in detail what it is. Zhou Han nodded and took the lightning stone from Gotuo's hand. After this stone entered his hand, it seemed to have sensed the power of lightning in Zhou Han's body. It immediately seemed to resonate and boiled violently. For a moment, lightning flashed, and the reeking energy surged. It's indeed good stuff. After absorbing the energy inside, my lightning control will improve at lightning speed. Go Tua, you're indeed lucky. Zhou Han's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. If he remembered correctly, this stone was an item dropped by Go Tua after killing a 6-star supreme-grade thunder-swallowing beast. A mere supreme-grade demonic beast could drop a pseudo-sovereign-grade item. Therefore, ordinary people really could not compare to this luck. This was also the reason why Zhou Han sighed. Hee, as long as it's useful to you, boss, it can't be better. Go Tua rubbed his head and smiled. As long as Zhou Han improved because of this, he would naturally obtain a lot of rewards. Thinking of this, Go Tua was excited. Zhou Han did not say anything else. His eyes narrowed slightly. The piece in his hand was a stone. All the attribute descriptions appeared, and they were clearly visible on the virtual interface. Thunder Emperor Stone. Grade, low-level pseudo-sovereign. Type, lightning attribute natural treasure. Description, it is rumored that this stone is an ordinary stone under the 9 Tribulation Dragon Rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou, when he cultivated and meditated. However, it has extremely strong lightning conductivity. After experiencing the tempering and baptism of 10,000 years of lightning, it has stored a large amount of lightning power. It is a very top-grade lightning attribute item. Effect, the Thunder Emperor Stone contains the power of the lightning taboo. As long as you absorb the power inside, you can advance to the control level of the lightning taboo and greatly increase your lightning attribute attack power. Unique passive, Will of Lightning. My will is the will of lightning. Wherever lightning passes, it will be destroyed. In combat, the attack power of the lightning attribute will increase by 6,000 times. Description. Only lightning attribute cultivators can absorb the energy inside. Those who do not control the lightning element will be destroyed by the 9 tribulations divine thunder. The Thunder Emperor Stone was a very domineering name. Its quality had even reached the pseudo-sovereign grade. It could be considered a very high-end quality. TSK. It's the 9 tribulations dragon rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou again. I'm really fated with him. After seeing the description of the Thunder Emperor Stone, Zhou Han smiled. This was not the first time this name had appeared. The skill Zhou Han had fused previously, 9 tribulations Thundercloud Storm, was the famous ultimate skill of the 9 tribulations dragon rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou. The effect was also very powerful. That was why Zhou Han said such a thing. However, this 9 tribulation dragon rider was indeed a super expert. Just a stone meditating could transform from an ordinary stone to a pseudo-sovereign grade stone. It could be seen how powerful true power was. As the power of lightning in Zhou Han's body surged into the Thunder Emperor Stone, in an instant, the Thunder Emperor Stone seemed to have been activated. It began to expand from its original palm-sized size. In just 3 seconds, it turned into a small mountain and stopped. It lay in front of everyone, with lightning snakes swimming and electric arcs flickering. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor Stone was no longer a stone, but a thunder mountain. Hiss! Is it that terrifying? What a powerful power of lightning. He's too strong. I feel my soul tremble. His true strength has been completely displayed. As the Thunder Emperor Stone was activated by Zhou Han, it completely released the dignity of lightning. The 9 tribulations divine thunder covered this space, filled with the aura of destruction, making people not dare to look at it directly. It was terrifying. After all, the will of lightning was so domineering and filled with violence. Everyone present felt this extreme pressure and subconsciously retreated. Although they knew that this lightning was in a team and could not cause damage at all, they still maintained a certain level of specificity because the pressure brought by the 9 tribulation divine lightning was too heavy. Boss, what quality is this? It's too strong. Gotuo's face was also filled with shock as he hurriedly asked. He knew that although he could not appraise the attributes of the stone he had dropped, he could still sense its special characteristics. However, now that the Thunder Emperor Stone had been completely activated, he realized that the power of this item had already exceeded his imagination. That's right. Boss, broaden my horizons. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful lightning attribute item. The others also said expectantly. They really wanted to know the origin and attribute data of this Thunder Emperor Stone. Just as they had said, lightning attribute cultivators had very few inventory items. It was usually very rare to see them. Moreover, a powerful item like the Thunder Emperor Stone was naturally very curious. All right, I'll activate the attribute data in the group. Take a look for yourself, Zhou Han said with a smile. It was good to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, wouldn't he embarrass the president of the God-Slaying Hall if he went out without any experience? Therefore, it was necessary for the members to come into contact with more high-quality things. In that case, they would not be so inexperienced. As expected, as soon as he posted it in the group, it welcomed a huge discussion and shock. Du's eating, damn. This pseudo-sovereign grade item? This is too awesome. My God-Slaying Hall is indeed terrifying. Shin Jingbing. I'm simply too f-king lucky to have joined the God-Slaying Hall. I have a future following Brother Han. Fan Jian, I just entered the God-Slaying Hall. I didn't expect the foundation of the God-Slaying Hall to be so much richer than I imagined. It's f-king pseudo-sovereign grade. It's too exaggerated. Li Goxing, sneak. Is this an item that dropped in the Ancient Abyss? Damn, the Ancient Abyss is really a good place. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to go. Wang Ergu, I'm so envious. But as long as we work hard, we will definitely have a chance. Many new members immediately expressed their shock in the group chat. They naturally knew that the God-Slaying Hall was awesome. As soon as they entered, they enjoyed a super powerful buff. However, now that he saw the Thunder Emperor Stone message sent by Zhou Han, he was completely shocked. This was because they knew that even in the God-Fiend continent, many large native factions rarely had items of the pseudo-sovereign grade. Therefore, the shock this brought was naturally quite great. It completely subverted their understanding again and again. At the same time, after the shock, there was endless ecstasy. After all, they were all members of the God-Slaying Hall. In the future, the guild would become more and more awesome. The benefits they enjoyed would definitely increase. This was naturally extremely comfortable, and they were overjoyed. It was not only the others, but even Go Tuo did not expect it to be a pseudo-sovereign grade item. Moreover, the effect was so powerful. As long as he absorbed the lightning power inside, he could advance to the lightning taboo realm and bring violent combat strength. This ancient abyss has shocked us again. That's right. The purple lotus karma fire that appeared previously and now the Thunder Emperor stone. There are really endless surprises. This also means that there are endless possibilities in this place. Therefore, we must seize such a good opportunity and maximize the resources here. Everyone made a decision. No one had the leisure to brag anymore and began to explore and hunt again. Luck was something no one could say for sure. Even people with bad luck would occasionally have good luck. Therefore, everyone had a chance. In that case, there was immediately more to look forward to. System, how many times can this Thunder Emperor stone be enhanced? Zhou Han asked. If such a good natural treasure was not enhanced, it would be a waste of natural resources to absorb the energy inside. System prompt. The upper limit of this item is 100 times. Enhancement to 100 times will consume 5 million supreme enhancement points. Do you want to enhance it? Does it need 5 million supreme enhancement points? Zhou Han said softly, while checking the total number of supreme enhancement points he had so far. At this moment, there were already more than 20 million. The number was still very gratifying. In that case, let's enhance it to the upper limit of 100 times. Zhou Han hesitated for a moment and made a choice. It was mainly because there were enough supreme enhancement points. In that case, Zhou Han would do this. If it was only 10 million, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this way. Moreover, this enhancement could also increase his powerful strength even further. Therefore, Zhou Han made such a choice. System prompt. 5 million supreme enhancement points have been deducted. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The pseudo-sovereign grade Thunder Emperor stone has been successfully enhanced 100 times. The specific relevant attribute description has appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to it in time. With the notification, white light kept floating past. After enhancing the Thunder Emperor stone 100 times, the final attributes were completely revealed. They were clearly visible on the paper. Han, did you enhance it 100 times? In that case, how powerful is he? Han Qinxue exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were naturally fixed on Zhou Han. Seeing so many white lights appear, she, who was extremely familiar with this, naturally knew how many times Zhou Han had enhanced it. This was the first time she had seen Zhou Han enhance it so many times and was very shocked. Of course, this is a pseudo-sovereign grade natural treasure. It's worth enhancing so many times, Zhou Han said with a smile. This was because supreme grade natural treasures were very rare, let alone pseudo-sovereign grade ones. Therefore, he also wanted to see how shocking the effect would be after enhancing it 100 times. Then the effect must be very strong. Han Qinxue said expectantly. That's for sure. As for how strong it is, we'll only know after seeing it. At this point, Zhou Han did not waste any time and hurriedly looked at the virtual interface. Thunder Emperor Stone, plus 100. Grade, low-level pseudo-sovereign. Type, lightning attribute natural treasure. Description, it is rumored that this stone is an ordinary stone under the 9 Tribulation Dragon Rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou, when he cultivated and meditated. However, it has extremely strong lightning conductivity. After experiencing the tempering and baptism of 10,000 years of lightning, it has stored a large amount of lightning power. It is a very top-grade lightning attribute item. Special effect. The Thunder Emperor Stone contains the power of the lightning origin. As long as you absorb the power inside, you will immediately advance to the control level of the lightning origin and transform into the Lightning King. You will have absolute authority over all lightning in the world. Unique passive. 9 Tribulations Will. My will is the will of lightning. Wherever the lightning passes, it will be destroyed. Wherever the will goes, the 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder will be released with your will, causing destruction to the target. Exclusive skill, Thunder Barrier. After releasing it, gather all the lightning in the world and form a barrier around your body. Relying on the infinite power of the 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder, shatter the energy fluctuations that attack you. Description. Only lightning attribute cultivators can absorb the energy inside. Those who do not control the lightning element will be destroyed by the 9 tribulations divine thunder. Lightning origin? It's actually the power of the lightning origin. When he saw the special effects, Zhou Han was overjoyed and very excited. Unexpectedly, after enhancing it 100 times, it triggered a huge improvement. It directly increased from the lightning taboo realm to the supreme realm of the lightning origin. Although there was only a realm difference between the two, the gap was not that simple. It could be said to be an insurmountable gap for the owner. Many people would not be able to complete such a span in their lives. However, now, with 100 enhancements, he easily completed this span. Therefore, he could imagine Zhou Han's excited mood. He had naturally seen and controlled the power of the origin. That was the power of the 9-flame Qilins fire origin. This was also why Zhou Han knew better than anyone how terrifying the origin power was. The now enhanced Thunder Emperor Stone had the same effect. It could allow Zhou Han to have an additional lightning attribute in the power of the origin. In that case, Zhou Han had both the fire origin and the lightning origin. In that case, he did not know how strong his current combat strength was. Only by encountering such a super expert and fighting would one know. Han, congratulations on obtaining the lightning origin. Your combat strength will take a new step forward. It's only a matter of time before you become a sovereign. Han Qinxue quickly understood the reason for Zhou Han's excitement and hugged him happily. He did not expect that the handsome young man from back then had already grown to such a height. Fortunately, he had established a close relationship with Zhou Han at that time and became his woman. He was really very glad. Sovereign, Zhou Han said softly and smiled without saying anything. He would reach the sovereign level sooner or later, but there were still some gaps at the moment. However, with its high development speed, it would not take long. It's useless to think too much. Let's absorb the lightning origin on the Thunder Emperor Stone first. Zhou Han stroked Han Qinxue's hair and did not say anything. His eyes darkened, and the power of lightning instantly surged from his entire body. It surged quickly in his body, and there was a crackling sound. Then, they were all gathered in Zhou Han's palm. His palm filled with lightning quickly pressed on the Thunder Emperor Stone. In an instant, thunder rumbled in all directions. The earth-shattering destructive power formed a storm that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. A shocking phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless lightning dragons, lightning pythons, lightning snakes, and unknown lightning beasts. A surging wave with an endless violent aura covered the sky. However, as they approached and stopped 100 meters away from Zhou Han, all of them knelt in the sky and looked at the indifferent Zhou Han on the ground, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. This was the Lightning King. He controlled the lightning origin and had a monstrous might that commanded all lightning in the world. Damn, what a shocking scene. This is simply the worship of 10,000 lightning bolts. Boss is very impressive. Such a huge scene naturally attracted the attention of the guild members. They were all amazed, their eyes filled with shock. As expected of Brother Han. You're too prestigious. Look at those extremely terrifying lightning dragons and lightning pythons. These powerful existences that can insta-kill us in one breath are all kneeling obediently in front of Brother Han. This is too King domineering. Men should be as domineering as Brother Han. Under everyone's praise, the lightning emitted by Zhou Han resonated with the lightning power in the Thunder Emperor Stone. Zhou Han took this opportunity to quickly absorb the power of the lightning origin. His body devoured the sea like a whale. Thanks to his exuberant blood energy, his body was naturally very powerful. Therefore, he did not feel any discomfort when absorbing the power of the lightning origin. The entire process was surprisingly smooth, as if Zhou Han was born with perfect lightning attribute compatibility. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the power of lightning in the Thunder Emperor Stone. You have successfully advanced to the realm of the lightning origin. 3 minutes later, the notification sounded in Zhou Han's mind. I've finally absorbed it. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of the lightning origin? A brilliant smile bloomed on Zhou Han's face. He raised his hands and looked at his current state, extremely satisfied. Because he had just absorbed it, the aftershock of the lightning had not dissipated. Zhou Han's entire body was still filled with electric arcs that swam up and down, revealing his domineering aura. At this moment, He was the master of lightning, controlling all the lightning in the world. You can disperse. Seeing the thunder beast crawling in the sky, Zhou Han waved his hand lightly. These lightning beasts naturally welcomed the new lightning lord. Zhou Han, who had controlled the lightning origin, was naturally their new ruler. Without Zhou Han's orders, they naturally did not dare to leave on their own. After hearing Zhou Han's order, they bowed again before slowly dissipating into the clouds. This scene naturally made everyone even more envious and worshipful, especially Han Qinxue, who was already so excited that she could not close her legs. She looked at Zhou Han with love surging and a little moist. After all, it was self-evident how attractive such a domineering, handsome man, who controlled absolute power, was to women. He let out a long breath. The lightning origin was still constantly running and rolling in Zhou Han's body, quickly enhancing her bodily functions. This was the power of the lightning origin. Not only did it have absolute control of lightning, but it also increased its powerful output. He could constantly temper his body 24 hours a day and reach a stronger peak. The power of the origin was just so unique. It was a comprehensive improvement. Of course, the fire origin had the same effect. After enhancing it 100 times, the only passive thing changed. There's an additional exclusive skill. Zhou Han was talking about the 9 Tribulations Will and the Thunder Barrier. One was an output skill with a passive effect, and the other was a defensive skill that was automatically released. My will is the will of lightning. In other words, I'm going to attack a target, and that target will be bombarded by lightning. After seeing the relevant description of the skill, Zhou Han had some guesses. The exact effect could only be confirmed in battle. Just as Zhou Han was about to take a closer look at the second exclusive skill, Thunder Barrier, he heard several powerful auras rushing towards him from the distant sky. Looks like they're coming for me. The sound of air breaking became louder and louder. It could be seen that he was flying extremely quickly. Zhou Han quickly made an analysis. The phenomenon caused by absorbing the Thunder Emperor Stone must have been too shocking. It caused some abyssal experts in the distant realm to clearly sense the violent aura of lightning. It was very normal to have such guesses. If Zhou Han felt such a huge commotion, he would definitely go over and investigate. After all, the appearance of this phenomenon often marked an extremely powerful opportunity or treasure. This was naturally extremely attractive to some super experts. After all, ordinary items naturally did not interest them. Only such a supreme treasure was what they yearned for. In a golden river, spots of starlight appeared on the surface. 2 figures soared into the sky with a powerful and violent aura. Terrifying energy fluctuations turned the flowers and trees around them to dust. Everyone had more than 70 sovereign golden runes on them. They were quickly circling and spinning, emitting endless dazzling golden light. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect this ancient abyss to be filled with opportunities. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Zhou Han. If he hadn't opened the abyss gate, we wouldn't have been able to enter this ancient abyss, let alone obtain these opportunities. A proud smile appeared on Pei Ming's face. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was very excited. That's right. Fortunately, with the help of the Hexagon Heavenly Secrets Mirror, we're really going to be rich. The ancient abyss is indeed as mysterious as the legends. There are really many good things. On the other side, Du Tianjie was also laughing heartily, very satisfied with his current gains. When the two of them arrived, they relied on the power of heavenly secrets to muddle through and enter the abyss gate. Not long after entering, he made a huge gain. The golden river in front of them contained several sovereign golden runes, benefiting the two of them. Moreover, they collected 2 spiritual herbs. That was why they looked so happy, and the greed in their eyes intensified. Suddenly, as the two of them were collecting, the roar of lightning came from afar and flickered with lightning for a long time, illuminating the dark sky. This is what strong lightning power. I can feel the powerful aura from so far away. Could it be that some supreme treasure has appeared? It's even lightning type. If I obtain it now, it will definitely be a very powerful output method. Pei Ming looked up at the lightning in the distance and frowned. His eyes flickered with interest. If he had not obtained benefits from the ancient abyss, he might not have thought so. However, after knowing that the ancient abyss was filled with all kinds of encounters, Pei Ming's heart immediately burned when he saw such a phenomenon. He immediately subconsciously determined that some kind of supreme treasure had definitely appeared by emitting such blazing lightning. Ha ha ha. As for what it is, we'll know when we go over and take a look. No matter what it is, it's ours. Du Tianjia said domineeringly, his eyes flickering with passion. He was filled with absolute confidence in the power of his more than 70 sovereign golden runes. Brother Du is right. There's no time to lose. Let's go. The two of them immediately hit it off and made a decision. Two shadows streaked across the sky and flew toward the lightning. In less than 5 seconds, Zhou Han sensed a number of powerful auras flying over. The aura coming from all directions had already surrounded Zhou Han. They were all powerful abyssal creatures not far from here. After they sensed the phenomenon, they naturally rushed over immediately, wanting to investigate. The ancient abyss was an incomparably huge world. Other than the 9 lords, there were naturally other factions. When there were factions, there would be conflicts of interest. Good Lord, the aura of the lightning origin. I want such a good thing. If you know what's good for you, hand it over, and I'll spare your life. One of the lion-like abyssal creatures with lightning wrapped around its arm hurriedly said. Their eyes were filled with greed and threat. It was the Thunder Griffin. It was also a super expert who cultivated the lightning attribute, so its desire for the lightning origin was naturally especially urgent. Therefore, he took the initiative to attack, wanting to take the opportunity to steal the powerful power of the lightning origin. As long as he obtained the power of the origin, he would be domineering and unstoppable in this world. Thinking of this, his heart burned. Why? Do you still want to resist? I've fused 40 sovereign golden runes. Before I change my mind, I hope you can make a wise choice. The Thunder Griffin said arrogantly, its eyes filled with disdain. After all, it knew all the experts within a 5,000-kilometer radius, so it naturally did not dare to provoke them. However, it had never seen Zhou Han before and had no impression of him at all. That meant that the other party was completely an unknown small character. This was also the main reason why the Thunder Griffin was so fearless. In his opinion, he was determined to obtain the power of the lightning origin. I'm so angry. The Thunder Griffin has attacked. We can only hide for the time being. I have no choice. I can't defeat him. His 5 thunder bombardment is too powerful. That's right. I didn't expect him to move so quickly. I didn't expect to not make it in time. Looks like the lightning origin is already in the hands of the Thunder Griffin. This kid's aura is too weak, and I've never seen such a person among experts. Forget it, we won't count on the lightning origin. Let's watch the show. I wonder how many seconds this kid can last. A few seconds? Are you looking down on the Thunder Griffin? I'll insta-kill him without explanation. Although these abyssal creatures were very strong, they were still not qualified to be in front of the Thunder Griffin with 40 sovereign golden runes. After all, he controlled the powerful power of lightning, and his output was too fierce. Therefore, this was also why the abyssal creatures present only dared to watch from the side. Regardless of the reason for the attack, their lives were precious. No matter how good the treasure was, it was naturally not worth it to lose his life. Therefore, they simply watched the show from the side, their eyes filled with pity. Ha ha ha, kid, did you hear that? In the face of absolute power, your resistance is useless. The Thunder Griffin laughed impudently. Hearing the surrounding discussion, he became even smugger. After all, it felt very comfortable to have his dignity and dominance discussed and revered by others. It immediately made him feel even smugger. All right, I'll borrow your body to test the power of my new skill. Zhou Han ignored the ruthless words of the Thunder Griffin and smiled. However, there was ruthless coldness and indifference in this smile. Just as Zhou Han thought of killing the Thunder Griffin, boom! A violent 9 tribulations divine thunder descended from the sky with invincible dominance and sharpness. It was invincible and unstoppable. It tore through the obstruction of space and poured all the lightning into the Thunder Griffin's head. A loud explosion swept crazily for a long time. Destructive energy fluctuations rippled in the space, and the remaining power refused to dissipate easily. Damn, what happened? Where did such shocking lightning come from? Could that kid have released it? But I didn't see him attack at all. I didn't even feel his energy fluctuations. So this is simply too strange. The lightning can't have landed for no reason. Could it be that the Thunder Griffin has suffered divine retribution? I don't know. This kind of thing is really strange. What should we do now? Should we continue to attack this kid, or wait and see? This unexpected scene stunned everyone present. It was mainly because it had happened too suddenly. Before the Thunder Griffin could attack, it was instantly killed. Therefore, everyone was bewildered. They could not figure out if Zhou Han had attacked. For a moment, they were actually awkward. Although they wanted to snatch the lightning origin, they were clearly much more cautious now. No one was stupid. No one was willing to easily use their lives to test Zhou Han's strength. They were all waiting for the opportunity to arrive. Is this the Nine Tribulations will? As long as I want to kill the other party, I can automatically summon the Nine Tribulations Divine Thunder with a thought and cause terrifying lightning damage to the target? Hearing the notification in his mind that he had successfully killed the Thunder Griffin, Zhou Han also had some guesses. He had also seen the effect just now. It was indeed a very good passive effect. How interesting. Although it's not as magical as the law of words, I have absolute authority over the control of lightning. This kind of mental attack could be said to be very strange. At the same time, it could catch people off guard. Because the opponent could not sense the energy fluctuations in his body, he could not determine the specific skill released. This was also the reason why the abyssal creatures present were not sure if Zhou Han had attacked. Very good. Next, I have to test the effect of the Nine Tribulations will. Thinking of this, Zhou Han looked at these abyssal creatures with admiration. Seeing Zhou Han's cold gaze, the abyssal creatures present subconsciously shivered. They felt as if they were being targeted by an ancient dire beast and felt their hair stand on end. At the same time, a bad feeling lingered in his heart. As expected, without warning, the sky seemed to have been opened. There were countless lightning bolts flickering with the luster of destruction. Then, every bolt of lightning could accurately find its corresponding target and deal a violent blow. Oh my God, why are there so many lightning bolts? This power. Damn it, this kid must have caused it. It's over. I didn't expect the other party to be a hidden top expert. We're all going to die this time. The lightning wreaked havoc crazily, enveloping all these abyssal creatures. They kept bombarding. Under the power of the lightning origin, they had no ability to resist at all and were instantly killed. System prompt. You have triggered the passive Nine Tribulations will and successfully killed the Black Armored Ox Demon. You have brought 930 million experience points to the team and obtained an additional 150,000 Supreme Enhancement points. Items have dropped. You triggered the passive Nine Tribulations will and successfully killed the Thousand-Tailed Tiger. It brought 850 million experience points to the team, obtained an additional 143,000 Supreme Enhancement points, and dropped items. You triggered the passive Nine Tribulations will and successfully killed the Blizzard Cold Rabbit. It brought 970 million experience points to the team and obtained an additional 161,100 Supreme Enhancement points. Items dropped. Zhou Han also smiled. He did not expect the effect of the Nine Tribulations will to be so shocking and powerful. Not only could he kill targets with his thoughts, but he could also kill multiple targets. This was even stronger. It was equivalent to having an additional super powerful group damage skill. With a thought, he could kill the target. This battle was simply too easy. The effect of enhancing it 100 times is really domineering. Zhou Han sighed. Clearly, even if he had the lightning origin, he would not have such powerful control. The main key was that it had been enhanced 100 times before triggering this super powerful change. The Nine Tribulations will was also born because of this and was used by Zhou Han, helping him become the true ruler of lightning. Wherever his thoughts passed, lightning appeared, killing all obstacles. Han, I didn't even see you attack, and you dealt with all these abyssal creatures? Han Qinxue was shocked. She naturally knew that Zhou Han had no pressure dealing with these abyssal creatures at all. However, he never expected it to be such an easy situation. The entire time, her gaze stopped on Zhou Han, but she did not see him move. He just stood there very calmly, without a trace of energy fluctuation. Then, the divine lightning that filled the sky enveloped all the abyssal creatures present and instantly wiped them out. The combat strength displayed was getting more and more terrifying. Could it be the effect of the Thunder Emperor Stone after enhancement? Han Qinxue endured the shock in her heart and asked curiously. That's right. It's precisely because it was enhanced 100 times that it has transcended. Therefore, These consumptions are worth it. Zhou Han replied. Zhou Han was very satisfied with the effect of 5 million supreme enhancement points. With such methods, it would be much easier to kill enemies in the future. He only needed a thought. Of course, this was only limited to those whose strength was greater than Zhou Han's. If his strength approached or surpassed Zhou Han, the effect would also be reduced, but it was still very lethal. Then, the members of the God-Slaying Hall also took the initiative to count the battlefield happily. After all, although these abyssal creatures were instantly killed by Zhou Han, they were all powerful existences at the pseudo-sovereign grade. Then the corresponding quality of the items that dropped would definitely be more outstanding. Therefore, everyone counted the battlefield happily. If they could pick up high-quality items, Zhou Han would definitely be rewarded heavily in his good mood. This was the main reason why they were so enthusiastic. Seeing this, Zhou Han naturally understood what they meant. However, this was good. He did not have to do it himself. It was very convenient. However, at this moment, Boss's extremely strong pressure rushed over. It made the expressions of everyone present change. The aura this time is especially powerful. It's much stronger than the young sect master of the Angry Blood Divine sect we encountered that day. He's probably also here for the lightning origin. Hiss. Boss should be able to withstand 2 Saint King grade experts. This time, they were still a little worried. After all, Saint King grade experts were too far away from them. He could be considered a top expert. I believe Boss can definitely do it. He's an invincible existence, but I'm afraid he'll have to experience a difficult battle. Everyone had this opinion. After seeing Zhou Han's powerful strength, they were becoming more and more confident in Zhou Han. So now that they were facing 2 Saint King experts, they dared to say such bold words. Ha ha ha, Zhou Han. It's you. It's actually you. We really found you without any effort. When Pei Ming and Du Tianjie whistled over, they instantly located Zhou Han. They did not expect the phenomenon caused to be related to Zhou Han. In that case, it was simply a godsend opportunity to snatch Zhou Han's supreme treasure and kill him. That kind of revenge would be satisfying. The two of them looked at each other and could see the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Originally, Zhou Han was a little puzzled by their words. However, as he appraised their personal information, he immediately understood that they were the 2 Saint Kings of the 9 Sacred City. They were also Pei Qian and Du Fei's fathers. They were here to take revenge on him. Zhou Han's eyes were smiling. He had been looking forward to the 9 Sacred City taking revenge. After all, this was a resource given to him by the higher-ups. He had no reason to refuse. However, there was no movement in the 9 Sacred City for a few days. Now it was just nice. He naturally accepted such a huge gift. I'll take the supreme treasure and your life. My son, Pei Qian, died so tragically. Today, I'll use your blood to mourn his spirit in heaven. You could have jumped around for a while longer. Unfortunately, you courted death and entered the abyss. Ha ha ha, you won't be able to escape today. Their eyes flickered with ferocity, hatred, anger, sorrow, and all kinds of emotions. There was only one goal now, and that was to kill Zhou Han. Are you that confident that you can kill me? Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Zhou Han said indifferently with a calm smile. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.